Yeah, I mean, this format, despite all it is, right, compared to BGRT, it's a little bit more brutal. Right, we had the group stage last time
Mm-hmm.
where we kind of had a round robin go between all our teams. But this time, you only have the affordability of being defeated twice. So you
Mm-hmm.
need to survive for as long as you can. Make things a little bit easier because the longer that you are in the upper bracket, the less pressure
Mm-hmm.
there is, so to speak. Because once you're in the lower bracket, then one loss and it's goodbye.
Yeah, and you don't want to be in that kind of position. But some teams they prefer to be at the lower bracket just because they want to play a lot of games. I don't know, maybe part of the strategy. But yeah, let's find out what will happen or what will translate in our tournament for today. But we will be showing our Voxers later on the map selection. Which maps will be used? Which maps will our teams be playing later on? And yeah, of course, I would really love to see Neo City
Oh yeah.
because, yeah, that's really a classic game. And now I'm going to show you guys the map selection.
Yeah, but this time around, of course,
Late.
the most interesting thing
Uh-huh.
about it is we have had some new things shown up here. We got Quantum Junction, which has not been seeing too much use
Yes.
recently, right? We
Mhm.
didn't see it last week. So the addition of Waterfront and Quantum Junction now in our map pool
Mhm.
for today is gonna make things a lot more interesting. So we're gonna be starting it off here with Launch Complex. I think this is gonna be a good spot for Kadiliwan.
Uh-huh.
Knowing that, of course, it's when you talk about Launch Complex, it's all about map control, right?
Uh-huh.
Playing around with the verticality of the map, especially if you saw last time,
Mm.
right? During our open qualifiers, we had quite a few teams that were really playing around with that. You couldn't find the Scotchy player, you couldn't find the Nova player because they were so far away, and you were
Nova.
trying to stay inside of the Vox zone, trying to beat our beat dot player who's
Mhm.
there. But there's just so much protection from long range.
Yeah, and what I actually learned during our previous tournament, which is the PCI Open Qualifiers, is that um, scarcely enough I've been seeing less and less players utilizing Scotchy. They prefer to use Nova technology together with the B dot or either Kelsey and Juno.
Yep.
So that's what I actually learned. There's a shift, just a little bit
A
shift
little
in the
bit.
meta, and now thinking that we will be seeing Full Sense and Brook. He loves to play. He loves to play Scotchy.
Yep.
I'm interested if he's going to still play Scotchy in this kind of meta shift.
Yeah, I don't know about it. I mean, we saw last time that some Scotchy players were pretty insane, but with the addition of the Juno into our rotation of brands, right? Because of that, I think people have really been favoring the more short-range fights. But
Mhm.
sometimes it's a stylistic thing. Some players play on high sensitivity, and that it makes it easier for Scotchy players, right? The sniper from long range, if you have a higher sensitivity, things are a little bit easier. But if you're playing up close and personal up against the Juno, and again, the high
Juno.
fire rate of a Juno just shreds through your health really quick.
Burst.
So it's a scary thing, knowing that when you're playing with an SMG, the Juno, you need to get close.
True,
And if
true.
you're too close, then the Scotchy player cannot hit you in the face.
Definitely. And that's what I really want to see in our game number one. It's going to be Full Sense, Kadaliman Esports. As for Full Sense, we've known them. We had some interviews for Full Sense. On the other hand, for Kadaliman Esports, you mentioned that these players, they came from other, don't want to say
Other
that.
titles, yeah.
But yeah, but bringing their expertise here at PARAVOX, there's something to look out for. And later on, we will be showing you guys the brand picking. We've been talking about the brands here, the combination, what brands were being used during the previous tournaments, the metas right now. Just what you mentioned, Juno, Kelsey, Nova Technology, and Beat Dot, and
It's kind of been just those
Bonrat?
four, really. We've been seeing some Bonrat,
Mhm.
but because of the existence of the Juno, I think the Bonrat has kind of taken a step back,
Mhm.
right? Because when you're up against the Juno, again, the Bonrat is more of an area of effect damage, right? And you can't really trust your aim with a Bonrat. And if you have a player that's all up in your face, moving around so fast, blinking and double jumping and everything you could ask for, right? Then sometimes you just don't hit with the Bonrat, and that's a scary
Yeah.
thing.
And even a lot of players can now adjust to the Hellfire. They can
Yeah.
easily evade it. It's not that, unlike during the previous tournaments.
People have kind of gotten used to it,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think so. Because there's a countdown timer before it actually explodes, right?
Yeah, and you see the laser from the sky before it
Oh,
drops down. So
yes.
it's a pretty big indicator unless maybe you are stuck inside of a beat dot smoke.
Mm.
But It's just that things have just accelerated so much, right? When we had some sort of a slower pace back in PGRT, now that we've made it into PCI,
Yeah.
people are all up in your face. They are willing to,
Yeah.
just like super short range.
Uh-huh.
And a lot of the younger players, a lot of the new additions to the Vox scene, right? They have really just been playing around with that range that you get out of the Juno.
True. That's what I also observed. That's why they keep on just rotating Juno, Kelsey, Beat Dot, and
The Nova.
Technology. And Nova Technology is very, it's a very versatile brand because you can use it long range, you can use it mid, and even close range. It has a lot of ammos. You can use it like full auto and whatnot, right? So it's very versatile gun, and I believe that in our tournament for today, we'll be seeing a lot of players playing Nova Technology. But of course, I would love to still see Scotchy players.
Yeah, I mean, there is a stylistic choice, right? There are some teams that, Full Sense included,
Oh, yeah.
really prefer the Scotchy. And again, we haven't seen Full Sense since PGRT.
No.
So we don't know if they have made a change in their in their current playstyle. Because it's been a while. It's what, a couple of months now at this point, and with the new map, the new brands that have come out, I would not be surprised if we're gonna be seeing a Full Sense that has a completely different playstyle from what we saw back in PGRT.
Exactly. And knowing these kids, I don't want to say kids, these boxers. Okay, knowing these boxers, they are really good when it comes to adjusting, adopting, and they're very calm in this kind of situations wherein you think that it's it's not looking good, but they still can always manage to come back. That's kind of like what kind of players they are. And also, I'm really excited for our game number 1, and I hope that our boxers out there are also excited for game number 1. So I'm inviting everyone to please don't forget to share the live stream, and of course, I believe we're simultaneously being broadcasted.
We're live on all our platforms. We are on X right now, which is it's a new development. I think X has put in live stream a couple of months ago.
Wow.
So we are now on X. We're on YouTube. We're on Facebook. We're on Twitch.
Everywhere.
I think
We're on
everywhere. I would not be surprised if we're on TikTok, but I'll have to verify that later. But when you talk about again these teams, the new people who are adapting to PARAVOX as a title, there still is the point at which you kind of need to really adjust. But of course, with that being said, we are going to be taking a look in a quick bit to see which brands are going to be put up on each side. Kadayiman's going to be starting out with the Kelsey, Beatot, and the Nova. And Full Sense, Brook is sticking to his Scotchy.
Brook, I mean, I don't want to be biased, but I'm a solid Brook fan.
I mean, the way that this guy plays, right, with the Scotchy, I'm not surprised that, even with the meta shift, even with everything there, Brook is just so good with the long-range fights. The speed at which he moves, the way that he's able to decide where to position himself while also protecting his teammates here. But, the change here for Full Sense is Jupiter on the Kelsey this time around rather than the Nova.
Exactly. And Obito, he's always been a beat dot player, always with the ghost track, and always in the rave strike combination. And on the other hand, for Kadiliman Esports, we have a really good composition of brands. And I think this is, for me, this would be a good debut for the team, especially with that kind of lineup. And now the question is, will our I don't want to say former, will our
defending PGRT champions,
be able to win game number 1 in our series? Or will Kadiliman Esports, has studied and did their assignment for our game number 1? Let's head in straight to our game number 1 between Kadiliman Esports and Full Sense. Let's dive in later.
Hey, just in a bit. There you go now. Mason Boxers, here we go. Obito first out here. And again, the change here in the meta has brought the Kelsey into a lot of use. Much complex, of course, we've seen back last week during our open qualifiers that the Spectrum Wall for the Kelsey has been such a great tool in keeping your team off of the strike point. But now, again, Full Sense starting it off with a couple of kills because they won already. Luckily, though, they do still have a fighting chance. I mean, it's not too far away. And one thing about Kadaliman is, as you see it right now, they're able to kind of prevent Full Sense from extending the lead that they already have.
It's not that fast for Full Sense because know how fast Wilson can actually gain points here. On the other hand, the Luma Esports was able to actually tie it up. And now we're watching here the Nova Technology just actually keeping the box zone from everyone that is about to come inside of the box zone.
Yeah. Looking pretty close right now. 6 to 14, and of course Wilson still in the lead. With that Spectrum wall also preventing Madrid from getting any closer here. Makes things a little bit more, a little bit harder this time around. But
Perfectly
of course,
placed ball.
yeah, and you know, see, when Wilson gets pushed off of our Vox zone, the Demon isn't able to, they do get the chance to get them off of that Vox zone, but the problem is staying there.
Yeah, that is indeed a problem. But now, Enigma will bid farewell for a while there as Brook with his sketchy. What a signature move coming from Brook here. Even though the meta has shifted, still, Brook is still with his comfort pick. And now, even going straight into the Vox zone, sketchy players tend to go for a range here, but Brook is always inside with that
He
heal
does not
pod.
care. No.
Not a care in the world at all for Brook there. And he's only like 14 or 15 years old. This kid is so amazing. Has handsome.
It's the Zoomers. That's what it do feel like that. Now though, taking out a couple now with Brook as well. It's gonna be almost a full squad buy for Catalima. So the problem now is gonna be whether or not they can come back from this, because it's a pretty far distance right now. 13 to 46, and Catalima starting at the start of our map. They were doing pretty well, but I think full sense again, the experience from this team, having won PGRD, having that confidence in playing as a team that has been here for quite a while, there is a possibility that they just overwhelm them, right? And again, that's going to be that shutdown for a full sense now. It's already at 60 here. Kadaliman, though, not a single point ever since they got kicked off of the Vox zone earlier.
Yeah, regrouping was so hard for Kadaliman as Brook and Jupiter is actually just gatekeeping the Vox zone. On the other hand, Oputo is actually, he's victorious when it comes to being in the middle of the Vox zone, going in and out. Look at his health there, but still he was able and managed to actually still be inside of the Vox zone. But now we will be shifting towards our Vox zone B.
Yeah, got him here now. Gonna be a race against time, and already full sense have control. Now the problem though, Obuto takes down Gelmix as well, so Kadrim's gonna have their work cut out for them if they want to get this Vox zone under control. And Brook, again, a menace from the sky, raining down bullets here, making sure that they can't even get a chance. And now another shutdown coming in from full sense here. Got it, 70, 80 points now at this point for full sense. It's going to be a hard bet for Kadaliman. They need to come back from this, but now it's going to be a question of whether or not they can survive it.
That is indeed a question that will be answered later on. Brook here with his catchy going inside of the Vox zone, but Jupiter will be able to get Gelmix once again. Opito just going for the NVO Photon Blast, not connecting though. Brook here is really good when it comes to evading all the shots coming from Kadaliman Esports.
Yeah, now you got a feeling, 2 points left here for full sense as Kadaliman is holding on for dear life now. They are stacking up the points, preventing full sense from getting the points and catching up as well. But the problem is Jupiter's back. And now with Oputo almost ready to take those 2 kills. Now it's going to be all up to Enigma. Last man standing here. Fight against time as full sense. They take control and take the map.
Yes, that is it for our game number 1 for the series, opening really hot for our Voxers that's currently watching right now. And that's going to be Kadaliman Esports and Full Sense taking the lead in our series here. And I just remember Gelmix. You know Gelmix, right? It's from... is he from AP Bren?
I think he was formerly on AP Bren, yeah.
Yeah, because I can just recall Gelmix because we've been blessing.
Excuse me. Yeah, the weather's not been agreeing with me. Of course, if you guys were affected by the typhoon, hope you guys are okay. And there are several efforts to to support those who have been badly affected by it. So for those of you out there, hope you guys are okay. And for those of you who are okay, have fun with us today.
Tune in. PARAVOX is extending our support to everyone's, especially to our Voxers out there. But yeah, going back to our game, what happened there at some point during our early round in our Vox Zone A, we almost thought that Kadaliman Esports was actually catching up or, depleting the gap between the 2 teams there. But, Brook, he just stepped up. He's going in and out of the Vox zone, and while he's out, he's actually aiming at those who needs to go back. And we know how much penalty whenever you die. That's
Yeah.
one time. It adds up.
Yeah, it just gets a lot worse, right? As we were moving forward, when we got the strike zone B, when we got the Vox zone, we didn't even get the Vox zone C.
Yeah.
Right, and the thing is that I think you could really tell that one point at which Fultons took full control of the game. Again, Kadalima, they're new to the scene,
Yes.
and for sure, these guys are still trying to adjust
Yeah.
to the pace at which
Chemistry.
we are playing PARAVOX. Like, the chemistry has to be there. Again, Jelmix is the new addition to the roster as well, and the other two players from Kadalima, they're new to the scene. So, going up against the PGRT champions is kind of the David and Goliath story if you think about it.
Yeah,
So,
honestly.
I'd hate to say it, but I'm not surprised. But, we do have this as a best of 3. So, for Kadaliman, they need to win the second round if you want to extend it. Maybe have a hope of moving forward and dropping the PGRT champions down into the lower bracket. But for Full Sense, I think with that performance there, it wasn't too bad. It was pretty dominant. If I do
Honestly,
say so myself, it was a 30 plus versus the full 100 for Full Sense. Right? And
Not
that's a
bad.
scary thing. Knowing that, it's usually somewhere between 80, 90 points of a difference when we're playing on this level here
Yeah.
in the PARAVOX circuit. But I hate to say it, but it was pretty dominant.
Yeah, that is it. Honestly, but yeah, going back to that thought of chemistry in a team, it really plays out a lot because we know that Obito, Jupiter, and Brook, they've been playing for how many months now? And this is actually the status. Kadaliman Esports with 36 to 100 Full Sense here. Look at Obito, undefeated 4-0. Jupiter only died once, and Brook with 10-1. And considering that this is just the first game of our series for this match, Brook is on fire with 10-1 with 1,000 damage, 1,140 damage. I mean, for Biors, Gelmix, and Enigma, they need to find a way in order to shut down Brook. If not, then Jupiter. But we've known Jupiter, he's juggling with these guns. Kelsey Nova Technology has been juggling that even before.
Yeah.
And he already mastered it so well, and it just goes to show why they are our PGRT champions. You mentioned the David and Goliath thing. Actually, that is true. To be going up against this kind of champions, your mental fortitude would be tested, not
Yeah.
just your chemistry. So I think for going towards game number 2, I think they really need to regroup Kadaliman Esports. They need to find a way on how they can shut down Brook or Jupiter. But yeah, I cannot even think of a way, honestly
Yeah.
speaking.
I think what scared me the most, right? I think the doubts in our minds are gone. Right, because earlier we talked about, of course, the new
The
meta. We talked
possibility.
about, right, the Kelsey being
Uh-huh.
new in the hands of Jupiter. But the way that they were playing that earlier, it just looked so good. They were
Yeah.
insanely strong at that point. And I'm not surprised that they can keep up with the meta like this.
Here's the highlights. Definitely someone to look out for, but equally, Jupiter and Obito, we have to look out for these champions as well. All of their hits are on point. Look at how Brook is pushing. He wants to gatekeep the Vox zone, even utilizing the heal pod to his advantage for the angles. And now, look at Brook. Even though he's not actually being aggressive, I wouldn't really say this is how aggressive he is, because I feel like this is just game number 1. I believe that he's still testing, but for game number 2, for sure, no more doubts.
Yeah. But I think this is also a byproduct of the Kelsey, right? The Spectrum Wall blocking the
Yeah.
bullets here as well. It gives Brook the opportunity to set himself up for victory, right? Get himself in a spot that is unreachable by Kadaliman here in that first map. and just taking some off angles that they're not going to be expected just because they're so busy trying to get rid of Opoto, trying to get rid of Jupiter on the Vox
Yeah.
zone, and because Brook is so far away, they're not really going to be looking in that direction unless they already take down the first two.
True, there's a lot of hurdles, when, like, let's say they're done killing Opito, but there's still Jupiter, there's still Brook. So there's a lot of, I mean, I think at this point, just Suave Voxers, you just have to think of, like, who gives out the biggest impact. I can say that it's going to still be adding up the utility and the damage. I'd say it's going to be Jupiter.
Yeah.
Utility and damage balanced. Most impact, I think it's going to be Jupiter.
Yeah, I mean, he looked really good. The Spectrum Wall setting up his teammates there as well.
True.
Without that Spectrum Wall, I think it would have been a lot harder for Full Sense to get this kind of lead on it. But because they were using it so well, right, and because like Opoto and Jupiter were doing so good at just controlling
Yeah.
where Kadaliman could go and where they wanted to go,
Perfect.
right? Because you have one angle that is open, especially in Vox Zone A, right? You block off one side with a Spectrum Wall, and then you only need to worry about two other angles,
Yeah.
right? Because again, the launch complex is built that way, and it's a scary thing when they know the map down to a T like that, and they practice it very, very well.
True.
You can see that the game plan was very solid from them. They knew their roles, they know how to play around it, and how to just get to their win condition.
Yeah, I want to go back to the thing that you mentioned about practice, because I had a talk with them. They keep on practicing after school hours, because
After school.
Brook and Jupiter.
Stay in school, kids.
Yeah, Brook and Jupiter, they're still studying, so they have their scrims, they have their practices every after school hours, usually at night, like 7 p.m. onwards. That's how dedicated these Voxers are. So yeah, if you're planning to be on a competitive scene, you really have to give time.
Got that discipline, the time, right, and the
Yes.
passion as well, because
True.
it's a really important part of that.
Passion.
The being able to work hard and actually be willing to continue to learn, right? It has to be understood that you're not there just to play the game. You need to be continuously learning, continuously just raising the bar higher, especially with Full Sense, right? The PGRT champions right now. They have a target on their back. And that means that most other teams will have reviewed the VODs from PGRT. Most other teams will have scrim teams in preparation for them specifically. So I'm not surprised that they, of course, will be answering back in kind, answering back in time, effort, and passion.
Yeah, now I'm thinking, just a thought that came to my mind. If we can ban maps, I was thinking if we can also, in the future, I'm not sure, if we can also ban brands. Because, if you can ban a Kelsey, then Brook might be, using a different gun. Because, these picks from the game number 1, that's their comfort pick.
Yeah.
Comfort pick. Meaning to say, they can play it even eyes closed. That's how comfortable they are playing, especially Brook with the Scotchy. We've seen how less and less Scotchy is being played every tournament, every game in this season. But still, Brook stayed with Scotchy, and that's another thing for going towards map number 2. Will Brook still play Scotchy, or will he play Nova Technology? But knowing Brook, I think he really loves Scotch.
And I think it's just to do with the playstyle, right? It's not just the playstyle and how they develop their game plan, right? Some other teams, they have let go of the Scotchy at this point, right?
Yes,
But for Full Sense, I think, judging by how they played Launch Complex earlier, I think they specifically planned around keeping Brook on the Scotchy.
True. I think so. I think so too. It could be a bait. It could be a bait for.
You could be lying.
I mean, let's find out later. And now let's go back to Kadiliman Esports. We've been talking a lot about Full Sense. I mean, that's just because we have a lot of info about Full Sense. On the other hand, for Kadiliman Esports, we knew a couple of the players, but I think that's the first time that we were able to spectate how they play as a team.
Yeah.
As a team, and that's really important because I mean, there's a lot of aspects in this kind of tournament. You have to look out for your own back. You have to look out for your teammates, and also be mindful, aside from eliminating your opponent, also capturing the Vox zone. So a lot of things are actually playing out, even though how fast a game is.
Yeah.
So Kadiliman Esports, I mean, I just want them to bounce back for game number 2.
I mean, to be fair, they did pretty good
True, true.
during
That's
the
a
monthly
champ.
finals. We had them last time, right? The way that Kadiliman played in the monthly finals just the other day, I think they did pretty good compared to there. I think there's that little bit of growth that we saw between in that 2-day gap before we saw them here today. But back in the monthly finals, if you were watching the stream with Kafer and with Bipolar,
Yes.
right?
Shout out.
You guys.
I know
great
it
job.
was Y2K. Hello.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah, we were talking about how KDM were playing last time, and
Yeah.
I think one of the biggest faults that Kadiliman had during the monthly finals that we saw the other day was that they kind of forgot about the goal. Right, they were getting the kills, but they were not actively trying to take control of the Voxer, and that's why they didn't really do that well. And considering the score that they got here against the PGRT champions, again, these guys are so strong. They
True.
have
True.
0-100
They
some
can.
teams. They have done it.
They can.
And getting up to 30 here up against an experienced team like Full Sense here, I think that's a great step forward for Kadaliman. Of course, it's not over yet. We do have a best of 3 today.
Yes.
So when we move into the next snap, it will now be a question of whether or not they will be able to actually have a better game plan this time around.
Yeah. Or a better lineup of brands this time around. Let's find out later on as we head in straight to game number 2. We are just preparing actually the players.
Everything in the background, yeah.
Yes, and now it's the perfect time for it to invite our Voxers to join us. Tune in, eat your lunch or your snacks, grab your snacks, and watch the PCI Region Open qualifiers for today. We have 10 teams, and it's going to be double elimination. We have a lower bracket later on.
So even if Kadaliman loses here, they're
Yeah.
not going home yet. Well, I mean, they are playing from home, but you get my point.
I like the punchline. All right, so yeah, but still stay at home. You know, weather's bad, and but we're not at home. No more virtual high fives here. Boom. 'Cause
Just for the record, we're here together actually this time. Last
Last time.
last week, yeah, last week we were virtual, and this time we're in the studio.
We
So
were
hope
like-
you guys are having the vibes are different here. So you know you gotta feel that.
Yeah, because last week we were trying to like high five and it was so hard for us. But now we're here at the studio. So again, don't forget to share the live stream. We are live in all of the social media platforms, even at X. So please do join us for today. Now, still, life is on the line here for Kadiliman Esports. You don't want to be the team to be, at the lower bracket, but
Yep.
considering that you're going up against a champion, and you know how well they are, it's not impossible for Full Sense to actually get a flawless 100 to none to 0. Yeah, but now we'll be showing you guys the brand picking. We will be revealing it in just a bit. What kind of lineup will our teams be choosing, and we'll be showing it to you guys here. Wow, transition.
So we got a mirror this time around. So Brooke has dropped the Scotchy here. Of course, knowing Quantum Junction as a map specific, right? There's not really that many spots where you can make use of the
True.
Scotchy, because you're gonna be very limited by the way that the trains are set up here on the map, right? So I'm not surprised that we're seeing Brooke on the Juno this time, but Brooke on the Juno, I think, is a really scary thing. Because if this guy can hit shots with the Scotchy in short range,
For sure.
what more with the Juno?
For sure, he's not potato aim like me. Because the logic here is that if he can shoot shots and actually land it, headshot sometime, most of the times headshot, guys. What more in close range? And as we know, Quantum Junction, it's actually just, it pushes, it forces our Voxers to play in like an arena, like
Yeah.
just a room. It's very small, and I honestly love Quantum Junction because the fights here, it never stops.
Yeah, I mean, just the size of the map, right? Compared to all the other maps, Quantum Junction is very, very close. And you have no choice but to play up close and personal. Just get all up in your face, Mike Tyson, full on, fist fight type of map. And that's the characteristic of Quantum Junction.
The kids doesn't know Mike Tyson.
No.
But yeah, we're just joking here. We'll be giving you game number 2 for the series. It's on for Kadiliman Esports. They need to score this map. Enigma here looking for a target here. It actually connected.
Ooh.
Brooke will be eliminated for just a bit there, but yours will be the trade-off here. Enigma using the Ghost Rack looking for another target. I think that's his objective, to actually get target after another.
Yep. And it looks like Kadriman has taken an early
Yeah.
lead, but now Full Sense, they are looking to come back from it. Couple of kills already in their hands. BUR is still going to be alive though, and the control still of the Vox Zone is going to be in the hands of Full Sense. And again, Brook takes down BUR's. Jupiter with one on the Gelmings as well. And again, Spectrum Wall now going to be set up for Full Sense. And again, the way that the Spectrum Wall has been played right in recent times is that they're not blocking off the entire Vox Zone.
No.
Rather, they just take one corner, sit there, and wait for your team to go
Yeah,
against
sometimes
the other side.
horizontal. It's not actually like a perfect vertical or a diagonal. But yeah, Gelmix will be out 11-17. They need to catch up. They need to tie the series. They need to prolong their stay here. But Jupiter will be eliminated. I think what's really interesting here is that Kadiliman Esports, they are good when it comes to close combat range.
Yeah, and you can tell it. I think Brook may be kind of struggling, right? He's definitely used to the Scotchy more, and the Juno forces you to play up close and personal. You have no choice. I think maybe the choice, in my head, would have been Brook maybe on the Nova. Right, because he does have that kind of flexibility.
True.
But now, of course, with this being a stranger map for Full Sense, I think Kadiliman are taking doing pretty good things today.
Honestly speaking, this is really good. But let me take it back as Gelmix was eliminated. Jinx. But anyway, we still have a lot of time here. And Kadiliman can still even widen the gap. But Brook is actually on the lookout, looking for a target. Enigma will be killing Oputo. That's going to be an off-target hit. But Brook, he's not giving up until yours will be eliminated. Look at how Brook is actually, his objective here is to eliminate PK, person kill. On the other hand, it's always Oputo that is going to capture the Vox Zone.
And the lead now going to be in Full Sense favor. Oputo up close and personal, trying to chase down one of the members of Kadiliman here. Switching over as they're trying to get the health points. No, not going to be denied again. He's so low on the health and Full Sense, full control right now. No new points added in just yet, but Gelmix is doing a good job of keeping them distracted. But now, Full Sense, couple of kills in their favor. Gelmix now going to be left alone. And the thing about the Kelsey is, it's not the best for 1vx's.
True, true. I mean, you use a Kelsey for control, but for damage, I doubt. But still, Jupiter was able to do so. Oputo. Brook will be killing Gelmix, and yours. This is not gonna look good because this will be the perfect opportunity for Full Sense to actually capture the Vox Zone and even, add more points to themselves.
Yeah, the lead now gonna be squarely in the hands of Full Sense here. 20-point lead for them. It's Kadiliman very obviously starting to worry about how they're going to get this. Because now that we're in Vox Zone B, Full Sense, the control that they've gotten nice and early, and you know how it's sliced in half. And Brook finally getting the kills.
Yeah.
We saw earlier, right? He was kind of starting to...
He's getting used to
he needed some time to warm up, right?
True.
You got to change your mindset when you change your brand. But this time again, a couple of kills in the hands of Full Sense. Enigma going to be the last man standing here, and Full Sense continuing to stack up the kill feed in the color red as they are getting more and more points closer to their win.
Closer and closer as they reach almost 100, just 30 points here, Full Sense. Bior's looking for an HP, but someone's actually lurking in the corner, literally. Just waiting for him to get that HP and actually eliminating him. That's going to be Oputo. Enigma need another HP, but there are shots being shooted, and he will be eliminated. 31-86 is not gonna look good for Kadiliman Esports. They need to regroup, but will Bior's be able to do so? He's just the sole survivor for his team.
That scares me. I don't think they have the time right now. And with them falling as well, it's going to be only Enigma. Full shutdowns come in for Full Sense as well as they're getting closer and closer to victory. Only 5 points to go. Kadiliman hanging on by a thread here with the Spectrum Wall as well, taking control of one corner specifically just to keep them from getting more points. But now they're running out of time, running out of space. Only 1 point to go, and Full Sense, the PGRT champions, 2-0 the newbies, Kadiliman Esports.
What a game! What a remarkable and flawless victory. 2-0 sweep for our game number 1, and that's just game number 1. Full Sense, full control, full victory as they will be advancing in our tournament. Unfortunately enough, Kadiliman Esports will be going to our lower bracket. We're in gruesome battles we'll be witnessing later on. But for now, wow. I mean, I'm amazed on how Brook transitioned from Scotchy to Juno, and now we're gonna show you guys the stats of our game number 2 of that series.
Yeah, we didn't specifically call out Brooke having to adjust to it. And, I wouldn't be surprised if they did lose, right? But,
yeah.
but Brooke, after Vox Zone A, when he moved to B, he was in full control of the situation. He's like, oh, wait, okay, gotta flip that switch in my brain. And he was just stacking up the kills. Look at this, 12 kills for Brooke specifically. Remember, when he's playing on the Scotch, he's a little bit more on the outer side, more of a supportive player.
True.
But this time now he's on the offensive. He's the one that is tasked with getting the kills on the enemy team. Because of that, they were able to stack it up so many times. Even with that early lead from Kadiliman, they got stuck at 30. And again, this is kind of the same scoreline that we got the last map as well.
True. But still, look at Jupiter with his Kelsey. Wow, remarkable with 9-2. A perfect combination of control, utility, and damage there with 1,425 damage. And of course, let's not forget Opito. He has always been there, just guarding the Vox zone together with his combination of the Ghost Strike and the Rave Strike. But guys and Voxers, later on, we'll be showing you the highlights of our game number 2, especially that map. We haven't really seen so much of the map yet because sometimes it's being banned. It's being banned by the
and I think for good reason as well. There are some teams that are stylistically opposed to playing in that specific spot, and that's why it's so scary for to think that, again, Full Sense, they are the champions, and with them doing so well here, there's nothing to stop them, really. You can't find any kind of weakness other than if you can just kill them, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking a while ago. If you want I just couldn't really think of what to shut them down. But at least for Kalima, they were able to actually come along with that. I mean, during the earlier games, they were able to actually keep the fire up and but it's just so hard for them to actually, I mean, look at that 27 to 26, they actually managed to win the game. One after another, actually puts a really huge toll on you and your team. You don't want to be eliminated with one time actually adding up, and it's so hard for you to actually make an advantage for full sense where they were able to actually more and more.
Yeah, you could see it. I mean, the control they had over this entire map, it was so good, right? And Kadiliman, this is a very defensive thing to do. Right? When you're playing the Celts, you expect your wall to, specifically on the screen right now, take the corner and stay alive to prevent them from just the right time they need to come back. Right? You know that things are going to get really happen.
Desperate times, desperate tactics, desperate strategies. Advancing to our tournament, and later on we'll be showing the updated bracket and more teams to be playing for our PCI Region Open qualifiers for today. If you are rooting for or cheering for the teams that are playing for today, please do comment it at the comment section below because they need your cheers, they need you guys, their support more
Put
than
your hands up, give some energy to the energy ball, and again, we are revealing our ages by that reference.
when you said energy ball, and I was like automatically
the immediate response, right? And again, it's undeniable. I mean, the official poster just called me uncle, so I guess I'm Unk now, guys.
Yeah. the poster.
Yeah, shout out to Sir Dar for
Get
for
well
the podcast.
soon.
Yeah, get well soon. And again, for you guys who are out there, I hope you guys are staying safe. Stay indoors, and if you guys need help, the emergency hotlines that are available in the provincial areas are going around on social media as well. So hope you guys are okay. But again, shout outs to everyone else out there for showing up here today. Voxers, we love you guys. You guys are doing great. We're gonna go to a quick break. When we are back, match number 2 of our bracket and the continuation of the PCI playoffs. See you guys in a bit.
Supernova, 올해만 오지다가 막 그렇길래 Julie for the stars, 정말 난 없다게 둘러대고 나가만 Dragon Knights on the way 그때 넌 다해줘 이때 하트 다해줘 보통 나한테 나를 내려줘 두고도 뭐 저 가까워 가쇼 Supernova. Delano G, that got my crew, I kill it. Shooting for the stars. Umulano tagay. Tulate ko na kaman. Dragon Knights on the way. Getting on die, job. Inte hade die, show. Butom natin na nilena to go to more. Tataka wakasho, yo, wakemo tayo. Wasomi makula kami make PARAVOX. Supernova. Delano G, that got my crew, I kill it.
Pinapa-stretch, no? Lalaban. Hindi babawi. Charot.
Pinalaki tayo ng sex bomb para lumaban.
Ayun na naman yung mga references natin, mga pangbatang
Tayo.
90s.
Ay, may sex bomb naman ngayon. Sex bomb new gen, di ba?
So sabi ko sana, hindi alam ng bata. Sige.
Yar!
Let's go.
Take a sip of my fucking coffee. All right, ladies and gents, welcome back to the PARAVOX Championship International Regional Qualifier Playoffs. I'm just Suave. I'm here with Nikki. We just witnessed a dominant performance from Full Sense to drop down Kadaliman Esports, the newbies in our bracket, down into our lowers. So that's going to be a clean 2-0 sweep for them. But, of course, that's only one of the very, very many matches we're going to be having today. Next up on the docket, we have Bleed Esports versus AP Bren. And when we talk about AP Bren, remember, they're a really iconic Filipino organization. Bleed as well are Southeast Asian cousins from across the water.
Yeah. So two remarkable teams, prominent ones actually.
Oh yeah.
They've been here since the last PGRT. They've been playing for quite a while, and even going up to our ranking ladders. We are seeing their names.
If you see,
in the
like
ranks.
every day we get the ranking updates, and you can see who's on top time and time again. It's pretty fun to look at. I think that's a unique thing that we get here in PARAVOX, where you know what, you get that recognition almost every day if you're in the top.
Yeah, you just have to grind. I mean, no pressure, but you really have to grind enough. But yeah, we're inviting our Voxers to actually join in the weekly tournaments and monthly tournaments. And not just that, you can now add PARAVOX onto your Steam wish list.
Yeah, if you haven't already, go ahead and put that on. And of course, if you guys want to play it right now and not wait, we are already available on the Epic Game Store for free. Yes, not a single cent has to be paid out to play this game.
But you can get the chance to win.
Some particle points, yep.
Should I say amazing prizes and even sometimes cash prize in our weekly and monthly tournaments. So what are you waiting for? form your trio,
Yeah.
form your team
Do
now.
you see the what we have on X, right? On former Twitter. If you guys are following us on PARAVOX, we also have the events where if you can beat Go, the co-founder,
yeah.
you beat Go, you get some free skins in the game. It was particle points for
Particles.
skins, and it's fun. It's
Yeah,
fun.
that's really a nice twist.
If you feel like you can beat the co-founder of PARAVOX,
Do it.
go ahead.
Do it, just do it now. And I mean, we're talking a lot about the PARAVOX. I mean, just some trivias and a bits of information for our new viewers who are thinking what PARAVOX is. Should I play? Don't think twice.
Don't think, just do.
Yeah, just do it. Just do it. Just do it now. And now we'll be going to show you guys the map pickings and bans.
Ooh.
And wow,
We're starting
space-
on Waterfront.
Yeah, a space complex and launch a space map and launch complex will be banned. On the other hand, we have Waterfront, again Quantum Junction, and the very classic Neo City will be played between Bleed Esports and AP Bren.
Yeah, and I'm surprised here. I'm not surprised, rather, that Bleed has actually banned out Space Map. Last time we had PGRT, Bleed were kind of really struggling on this map. I think they stylistically are. They just don't like the long-range maps, right? And there's no surprise here. Again, as I say that, we are starting it out on Waterfront, specifically chosen by Bleed. And again, this is one of the it's not definitely not map Quantum Junction, where that it's that close, but Bleed Esports, they're a very flexible team that just they're really averse to playing long range fights.
Of course.
And with this new meta as well, right? A further choice to kind of nerf the Scotchy players in the lobby.
I think so too. They're gonna opt to play Nova technology instead of Scotchy. But yeah, these are just our assumptions. I mean, based on our observation
From last time, yep.
Yeah, previous matches. But yeah, we will be showing you guys the brand picking later on after in quite a while. We're just talking about the selection, Waterfront, Quantum Junction, and Neo City, perfectly forcing the players to actually just play with the brands and excluding Scatchy. Actually, replacing Scatchy with
Or the Juno,
Nova
maybe the
technology.
Nova as well. Yeah. And then
Probably.
when we saw the, if you remember, back in PGDX, right, we had that show match between AP Bren and Blacklist Academy, and I
Yeah.
think AP Bren did pretty good there. They had a certain style. Right, but what happened between then and now is the addition of the Juno into our brand rotation.
Yeah.
So again, we have not seen these guys in a long while. So maybe we'll see someone pick up the
Improvements?
Juno, some changes here, and maybe some falling offs as well. That does happen between metas as well.
Yeah, I mean, the same with Bleed Esports because we've also witnessed them, we've spectated them during the PGRT.
Yeah.
Right? So yeah, we've known Bleed Esports and AP Bren alike, and later on we will just gonna see if there are some changes, how they were able to adjust and adapt with the current meta right now, just playing off with these guns. I mean, the brands like Juno, Kelsey, Beat Dot. But now talking about
Shaburger.
playing. Oh, yeah, Shiburger playing between a Nova technology and a Scotchy, but Shiburger will be using Scotchy here. Almost a mirror match, just a difference with Juno and Scotchy. I think AP Bren will be forcing the match here to be really close range. On the other hand, for Bleed Esports, they have the option to actually do long range battles.
Yep.
But will that actually be will it be onto their favor? Because as we all know,
It is kind of scary to think about.
Waterfront,
Yeah.
this map, I don't really see quite the use of Scotchy because there are like warehouses,
Yeah.
right?
It's
There are
I don't know
warehouse-
about this choice really.
Honestly,
Because
same.
the way that Bleed Esports' brand set up here, it's a really low fire rate guns, right? The Scotchy, of course, only 2 in a magazine, Beat Out only 10, and Kelsey even less.
But very powerful burst
really
guns.
powerful. But they need to be able to get those single hits to get those kills, right? And
Yeah,
the way
land
that AP
it.
Bren, remember, AP Bren, they're a team that is heavily movement-based when it comes to their gameplay. gameplay. So I don't know how this is gonna turn out. I don't know if Bleed have shot themselves in the foot by choosing this map in particular. But of course, put on your mask, Voxers. We're gonna go into map now. Rowan and Shimmerger already taking out Kizo in a second as well.
And that's what I'm talking about. I have some doubts, but Photon Blast won't connect though. Shiberger looking for a target there, just going and joining it as he will be eliminating Airy as well. Shiberger is on a roll here, leading the match here with 8-0. Bleed Esports really started really hot here. And what I'm talking about is the warehouse. And I had some doubts when you have Scotchy here. How are you gonna aim if there's a lot of trailers and warehouses? But Shiberger no. But Reese will be answering back as they will be fine. Oh, I think it's Eyes who will be eliminating Kizu.
I thought you were just feeling like you were Gen Z for a second there.
They have the Reese.
But anyway, here, Bleed squarely in the lead. Now the shotdown coming in for them as well. AP Bren coming in back now. Full control of Vox Zone A here. Starting to catch up, but of course, Bleed Esports now that they're back here. Kizu starting to struggle now with a Spectrum Wall in his face as well. Having our warehouse in half as well, and now you got him. No kills just so far. It's gonna be a pretty close call. Now again, Bleed taking control of our first Vox Zone. AP Bren, after that shutdown, have slowed down.
Yeah, and with that 31-13 here, that is really not gonna look good for AP Bren, as again Kizu will be eliminated. Just when we thought that having a Scatchy here won't be giving them a lot of advantage, but Shiberger proving us wrong here, 36-13. I know what's gonna happen right now. AP Bren, they need to regroup, they need to eliminate, they need to focus on elimination.
And just continues.
Oh, Oliver and Shiberger, dynamic duo, doing their thing here with the heal pod. They're using actually the heal pod of the Scotchy to actually heal themselves and not actually getting the HPs.
And it's getting real annoying right now. You can see that AP Bren, they've kind of lost track of things. Now that the shutdowns have happened, one after the other. Bleed Esports full control now. Almost halfway to their final goal here. But, of course, AP Bren doing a pretty good job of keeping them from extending that lead. But Shiberger again striking with a kill over onto Deja Vu. Now, you got only 2 people left here. Of course, they are going to have to go over and into Vox Zone B sometime soon. But Shiberger still continuing to get the kills. So many takedowns already for him.
Yes, and Ice actually utilizing the Photon Blast here really well, just baiting the other players to go into the opposing side where the Photon Blast has been utilized here. 54-15, AP Bren, they need to eliminate, they need to get points, they need to get into the Vox Zone, but it's just so hard for them to do so. Bleed Oliver even capturing the itsy-bitsy little bit of the points from that Vox Zone A, transferring now to Vox Zone B. But even so, there's still a lot of verticalities, a lot of warehouses to be mindful for. 71-15. AP Bren is quite stuck in a moment, stuck at 15 points. And I don't even know how they're gonna regroup right now, as Bleed Esports has carried over the momentum and now snowballed into 80 points.
You got the Spectrum Wall here, keeping Bleed from getting that space. Now Olivier is gonna be forced to try and play long range, which he cannot do here, knowing that the beat-out is in his hands. Problem though is that AP Bren, they have not really found the chance to get these points. Now though, a couple of kills coming in for them as well. It's only going to be Ice left alive for this team, so this time AP Bren might have a chance. And Kizu with that last kill over onto Ice. Now, Shiberger's going to be back. This guy has been doing all the damage for Bleed Esports, so he's definitely going to be that first target they have to get on. And he's down to half HP. He takes down Airy as well again. So good right now, Bleed Esports, even with just Shiberger stopping AP Bren from closing that distance. Now Kizu taking out Shiberger here. Sniper down for Bleed Esports as they're trying to keep control, keep themselves alive here in the game. And Airy taking out Olivier as well. All pressure on the shoulders of Eyes as they are trying to take him down, being chased down with the Juno as well. And now almost another kill coming in for AP Bren. They are fighting back, and it might not be too late.
Not too late just now. 81-35. Will this be the momentum that AP Bren needs to pick up? 37-81. And Deja Vu with the Photon Blast there.
No.
He needs to actually have a Spectrum Wall to gatekeep that area. Airy doing his best to actually kill someone.
Whoa
He's
there.
able to do so. Oliver will be a runner. 87-39 though. And 80 will be eliminated together with Oliver. That's an exchange actually. That is a trade-off. 91-40. Will they be able to make it? But just 9 points. before Bleed Esports actually claimed the victory for this game.
Yeah, but Bleed have been stuck in this range of points for
True.
the longest time now. But with Olivier and Ice taking down 2 already, with only Aerie left alive, takes down Olivier, trying to stay alive here inside of the Vox zone.
Aerie?
Photon blast in their face as well, being chased down from all directions. Only 5 points to go.
Oh!
Bleed Esports full control, and it's getting desperate. The walls are closing in here on AP Bren, and it might be too late. We'll see if it's gonna be possible now. Chasing them
Contest?
down, a fight coming in from the other side as well. Spectrum wall, making sure that there's no backup coming in for AP Bren as well. Inside of the Vox zone, only 3 points to go, but they're still fighting, holding on for dear life as Bleed Esports trying to find a way to eliminate them one by one. The control has been relinquished by AP Bren. Still, they're stuck on 97. Still, the points are not stacking up. But now they've taken control. Only 2 to go. AP Bren cannot let go for a single second. Oshiburger takes down Kizu. It's getting desperate again. Deja Vu and Aerie. Aerie gone. It's all going to be up to the Kelsey player for AP Bren. But it's over. Bleed Esports, after a long struggle, do finalize that first map.
Yeah, they got stuck at 80 for the longest
so long.
time. I think that was the first time that I've seen a team got stuck at a certain point for the longest time. I mean, still kudos to AP Bren. They managed
That was a
to
good
at
fight,
least,
yeah.
They managed to at least contest. They did their best. Just when we thought that their brand selection was the perfect brand selection for this map, since this is a really close range, there's a lot of warehouses and a lot of trucks, but Shiburger proving us wrong that he can still fire with the Scotchy and even use the heal pod to heal his teammates. And I think that's a perfect, you know, a different take. I think, let me say, a different take in that map for Bleed Esports.
And I like how they started to use the Spectrum Wall specifically, right? In Vox Zone B, which only has 2 entrances specifically, right? You block off one side, and that means the entire enemy team has to go all the way around to the other side before having the chance to get the points. So at that point, what do AP Bren do to re-establish control of the Vox Zone, right? They have to go around or destroy the Spectrum Wall, and it buys so much time, so many points for Bleed in that situation, that when it came down to it, it was just too much.
That is indeed too much, but still half of the points. They were able to actually capture half of the points, 102.50, but Bleed Esports will be getting our game number 1 for the series. And yeah, Olivier with 7-6, Ice with 5-4, and Shiburger 13-4 dominating the game. On the other hand,
We had our doubts.
yeah, personally I did. I do. I have it. Until now, I can't seem to wrap my head around on how you play Scotchy in this kind of area when there's a lot of warehouses. There's a lot of, you know,
We were wrong.
yeah, I was proven wrong. I mean, it's more of a skill.
A skill issue. maybe we couldn't do it, but they sure as hell can. And when you think about it as well, I mean, these guys, they're not just mechanically gifted. They're so good at making these split-second decisions that just turn the tide of the game.
True.
And you could see that, right? When AP Bren, again, they took full control of Vox Zone B, Bleed Esports started to struggle, they changed it up. They started using that Spectrum Wall to block off one side, and then Shiburger actively trying to take those kills. And again, remember, the longer the game goes on, the longer the respawn timer is for AP Bren. And once those shutdowns just came in again and again and again and again, AP Bren didn't really have the chance to fight back. Yes, they kept it close, but because of that full control that Bleed Esports had, and the fact that they weren't able to get a shutdown themselves,
I mean,
there was
Kizu.
just so little they could do.
Kizu, we see you, we saw you, Kizu. He's actually trying his best to get kills, to fend off Bleed Esports to actually going into the Vox zone. We've seen Kizu, he's really trying his best, but still not quite enough. They were able to actually made it to 50 points, but still you really need to catch up. You need to have 100, and that would be a really good mentality going towards our game number 2 for the series. They need to tie the series. This is going to be a best of 3. It's not yet the end for AP Bren. This is just game number 1 for their series against Bleed Esports. But yeah, sometimes your mentality when you lose one game, I mean, your morale.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's right. But you know, when you think about it, it was a pretty good job
Of course.
from AP Bren. They definitely got the Vox Zone B. They did pretty well. The problem was, I think that they were not able to get those shutdowns. Shutdowns are very important if you want, especially if you're on the back foot.
True.
And given the distance at which they had to catch up with, right? And it's a respectable effort.
True, true.
I think Bleed were at 84, maybe 34 minutes.
I can't
And
even.
AP Bren were just doing such a great job, but they were not able to get the shutdown. And those shutdowns are kind of breathing room for your team.
Super,
If you're able to take down all the enemy players, right, which has not happened a lot or at all for AP Bren. I think we got a couple close calls for them, right? Just as the one timer was taken away, they did get the kill eventually. But without the shutdowns happening, there's just still so much that you need to worry about, right?
True. Yeah, you have to worry about the openings of the Vox zone, where to fend off, where to gatekeep, where to put on your spectral wall. Sometimes they tend to bait the Phantom Blast, and it's actually working. But yeah, a lot of things is going on in our tournament right now, and we will be showing you later the highlights on what really happened on game number 2. We'll be showing you the highlights of our game number 1 between AP Bren and Bleed Esports. As we can see here, for Bleed Esports, they're perfect when it comes to utilizing the Scotchy of what's the name again? Of Shiburger. And on the other hand, yeah, Oliver's also there to actually look out for the sides. If Shiburger's actually looking out for his teammates afar, yeah, here you go, the shutdowns, which you mentioned is really important. Those impactful players actually leading the kills, they need to be shut down, they need to be killed, they need to be eliminated. So those are the things. But now, here is the highlight for Kizu. We mentioned that, Kizu, we saw you. Your effort is not, in vain. We've seen it. I mean, you just have to step up a little bit more. And simply thinking that they have a new addition in the lineup, which is Deja Vu, probably could play a adjustment period for the chemistry of the team.
Yeah, I think when we saw them last time, of course, they were playing with Gelmigs here, so that roster is slightly different. Some roles may have been switched around as well to be able to adapt to the situation. But again, when we talk about I'd hate to say this, but our Filipino teams, right? A lot of our local representatives for the Philippines, they do take some time to warm up.
Yeah.
The warm-up happens for quite a while. We saw it here. I mean, this time around, Blacklist, Blacklist rather, AP Bren, did pretty good at the start. But once they were shut down by Bleed, things went sideways real fast. And it took them so long. I mean, Bleed got all the way up to 80 before they could really find the way to prevent that from getting any further.
Same with Kadiliman Esports during the previous match. Yeah, they're still looking at, they're still adjusting when they're already in the game. And if you're playing at a high high level tournament like this, you want to start off really hot. And one of good example is
Shiburger earlier. When we went into the map, he already got two kills. 2 frags on the board as soon as we got in. Not even 5 seconds into this first map here.
That's a good opening.
It's a scary thing to think about as well. Right? We talked about Bleed last time. They were kind of middling in performance back in BGRT.
Before.
And I think they've definitely taken a pretty large step forward in catching up to the way that Full Sense are playing right now.
Huge improvement, honestly, because we
witnessed with our own eyes. Yeah.
We spectated Bleed Esports before playing for the PGRT qualifiers playoffs. This is a different kind of...
Oh, yeah.
I must say, if I was not able to, witness them before, I might say that this is a different team, but it's still Shiburger, it's still them, and this is a really remarkable play. Again, going back to what we were mentioning a while ago, if you want to, dictate the pacing, you need to actually start off really hot and be the aggressor. Be aggressive.
There should not be a warm-up period. And I think that's a thing that has to be taken away from most of the newer teams here, because PARAVOX is not the game that you have the time to play around with, right? But so because it's so fast, you need to be going out, firing out the gates already. So here, Quantum Junction, second map. This is an interesting one. We talked about earlier Quantum Junction not being the best for a Scotchy player. And even Brook let go of his Scotchy here. So with Shiburger still on the Scotchy, I don't know what to think, right?
Comfort pick. Comfort pick. You can bless you. Comfort pick. I think it's going to be, Shiburger starting off hot once again here at Quantum Junction. Probably gonna use his heal pods to also and heal points to heal his teammates. Other than look just going after for the HP points or spots. I think that's gonna be a good thing to do. But Kizu will be switching to Nova technology right now, meaning to say a very really good gun or
We
brand.
talked about Quantum Junction being a very closed off map. And
Yeah.
that's why, again, we thought we'll go back to full sets again, right? Brook, iconic for his Scotchy performances,
Yeah.
has switched over to the
Juno.
Juno, which is even shorter range than a Nova as well.
True.
Right? So I don't know if this is just Schauberger being too good for switching, because we talked about that last map, the first map, where you would not be wanting to use a Scotchy. He still used it, they still won. Maybe Bleed, they have just turned the Scotchy use into an art. We'll see.
We'll see later on as we head on straight to our game number 2, wherein this is going to be a do or die game for AP Bren. So once again, guys, if you are currently supporting AP Bren, please comment it at the comment section below because they need your support right now. And now Bleed Ace here, looking for targets, throwing in some shot. It is connecting. Schauberger will be shot down by Airy finally, but there is a trade-off for Deja Vu. But 1-0. This is really going to be an interesting match because it's not that fast when it comes to gathering points here, but Kizu will be eliminated. Your last hope. I don't want to say last hope for AP Bren, but we know Kizu, he is focused when it comes to eliminating the opponent. That is his objective in the team. Eyes looking for more targets here. We're not seeing any spectral wall right now.
Yeah, I think full control here coming in from Bleed Esports with this 12-0 at the moment. I think it's not a good sign, right? Because AP Bren, they did pretty well in first map because they got that early lead.
True.
But this time around, it's full control for Bleed Esports. And I like this. We talked about the Scotchy being not the best choice here in Quantum Junction, but the way that they're using it's really good, right? Because in conjunction with the Kelsey spectral wall, they are able to block off the angles at which a Scotchy is not going to be useful.
True, and even using the healing pod for more angles that you really, it's not it's not always used in this kind of map. So I think that is a really unorthodox pick here. Olivier with a ghost track there, looking for a target. Will his Rave Strike be able to connect? I don't think so. He'll be dashing out for a bit. They're blinking and looking for HP. He's really low, 31%. He's in his life, but still managing to get a kill. But he was gonna go down there. Schauberger finally killing Deja Vu once again. Kizu will be joining here, and that is a shutdown, 30-0. Not looking good.
Man, and this is what we feared for earlier. Again, Bleed Esports, they have taken a huge step forward in terms of how well they play, the chemistry that they have, and the speed at which they're able to make the decisions here in PARAVOX. Again, split-second decisions are very important here. And the way that they're playing it right now, I think this is a Bleed that could possibly take down full sets.
Probably. Since, look at how flawlessly done their movements is. Look at 37-0. And we know AP Bren is really a good team. So probably they might stand a chance. We'll find out later on. Schauberger with the Scotchy. Not connecting though, but I think that is a clean kill coming from Schauberger there, eliminating Deja Vu, 40-0. This is not, a quick...
Yeah, this is not fun. It's not fun.
Of course, one more thing, it's not fun.
But I will tell you that AP Bren, this is not going to be a full domination from Bleed Esports. We're going towards Box Zone B already, but AP Bren have been able to prevent them from getting a perfect 100 within the first few seconds, right?
True.
So with that being said, I think this is a pretty good way to prevent them from lengthening the lead that they already have. And this time, AP Bren actually finally getting their first 2 points on the line. And Deja Vu finally getting a couple of kills now. Olivier down for the side of Bleed Esports. But again, Bleed so alive. They take down Kizu, take down Deja Vu. It's only going to be Airy here with a beat thought now. Close range, trying desperately to stay alive inside of the Vox Zone here. But that's a full 3-man roster on the other side of our map. Even with the points that they're stacking up right now, still no shutdowns from AP Bren.
Just right now, 56-3. Again, Hillpad will be utilized, even cover round 4 eyes there. So there's a cover up, and now we have the spectral wall there, but it's gonna be the shutdown that we're all been waiting for. Schauberger will be killing Deja Vu once again, and even Kizu And Ice here healing himself up and going back into the battle. 71 to 3. This is not looking good for AP Bren. They need to shut down any of these players. Probably Ice or Shiburger. They need to get a kill. They need to kill Ice or Shiburger so that if they kill Ice, there will be no spectral wall.
Yeah, and again, it's something that they're doing so well. Right, the way that they're able to get these shutdowns, again, consistently up against AP Bren, prevents them from not only getting the points, not only stopping them, but just taking full control. The mental fortitude for AP Bren definitely not going to be in a good place right now with only 9 points left for Bleed Esports to clean up this 2-0 sweep. It's looking real grim. And now it's only going to be Deja Vu here inside Spectral Wall activated. Now 2 versus 1 inside of our Voxel. But Olivier, the movement might be too much for them. Couple of kills now coming in for both teams. Only 7 points right now for Bleed Esports. Got a feeling now, Olivier, last man alive. They do finally get that kill, but it's going to be a return in favor. Double kill coming from Olivier as well. AP Bren, it's the same thing.
Yeah, it's 1v1. 1v1 here. Airy going up against Olivier. Finally eliminating Olivier hit there. But Airy is not getting any points. Oh, I think I'll take it back. 18 points. But, you know, just 7 points for Bleed Esports. You mentioned a while ago, they keep on warming up little by little until it's too late. Shiburger here with this Scotchy reloading, looking for target. We'll get Gizu! But Shiburger will be bidding farewell as well in our game. Just 6 more points for Bleed Esports. How will AP Bren to actually close up that really huge gap?
And now, again, control taken by Bleed Esports, down to 5 from what was earlier 7. Now only one person left, Kizu, racing towards the box zone, making sure that they cannot get away, but they get him off here. 1 point to go. One mistake is made, and Bleed Esports sweep it with a 2-0 against AP Bren.
Another 2-0 sweep in our tournament for this afternoon, and that's just game number 2 for the tournament. We still be having a lot more games here right now, so if you're supporting any of the teams, comment in the comment section below. With that, if you just tuned in, that is the match between AP Bren and Bleed Esports, a 2-0 sweep. Bleed Esports will be advancing into our bracket. Unfortunately, AP Bren will be joining Kadiliman Esports in our lower bracket.
So the first elimination match we're going to have is one of the Filipino teams falling. I mean,
sadly.
Unfortunately. No bias, of course, no bias.
Yeah.
Or maybe a little. Well, how can you be biased between 2 Filipino teams?
We can never be biased. But now we have here the stats. It has been a little bit, you know, it didn't improve. It became worse for AP Bren. They really had a hard time catching up with Shiburger with 12-4 and also Olivier with 11-3 with the B-Dot. You know, just ghost tracking his way out and eliminating AP Bren. Ice, on the other hand, has 9-1, only died 1 time. AP Bren, they had a really huge hard time, especially Deja Vu. He's been the target all alone. Kizu, he tried his best. Airy as well, but they keep on dying one after another, and they being shut down during our match here at Quantum Junction. I think there's something with Quantum Junction. There is something about Quantum Junction that you don't want to play. I want to see Quantum Junction being banned right now. I mentioned that I mean, I'm in favor of this close combat range, but looking how hot our players playing here using Scotchy, that is something really remarkable and to look out for. And you also mentioned Bleed Esports just might be a good match against our PGRT champions, Full Sense.
Yeah, we saw this earlier. We talked about Bleed Esports as a team that has taken some time to develop, right? And I think what their performance today, at least so far in our series, the second series for the day, they're looking real good. But the thing about Bleed Esports was they kind of start to fall off as we slowly move forward in our tournament. I think Bleed Esports are kind of lacking in endurance based on what we saw back in PGRT. So depending on how much training, how much practice they've been putting in, how many hours on the server they have they have put on the server as a team, we might be seeing some more significant changes, because again, it doesn't come down to one map itself, right? Which again, Bleed, they're looking real good in game, But there's a lot of other outside factors, right? The length at which they're playing the game, the number of series they play in a day, and with this being a double elimination format games that we have here today, I would not be surprised if Bleed kind of fall back into their old habits. But so far, they're looking real
Hopefully
good.
not,
Yeah.
hopefully not. Because their gameplay was really something. It was really promising. And now we're currently showing you guys the highlights of that game number 2 for this series between Bleed Esports and AP Bren. If you just tuned in, you can see here how Bleed actually played during our game number 2. They keep on playing outside, but at the same time, outside of the Vox zone, but at the same time, eliminating AP Bren. And that is evident with our match results, with how many kills each of the Bleed members got. 2 of them got double digits, on the other hand, one got almost like a 9 kills, and this is the highlight. And they were able to manage using a Scotchy in a really close combat range, such as Quantum Junction, which is really remarkable.
Yep.
Look at Schuberger there, just using the Scotchy and even using the heal pod to his advantage.
And again, we talked about as well, like the number of layers that Bleed Esports have to their game plan, right? Where you have the beat dot inside of the Vox zone, you got the Kelsey up close and personal, cutting off angles at which AP Bren can take that space, and at the very, very tail end of it, right? Because they're so focused on trying to get inside of the Vox zone. The
want
problem
to
is
have
Schuberger
points.
from so far away. You don't see him coming because you're focused on the Spectrum wall. You're focused on trying to kill the other 2 players. And sometimes you forget about who's on the outside.
Yeah, and I think that's, that got them surprised because they are used to playing Quantum Junction in a really fast and close range, right? But employing a Scotchy, you wouldn't really know where are the angles, usual angles, where a Scotchy player positions himself. So I think that is a good surprise factor of Bleed Esports, but not so surprising anymore as they were
Oh, yeah.
able to, show and reveal their strategy when it comes to Quantum Junction. But yeah, a lot of things happened. But for AP Bren, what I noticed with our Filipino teams, they need some time to actually warm up.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is really taking them so long. At least up to the point like 50 points already into the game from their opponent. And that's the time that they would kick in, that they would bounce back and step up. They need to, I don't know how they can change that kind of strategy, or probably the opponent's just so strong to open our game with a lot of kills already and a lot of points. So that's something to think about.
Yeah, the way that PARAVOX is phased right now, you need to go again. We said this before, but it's so important to be taken into account, right? The fact that as soon as the timer begins, as soon as you have the chance, you have to go all in with guns ablaze. Well, that being said, we're gonna be going to a nag-break na kagad. Welcome back, Voxers. It's me, Joswavi, here with Nikki. For those of you who have just joined us, we already had two matches happen. Unfortunately, that also means that AP Bren is down in the lower bracket as well as Kadiliman.
Yes, unfortunately, we have them at the lower bracket, but for now, we'll be showing you the bracket later on. And once again, welcome to our Voxers here, the PCI Region Open Qualifiers. And we will be heading to our game number 3. It's again one best of 3 series. And later on, we'll be showing you the map selection, the brand selection, and also we'll be talking a lot about those things. But yeah, I had a thought here. The previous theme song was played, PARAVOX, which was sang at the PGRT live by Osworld. Osworld is a Japanese rapper.
Oh.
And what's really remarkable about him and admirable is that he's a PWD. Yeah, so seeing him at PGRT live performing is very inspiring, and also having a talk with him during the after party, he's really nice and approachable. So yeah, just my thoughts with that amazing background music, the theme song of
Yeah,
PARAVOX.
in our commercial spiel
Yeah.
happening earlier. So yeah, it's you've got a new community of Voxers just continuing to grow. It's really exciting as well, right? I mean, we're getting new orgs, we're getting new players here. Even we have Gaming Grid happening to be playing later as well.
Oh.
It's gonna be interesting. So here now, our next match, we've got Full Sense versus Blacklist Academy. And unfortunately for us, I think Full Sense are just destined to be the Filipino eliminators, right? But I mean, Blacklist Academy, they did get a bye here, so they didn't have to play. They are gonna be a little bit fresher than Full Sense, but again, these guys are the PGRT champions.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I keep on laughing because the thought came to my mind: the Filipino, eliminator. What could be a better name for Full Sense? Filipino. What could be a good?
Oh man,
a good name for that. I'll think about that. But now we have Launch Complex and Space Map once again is going to be banned, forcing our players to play Waterfront, Quantum Junction, and Neo City. And Waterfront will, with all of this trailer trucks and the warehouses, what kind of brands would work in this kind of situation or map?
I mean, we talked about this earlier as well, right? Waterfront has a very specific change in how the strike points are set up.
Yeah.
This time, the strike points have ceilings.
True.
So you cannot take shots from above.
True.
Which is the usual style of how Full Sense plays. Right? You have Brook on the Scotchy, usually up in a higher part of the map, shooting down at you. But because of the express design of how Waterfront is created, you can't get those off angles. It's gone.
Yeah, there's a good cover when it comes to warehouses, so that's going to be a good idea. Will Brook still stick with his Scotchy, but Shiburger proven us wrong that
Yep.
Scotchy can still be played in Waterfronts. I think that's also a good idea to think about going towards our game number 3. Full Sense, the Filipino Destroyer. Will they be able to eliminate and force Blacklist to be joining the rest of the Filipino teams at
Can
the
you
lower
imagine?
bracket? Or will Blacklist be able to answer back to the Filipino Destroyer? Full Sense is, will they be able to avenge Kadiliman Esports? Let's find out later on as we will be proceeding with the brand selection. I'm thinking of using Juno.
I think the Juno would be
Kelsey?
great. I would not be surprised if we still see Brook on the Juno here. Remember
Yeah,
when
he
he
played
went to
that.
Quantum Junction earlier, and we had our doubts about whether or not he could use the Scotchy. He, as opposed to say Shiburger on the other side, who's still stuck with what he knows.
Yeah.
There's a little bit more adaptation that has been shown by Full Sense here. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's gonna be that same Juno picked up by Brook here. Knowing that again, it just doesn't give you the opportunities to play the Scotchy here in Waterfront compared to all the other places.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, like what you mentioned, it's going to be a mirror match, and it's gonna boil down to who plays it best. This kind of lineup, Kelsey, Beat Dot, and Juno, it's a matter of execution. Who will be the better team? Will it be Full Sense, or will Blacklist Academy be able to pull off the same kind of brand selection mirror match. We've been seeing teams playing up against another team with the same lineup of brands, and now. You mentioned that Brook, he keeps on playing Juno in this particular map. He switches from Sketchy to Juno, and he perfectly utilizes well in Waterfront, and that's something to look out for. On the other hand, talking about chemistry, Yanagi, Boogie, and Shintaro, they've been playing together for quite a while now.
Yeah.
They might, for me, personally, they might stand a chance, I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I think when we saw Yanagi, Boogie, and the company, right, play last time in PGRT, they look pretty good. And you know, that adds to the fact that they've been playing together for before the lifespan of PARAVOX even began, right? They came from a different title. They have moved here and joined us in the Vox Zone as players this time around with Blacklist Academy. They were formerly SR Nakage as well when we were playing back in PGRT. But now, starting it off here, first map in the series already, Jupiter down at the hands of Shintaro. That's an early kill from Blacklist.
But Obito will be avenging as he will be killing Shintaro. Brook has been shut down now. 0-6 Blacklist Academy taking a lot of points here. Boogie looking for a target. And there you go. Oh! That will be killed here by Jupiter. Shintaro with a Juno against Brook here with a Juno as well. Brook is playing a different kind of game here. He's not playing on the rage type, but he is actually inside and outside and up and down in all angles of this warehouse.
Yeah, we talked about this before. Again, the way that warehouses are built here into our Vox zones means that it's a lot harder to take control. But now, Full Sense, having caught up to Blacklist Academy here and getting a couple of kills in the process as well, they are playing a lot closer than one would have expected. Again, we talked about how Blacklist Academy, they have a pretty good chance of taking down Full Sense here. And now Shintaro taking down 2 as well. Boogie traded out this time, but Blacklist squarely in the lead right now with only 3 points ahead.
Very, very close at par with one another, neck and neck right now. We can see that Blacklist Academy trying to, you know, have a huge lead here, but still having a hard time to actually do that, as Brook, Obito, and Jupiter are really good when it comes to maneuvering themselves in the kinds of map that this Waterfront is. And there you go, Yanagi's gonna go down to get rid of Boogie, but Brook will be taken down. I think that's a nice trade-off, knowing that it's Brook, so that is a nice trade-off indeed. Shintaro really low, but Obito will be killing Shintaro.
Yeah, now it's still Blacklist Academy in the lead right now, but it's gonna be a full shutdown coming from Full Sense here. So this should give them a good cushion of points to prevent Blacklist Academy from really catching up here. We talked about what was it, weakness last time around, where AP Bren was not able to get a single shutdown along the way. So we'll see if Blacklist Academy can fight back in kind and see if they can actually take things back. This time around, there's going to be a lot of control now taken over onto Vox Zone A here, but Brook still takes down Yanagi. They did get a couple of points to try and close out that lead, with Full Sense still squarely in control. Again, Brook unchallenged, unattacked in the middle of our Vox Zone.
Yeah, this is a really different gameplay coming from Brook. Being here at the middle with the Juno, just guarding all of the angles, and he is doing it so flawlessly together with Jupiter, catching up all the other players from Blacklist Academy. Brook here with the Juno, really low, but still looking for targets and touchdown with the HP point there.
But Jupiter finally falls in the hands of Yanagi here. Couple of kills coming in from both teams. Now Obito
invisible.
Up close and personal. Not going to be expected in the angle. Couple of kills now coming in from him as well. It's only going to be Boogie squarely in the middle of the site here, trying to stay alive.
But they need to
has to get away.
Transfer.
Reposition now, moving over to strike point B here. And again, Full Sense very much in the lead. Boogie takes down Jupiter nice and clean. Shooting him out of the sky here. Now Obito answering back.
It's not a plane, it's Boogie!
Oh.
But Brook will be taking down Yanagi and Boogie there. And 55-26, Blacklist Academy, they got stuck with 20 points here. They need to take down Brook. Honestly, they need to take down Brook, because Brook really very impactful when it comes to the game. Together with Jupiter's spectral wall there, Shintaro will be killed by Brook here. And even, I mean, he's aggressive now. This is different from the Vox Zone A. This is a very aggressive Brook.
Yeah, this is a strange thing to me. I think there was a little bit of a throw from Blacklist Academy, right? You had the Spectrum Wall blocking Full Sense from getting inside of there. And I think it was Yanagi who was getting a little bit too spicy. Went out towards the side. He got killed. And then Obito was given the opportunity to take down a second kill as well. when they had control of the strike point. So sometimes you need to be able to decide when to be aggressive, when to just sit down.
Proper timing, proper discipline, when to attack, when to disengage, when to engage, and Brook knows when to do that and when to get the HPs as well. Perfect maneuver, perfect timing. Opto with a ghost track, looking for someone to get that brave strike. Not gonna connect with any other 82 to 29 here. But Brook killing Yanagi. He's not yet enough. He's looking for another Vlad to kill there while taking the Vox zone. Look at how he knows his objectives.
And the second kill coming in from as well.
Shintaro.
It's going to be only Boogie now alive as Full Sense are counting down the seconds to get this first map onto the board. And Boogie falls. It's going to be Yanagi desperately staying alive. Inside, it's going to be a full shutdown for Full Sense. And I think that's it. Map number 1 for the PGRT champions. Not a single map dropped so far.
That is indeed just game number 1 for the series. Full sense, full control, and full win for game number 1 of our series. But don't you worry, dear Blacklist Academy supporters. This is just game number 1 of the best of 3 series. Blacklist Academy still has a chance to tie up our series. You know, just when I thought that Blacklist started off really hot and aggressive and really strong, they got, you know, they went ahead and killed the, 2 or 1 from Full Sense. They got stuck at such a point. I don't know what happened. I mean, Brook played differently in this match, and he became really aggressive from actually just being, you know, passive, taking the Vox point area points. He became really aggressive then.
Yeah, and I think there's also this weird, we called this out earlier, where they got really spicy, Blacklist Academy. And as soon as that happened, when the tides turned, right, when there was a small misplay from them, they could not get back into it. They not a single point, I think, after they got maybe 25 at that point.
At 20, actually. That was the longest, you know, they got stuck with that. But we will be giving you guys the post-match, how many damage or hits or kills and assists these players earned during this match. Look at Opito with 10-3, Jupiter with 5-5, and Brook still undeniably really strong here with 12-2, 1,409 damage with 24.34% of hit rate. On the other hand, Blacklist Academy got stuck with 30 there. Shintaro with 4-8, Boogie with 3-8, and Yanagi with 3-11. I think what's really important here is to look out for Brook and Opito to shut them, because they are the main damage dealers, and they are the ones actually doing the PK outside of the box zone.
Yep, and again, it's a change in game style here. Last time Blacklist Academy got to play against Full Sense, it was a very different Full Sense, right? And we haven't even gotten the chance to see them here on Waterfront as well.
Never.
So, excluding, of course, what we saw in the first series that Full Sense played in, Blacklist Academy will not have been able to find enough time to really kind of solve this problem, this new puzzle that is the new Full Sense.
True, renewed, renewed, especially with Brook. He's playing at a different level. He's really, I mean, the focus is there. The discipline is there. He could have, you know, he could have just chased Yanagi or Boogie, but he stopped. He went into the middle of the Vox Zone B. He captured and just throwing in some shots for afar there with the Juno. I mean, that's the kind of discipline that you wanna bring with you to going towards in a tournament like this. You know when to disengage, you know when to engage, you know when to be super spicy, and you know when not to be spicy. Those are my takeaways. Yeah,
it's true as well, right? Because, again, we're going back to PARAVOX fundamentally is a game that needs high-speed players, high-speed decision-making. Yeah, you need to be able to know when to do things at a split second's notice. Knowing that, again, being able to adapt to how your opponent plays, to know how their game plan works. Right? If you're able to prevent that game plan from actually coming into fruition, then it becomes pretty easy. As you can see, we got 10 and 130 in this score line. So there's a very apparent change here. And I think you'll see more of that in the highlights when you go to it. Of course, knowing when to position himself, kind of like a super turret, right? Just sits there and waits for somebody to come into his range, then shoots them down with the Juno.
Yeah, exactly. Look at that. He's gonna easy take down against Boogie. On the other hand, Opito's also there. But yeah, Brook and Opito really flawlessly did their job when it comes to killing the opponents. On the other hand, Jupiter perfectly managing or utilizing the Kelsey walls and even the photon blast, and also taking down or eliminating 5 from the Blacklist Academy. I want to think what could be. I mean, this is a highlight. Opito with the ghost track there together with the rave strike, but answered back, Boogie was able to kill him. So I think that's also another good highlight. I mean, look at how Opito plays. Always using the ghost track, and when he pull-offs that combination, there's always be someone.
This is the one. That's
always
the
gonna go
mistake they made.
down.
Shintaro moved
Oh yeah.
out of the Spectre wall.
He could have
He
stayed.
could have just stayed inside, right? They just played defensive inside of the strike zone. But the problem was he moved forward, he got killed, and that opened the
I think
opportunity
he felt
for.
confident.
Yeah, maybe. And that's a thing. It's a thing that happens time and time again. I think
True,
Blacklist
true.
Academy, they're such a young roster. Yes, they
Uh-huh.
have been playing together for a while, even in a different game title. But in PARAVOX, right? Yes, it's fast. Yes, you need to be aggressive, but you know, you should know when to switch it on and off. Yeah.
I mean, you need to play on how Opito and Brook and Jupiter plays. They're on a different level. I mean, we've talked to them. What I realized and learned from this Voxers is that they know how to adapt in certain situations, and they can actually pull it off. And they are really calm when it comes to shot calls. Opito is the one shot calling actually, majority of the times. Opito is the one to shot call. But when there are crucial times, Brook and Jupiter also shot calls for the team. They're very disciplined. They're very calm. I think that's one takeaway from this team that we can also employ in our teams for if you want to
If you guys
play.
are aspiring, yeah.
Yeah, competitively in this kind of tournaments. Yeah, you need to be. Yeah, you mentioned one misplay could really lead a lot. Could really cause a lot for your team. Look at what happened. They were shut down, and they perfectly had the wall.
Everything was set up for them.
Set
I mean, all
up.
they needed to do was
You can
stay
gain
there, and they got
points.
too spicy.
True.
And unfortunately, it turned into a disaster for them.
So
And
this-
when we talk about PARAVOX as a
Uh-huh.
pet, right? I mean, there are. We talked about the previous career of Blacklist Academy in a different genre of shooter game, and in those kinds of games, you do depend a lot on the IGL. But when it comes to PARAVOX, I think those teams that kind of have multiple callers, being able to have vocal teammates there is an advantage that is necessary here, because everything happens so much at the same time.
True. And talking about everything happens so much at the same time, we will be showing you guys same brand picks, but a different map. For now, it's going to be Quantum Junction. You've been seeing a lot of Quantum Junction action right now.
Yeah, so
it's
much.
always full of action, fights, clashes here and there. On the other hand, there are also a lot of things inside Quantum Junction that makes it really hard for you to actually hit your opponents, because there's a lot of cover for your opponents to actually take cover to. So those are things to think about going towards our game number 2. But what's really important here is that going into game number 2 with same kind of brands only goes to show whose team has a perfect execution of their strategy. So let's find out that in our game number 2 between the Filipino Destroyers, Full Sense, or Blacklist Academy. Brook here with the Juno trying to blast off this wall. Will he be able to do so? Critically low there with 16 HP. Let's switch to Opito. Bluegi, that's gonna be an off-cam kill. But Yanagi's gonna go down as well. But Brook will be taken down in the process. So that's always like a trade-off. There's always a trade-off.
Yeah, that's a good thing coming in for Blacklist Academy, but the
True.
problem is that they have not been able to really
Yes.
create that kind of advantage on a macro level. Right here, even with the
Yes.
Photon Blast being brought out as well, Obito just needs to chase it around. And even with the Spectrum Walls, even with the other utilities being used out for Blacklist Academy, things have not really been going into their
No.
favor. But this time, Yanagi does take down 2. Now, a couple of kills going in for them, but again, the points are still in favor of Full
Yes.
Sense. There is one specific difference here when we talk about Quantum Junction is the way that our health points are positioned. It's really obvious. They're really easy to see,
True.
especially if
Open
you're on the strike
areas.
play. It's very nice and open. And here Shintaro takes down 2 as well. Now might be an advantage coming from Blacklist Academy. You do have the
Ooh.
lead this time, 12 and counting.
I mean, if
And
you
this is
can,
going to be a good sign.
yeah, good sign. If you can take down Brook, then that's a perfect timing for you to actually get the points there. 5-14. Someone's gonna blow out. It's gonna be Boogie and Jupiter Yanagi taking in all the points from the box area here. Shintaro with the Juno looking for a target there. Going up against
Shintaro.
Obito. Will be able to kill Obito,
Oh!
but Yanagi is gonna go down, and finally Obito is a gunner here. But they are missing the objective to actually get points in our Vox zone. So even though they're taking down Brook, or even though they're taking out Obito, they cannot seem to get more Vox points. So that's not working right now.
Yeah, it's been pretty easily matched for both teams now. But here, Shintaro does take down Jupiter. A little more advantages coming in for them as they are finally going to be getting that lead, actually extending it a little bit this time. And I like this. I think Full Sense, they might have lost control here, knowing that Blacklist Academy, they have been very used to the Yanagi, the Brook Scotchy playstyle.
Yeah, and since Brook is playing Juno here, probably could be a factor. But what I observe is that they tend to take down Brook really a lot. If not Brook, then Obito, and then they will take the Vox zone just like that. Obito, he needs to go back into the game. Rave Strike will connect, but it's gonna go down as well. Boogie and Obito will be gone here.
Ooh,
And they're
what is
currently
that?
stacked. Oh, it's gonna be Jupiter killing Yanagi. That's what happened there. And Jupiter with Kelsey, he's stepping up. Because we're witnessing how Obito and Brook is being shut down. Kill after kill after kill. And I think that's what Jupiter is doing right now. He's dealing damage.
Yeah, but the problem is, yes, they are dealing damage, but they can't get the points right now. I think Blacklist Academy, they might have found a way to actually get that lead, to actually kind of parse through the way the playstyle of Full Sense. This time around, of course, we were going to be moving on to strike point B. Full Sense finally have control again, but the problem is, right, yes, they might have control for now, but they're not able to close out this distance. But this time, Yanagi's going to be falling at the hands of Obito Shintaro here for the trade out. And Brook jumping in, arms up in the open now as Blacklist Academy kind of lost control here. Reload out in the open. Brook, I don't know how, I don't know why, but he's still alive, but he's going to be taken down eventually. Yanagi cleans him up, and again, Blacklist Academy taking control of strike points. 40 points now here for them as they are looking to extend this series.
Can this be the tie that we're waiting for? Let's find out. As for Full Sense, they need to regroup. Oh no, Obito killed once again. Shintaro here. Yanagi with the Kelsey. We're seeing perfectly placed walls then, and now he's not doing what he's doing a while ago, like going outside of the wall, which is really good. He is now being disciplined. Shintaro looking for someone, but he will be stunned with the rage right there. But Obito and Shintaro 1v1 situation here. Shintaro really low on health there. Will he be able to survive? I don't think so. Will he be able to survive the menace that Obito is? Finally healed, and Obito really left him alone.
Yeah, 40 HP now coming in free for Blacklist Academy, but the problem is Full Sense in the middle of that chase down. They finally have the lead again. 46-45, nice and close for them, and Yanagi falls as well. Brook again in control of the situation. The tracking insane for this player, but he is going to be surrounded. Down to 7 HP here as they're trying to chase him down. It's going to be only Shintaro alive here, and he falls. He finds Brook eventually, but Full Sense is still squarely in the lead.
Exactly. So the chase down a while ago is just a diversion. He actually just baited Blacklist Academy to chase him so that Jupiter will be able to get points. And now they're leading 65-45 here. Jupiter with the Kelsey gun. But Brook will be shot down once again, throwing some shots.
Shintaro.
But Shintaro's gonna go down there. And now Jupiter is stepping up a bit. He needs to step up a notch. They need to go inside of the box zone. Photon Blast will be used here, but will be answered back as well. But now, they're just having a hard time to go inside the box zone.
Yeah. Blacklist Academy, they finally took control, and now they are not letting go at all.
Exactly.
Jupiter low on the HP now that the rest of his team has showed up, but Shintaro takes down Jupiter as well.
Ooh.
A trade coming in from Oputo here, playing in and out of our Spectrum wall. A fall coming in, Oputo gone, and now it's all going to be in the hands of Brook to try and
Boogie.
prevent Blacklist Academy from catching up. But
Yanagi.
they have control now inside of the Vox zone. 14 seconds left. Blacklist Academy closing out that distance,
Hey!
leveling it out now. 65, we are tied up, and with the last 7 seconds here, it's going to be a race against time. Get their way into strike point C while getting the kills along the way. Make things a little bit easier.
Boogie.
And now Brook will fall at the hands of Boogie. Shintaro gets Jupiter as well. And Blacklist Academy, they steal away the lead for the first time this series.
Will they be able to tie up the series? Let's find out here. Shintaro looking for target with the Juno. On the other hand, they are taking a lot of points there. 81 to 82.
Full
They're
sense.
taking a lot of points there. Full Sense need to have their full confidence to go back up against
Gotta catch
Blacklist.
it up.
They need to kill someone. They need to get points there.
Oh!
Yanag's gonna go down. Oputo is
Oh,
on
and
the
double
road
up.
as well. Will be killing Blugie. Will they able to get points? They are catching up. 71 to 87. Oputo needs to gatekeep the area. Oputo needs to target someone, eliminate someone from Blacklist Academy if they want to have a 2-0 sweep.
And again, now it's going to be all up to Shintaro here. Full Sense, they are catching up. Blacklist
Brook.
Academy having fallen like that. Oputo falls again. And here with
87
Brook and
to
Jupiter still very
87.
much alive. We are tied up again. Blacklist Academy closing it out. 10 points to go. Full Sense running out of time. We're running out of
94.
options. Jupiter finds Shintaro. It might be possible, but the Spectrum Ball's in the way. The play is perfect. And there it is. The prevention, the utility from Blacklist Academy getting the first map for the Filipinos today.
Perfectly placed wall just in time by Shintaro, and now I think Shintaro has learned himself a lesson there. Well executed utility coming from the Kelsey gun, and that is our game number 2 for the series, tying up Blacklist Academy, proving us that they can actually step up and they can learn from their misplays from a while ago. But one thing I should note with that is that they actually caught, they keep on chasing Oputo to the point that Jupiter was able to take a lot of points during that chase down.
And there was a lot of
Super.
misplays here, but I don't know if they did that on purpose, right? Because if you're actively chasing down one of the most
You're
important players
wasting
in the team, you're wasting the time, you're wasting that
resources.
space, the resources, the utilities that are going to be on cooldown afterwards,
True, true.
right? So there was the opportunity for Full Sense to catch up, but in the end, they did still get that win.
Wow, 87 to 100. Blacklist Academy tied up our series here. Shintaro with 16 kills, 6. That's there, and 1,454 damage. On the other hand, Boogie 3-9 and Yanagi with 7-8. I mean, it goes to show how strong Juno is, but you know, look at Brook. He died so much. Only goes to show that Blacklist Academy, they know their target.
Yeah.
They know who to shut down, and that's going to be Brook. So for Oputo and Jupiter, I think for the next match, if they want to proceed in our upper bracket, they need to protect Brook.
Yeah, Brook in particular, right? Because
Yeah.
we saw him getting shut down a lot here.
A lot.
And I think for the first time today, Brook is in the negatives here. It's 7 to 11, right? 7 takedowns for him, 11 deaths. So
It's new.
It's new. It's different. It's different. We've never seen this before. It's always been
Never.
the Brook show.
Never.
And with him being specifically targeted by, if I'm not mistaken, it was Boogie who was actively chasing him down. There was too much of a distraction for the rest of Full Sense. Because remember, a lot of the game style, the play style that Full Sense have, it really centers on Brook getting the kill. It
Yes.
centers on Brook being able to
If not,
stay alive as the raid boss in the
Oputo.
middle of the
Oh yeah, raid boss.
in the middle of our in the middle of the strike point.
True, true,
But
true.
because they were not able to get Brook set up for victory there, Blacklist Academy were just able to shut them down again and again and again.
True, no time for Brook to actually regroup or breathe. Even no breather for Brook. Because every time Brook responds, eyes are always set on him. He is an easy target. And Oputo, we've seen him. He's doing his best to actually, you know, bait Blacklist Academy
Yep.
to actually chasing him, and he's just gonna go ghost track. It's just gonna go invisible with the beat dot. So that is a plan, that is a strategy, and I believe that Blacklist Academy, they were able to read through
Yep.
Oputo's strategy.
You gotta
And,
love it.
I mean, they are like a book For Blacklist Academy, it was just an easy read. Though you mentioned that there's a lot of misplays, at least at the very last, Shintaro was able to place that Kelsey wall perfectly.
And we were seeing it, right? The split-second
Yes.
decision making. And
Yes.
we talked about that decision making in the moment.
Perfect.
It has to be nice and quick.
True.
And the way that they were able to use their utilities here, the Spectrum wall was really important for how Blacklist
Important.
Academy played. This one specifically, right?
Yes.
Jupiter has to actively expose one side of him as the rest of Blacklist Academy is flanking him in those situations.
True.
And it happened not just to him, but Obito was falling victim to that. Brooke was falling victim to that as well. And that's something that should be shown, right? Again, full sense, they are not gods. They can be made to bleed today, and I think Blacklist Academy, for the first time in a while, have shown that full sense can lose maps.
Exactly. They are not gods. They might be our PGRT Grand Champions, but they're not gods. There's always possibility for our other teams to actually win a map against them. And probably this could be, I mean, it's not a huge gap.
Yeah,
To be fair, to be fair to Full Sense.
Yeah, I think they got stuck at 87 towards the end, and things got really spicy as well, right? And because they were so distracting to Full Sense, right?
Super.
There was just no chance for them to think. And that last-minute play, that last-second play, they put the Spectrum wall up, made sure that they could not get the foot inside of the door.
I saw Brooke almost
This guy just
running.
closed the door in his face.
Almost.
That is something that we need to see more out of the teams here in PARAVOX. Because yes, you need to be purposeful in how you use the utility, because as soon as you use it, it goes into cooldown.
Yeah.
You take a while, and you need to be able to make the most out of that. Because here in PARAVOX, every second counts.
Exactly, proper utilization of the skills, proper cycling of skills. You don't just, use it every time it cools down. You don't do that here at PARAVOX, because every second counts, every skill counts, and you need to perfectly time that. Like you mentioned, perfect timing. And it paid off for Blacklist Academy, prolonging their stay in our tournament, forcing a game number 3. It's like a refresh right now. It's a do or die series. Whoever wins will be advancing in our tournament. Whoever loses will be joining Kadiliman Esports and AP Bren at the lower bracket. And you don't want to be that team. Now's the perfect time to actually support your teams. If you're supporting Obito, Jupiter, and Brooke, comment it in the comment section. If you're supporting Yanagi, Boogie, and Shintaro, comment it at the comment section. They need your support more than ever. And right now, talking about the full capacity of Blacklist Academy, they have potential. They might be able, who knows?
Yeah.
They might be able to actually win a map once again. But this is Neo City, and we know
It's the classic.
how Full Sense has been playing Neo City, especially. I think Brooke will be switching back again to Scotchy. I just think.
I would not be surprised. I think this entire series, we have not been giving any maps that are advantages to the Scotchy. Hence, are not seeing Brooke on the Scotchy here.
True.
But the way that Neo City is built, again, the verticality here, the
Could be.
number of different angles that surround each Vox zone, right? Each strike point is just... It's so good for a Scotchy player, because when, say for example, we go back to Waterfront, right? It's a problem. You can't play Scotchy there. You can't play the same in Quantum Junction as well, because there's no verticality in those maps.
Yes.
But when it comes to Neo City, the way that it's designed, the very, very original map here in PARAVOX, there's so many ways that you can play. From afar, from above, it doesn't matter where you show up.
Yeah, that is true. So that's one thing to consider going to our game number 3, forcing the game 3 for the series. On the other hand, we also know, Yanagi, Shintaro, and Boogie, they can also use Nova technology. They are good when it comes to Nova technology, but I think they're gonna stick with Juno just because Juno's really good when it comes to, another mirror lineup. Let me take that back when it comes to Juno. Scotchy is the brand to switch with a Juno here. So we still have the beat dot, we still have the Kelsey, and now we have the healing pod, we have the sniper gun.
Yeah. I'm not surprised here. Again,
we're not surprised.
We literally just said it, so we might be getting some Raven Simone superpowers here today. Being able to tell what's going to be happening later. But anyway, with that being said, I think Shintaro on the Scotchy here is going to be hard pressed. Remember, Brooke, yes, he's powerful on the Juno, but his OG gun, his old reliable, is the Scotchy. So Shintaro is going to be the #1 target here. He needs to be going blow for blow up against Brooke. Otherwise, it's going to be an easy last map for Full Sense.
I mean, I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more because just because we know how well Brook utilizes Scatchy. That's his gun. It's made for him. Just kidding. Just kidding, guys. I mean, Shintaro might just be, the answer that we're looking for in this kind of situation, simply because, we've known how strong Full Sense is. On the other hand, Blacklist Academy going straight to our tournament right now, they might be the answer to our questions. Who will be advancing in our tournament for today? Will it be Blacklist Academy or will it be Full Sense? Let's find out. The pressure is on as we head on to game number 3 of the series.
The first 3-map banger of this broadcast here.
Yeah.
And now again, Brook positioned long range. They get some damage done here over onto Blacklist Academy. Of course, Vox Zone A under heavy fire from all angles. So neither of the teams now getting any points just yet. Full Sense finally taking control. And the Spectrum Wall comes in at the perfect opportunity for them because
Boogie.
Jupiter has been able to eliminate them one by one. It's only going to be
Ooh.
Mr. Yanagi again. And Jupiter just going insane right now.
A different Jupiter will be killing Shintaro and Yanagi 12
A shutdown
to 0.
already.
That is indeed a shutdown early in our match here, but Brook with the Scotchy being guarded by Shintaro.
Yep, got him from all angles here. 17-0. Blacklist Academy, not a single point for them just yet. But here, they do find Boogie. They find Shintaro as
Oh.
well. And now it's going to be only Yanagi alive. And here, they might have gotten control for a few seconds. But here, Full Sense already attacking back in kind. Obito looking for the angles at which he can approach
Ooh.
unseen. But he will be falling at the hands of Boogie. Jupiter finding Yanagi here. But Full Sense still squarely in the lead.
I think this is a different strategy coming from Full Sense. They're baiting Brook and now giving the DPS to Jupiter. It's working. 19-7. Oh, make that 20 as Yanagi will be dying in the process. Shintaro needs to actually protect his teammates while also being
Look at
on the
Boogie.
hunt against a Brook here. Boogie. It's just so hard for them to actually get kills right now, but they were able to catch up 22-19. It's super close. Game number 3 is really strong and really interesting right now. Everyone's just trying their best. Heal pod will be used, going straight into the battle. Brook, 1v1 situation.
Woo!
Will it even work with the Scotchy? 2v1. No, he's just contesting the box
He's
area.
gonna get flushed out here of the Vox Zone right now, and Brook
Oh
trying
no.
desperately to make sure that they can't get too far ahead. Blacklist Academy squarely in control now. Shintaro finds Brook, and now it's gonna be Scotchy for Scotchy. Obito changing it up this time, not gonna be playing inside of the Vox Zone to change in play
True,
style
different
for
one.
Full Sense. Remember, we used to be seeing Obito always up front and center,
True.
taking the damage, dealing the damage as well to
Uh-huh.
the opposing team. But now they are forced to play it differently. Blacklist Academy, they lose Yanagi, but still they are in the lead.
Exactly, with 1 point, will Brook be able to kill one to actually tie up our match 30-30? This is really exciting as both of the teams are not giving up, always giving their best here. Brook into the middle of everything, contesting and even gaining points. He's now even helping, baiting someone to go after him. He will be killing Shintaro there. Jupiter is on a roll. He's down the DPS. No more utility for Jupiter, but Boogie will be finally killing Jupiter in the process there. 37-33. Full Sense is now leading in just quite 4 points.
So close right now, and they have to run for strike point B.
True. And I mean, strike point B is more of an open area, so
Oh,
perfectly
look
used
at
angle
Brook.
here. Brook's gonna kill Yanagi there. No more long range for their team.
Yeah, gotta feel it now. This time, Brook playing inside of the strike zone, waiting for.
Yeah, a different gameplay for Brook. He usually is outside of the strike. He's usually outside of the strike area, but right now, as you can see, he's even playing inside of the Vox point here, 51-40, really giving a lot of a huge lead here in our match, 54-40. This is a matter of 14 points. This is some, quite alarming for Blacklist. They need to kill. They need to have a shutdown. They need 1v1 there, but Boogie's gonna go down. Obito is on a roll. He's really strong and aggressive here, even taunting his opponents there.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. Brook being the front and center of attention. This time it's gonna be Obito, and a shutdown coming in from Full Sense as well. Blacklist Academy stuck at 40 right now as we are counting out the points here for Full Sense. Got Brook positioning himself for victory, getting chased down by multiple members of Blacklist Academy here with a heal point as well. You know where he is and trying to clean him up, but he's not able to
Oh,
get the
1v1.
shots connected here. Obito does find one, but Boogie on the other side. It's going to be a good trade coming in from them. This time, Blacklist Academy, they switch it up inside of the Vox point this time around. Now, 44 points, but again, it's going to be a struggle for power inside of our second strike point. Brook finds Yanagi, and still, they are not letting go of any kind of control.
No control for Full Sense there, even leading our game for this. Blacklist Academy, they need to regroup, they need to step up, they need to take down Jupiter. I think the main focal point here would be taking down Jupiter and all of his walls.
Oh,
I mean,
Blacklist Academy!
But Boogie is gonna go down. He might be able to kill Brook there and Jupiter.
Oh, the shutdown coming in from Blacklist Academy now, taking control, wresting it away from the PGRT champions here. There's still only 20 points for Full Sense here.
True.
So Blacklist Academy, they have to take this point by
Ooh,
point,
Brook.
second by second. Shintaro takes down Brook, and now looking for more chances. Boogie out in the open, looking for a way to get behind Full Sense, get him with a backstab as well, because Blacklist Academy, they are stacking up the
catching
points. Only 7 points to go, and it looks like they are equally matched right now. 5 points now. Full Sense back in full
Yanagi.
form. Yanagi getting chased down, but picks up the health.
Ooh.
40 points restored now, and they have to run the other direction. There's too much control here for Blacklist Academy, but Full Sense, they might be able to do it. Now Yanagi finds him here. Brook out in the open. The heal point taken away, the control gone from them as well, but no points coming from either team right now. It's a struggle for power, and only 7 seconds left here in our strike point. A couple of kills coming in from Full Sense as well,
Yagi!
but now it's gonna be a full shutdown.
Shutdown!
Full Sense looking like they might win this, but here Boogie has the chance. They are going to be rotating over towards strike point C. They already have it. 89 points now for them.
Ooh.
Spectrum Wall making sure that they can't take that control. But there's only 10 points to go. Waiting for it to happen. And now Blacklist Academy desperate to find a new chance to get that victory. Now chase down, all angles covered by Full Sense.
Full Sense is on a roll here. 92 to 72. Brook looking for a target there with Discussion joining in the battle. Will be able to do so.
Brook!
Oh, Shintaro will be taken down there by Brook. And one more. It's going to be Yanagi. Obito will be the one to kill him.
Boogie.
96 to 82.
He's
Brook
so
looking
low.
for more target.
And the
Boogie
shutdown again coming in from them. Full
That
Sense
is it.
taking control in the last few seconds of the map to bring themselves forward in our bracket.
What a spectacular gameplay coming from Full Sense for our game number 3. And of course, still kudos and good game well played to Blacklist Academy. They did their best, really, really entertaining. Just when we thought that they tied up, they even actually had
There was a
used up.
solid few seconds that I
Yes.
thought it was going to be over for them.
True.
But they did it. They
catch up?
turned things around. They caught up. And the way that Blacklist Academy played here, it's great. I think they have definitely taken a few steps forward. We talked about Bleed improving here rapidly. We talked about Blacklist Academy as well. And they're looking so good today. I would not be surprised if they're able to go through that lower bracket gauntlet.
Exactly, and now we're gonna show you guys the post status. 100 to 82, really, really close match here, really at par with one another. Full Sense and Blacklist Academy, but for now it will be Full Sense to be advancing in our tournament bracket. Unfortunately enough, Blacklist will be joining the rest of the Filipino teams, Kadiliman Esports and AP Bren at the lower bracket, which means Full Sense is still our Filipino destroyer. Let me no, I'm just kidding. Obito here with 8-6, Jupiter with 11-4, and Brooks 7-4. And that's what I'm talking about. They're really good when it comes to switching roles. I mean, Jupiter were once the one who gives them utility and control.
Yep.
But now, Jupiter was the one who keeps on killing. And Brook has been baiting them to catch him and then giving them towards Jupiter or Obito. So that's the gameplay with this match. And it actually worked. It baited Blacklist Academy to actually catch up and chase them, especially Brook. Chase Brook. And yeah, I mean, Jupiter is always there together with the Kelsey, blowing up to their faces. There's always a shutdown, not once, not twice. I mean, more than twice, I think. Shutdowns are a lot during that match. And yeah, that was an explosive gameplay. Honestly, for me, I'm really entertained.
Yeah,
Are you
yeah.
not entertained?
Are you not? I mean, yeah, again, this was definitely one of the closer series that we've had so far
Yeah.
today. I think Blacklist Academy, yeah, they might have lost, but they have brought us to the first 3-map series of the day. I'm not surprised if we would see more as we move forward in the bracket. But I think Blacklist Academy, compared to, say, what they did the last few maps, the last few times we saw them, even back in
Yes.
PGRT. This is a solid
Huge
step forward, a huge improvement
improvement.
coming in from them, and you can see that I think the communication has been developed
Yeah.
down to a science, right? They're able to make those decisions again, going back to the way that they played on Quantum Junction, denying that space that was needed,
Mm.
and you're just preventing them from stopping that win. Those are good signs. With that being said, of course, I think when we go to the highlights, we're going to be seeing quite a lot of those situations here.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it all, again, it comes down to the
Jupiter.
rise of the Kelsey in our
Yes.
meta, right? Jupiter was doing just doing absolutely God's work this last
True.
game. He was kind of having a quiet series. But
Yeah.
once he turned up, I think Blacklist Academy, they were definitely forced to bring out everything they had.
Yes, exactly. I mean, Jupiter really stepped up, switched his role from utility and control to the main damage dealer, giving himself a lot of kills and also still utilizing the full potential of a Kelsey brand. And aside from that, a huge help coming from Opito's raid strike definitely helped Brook and Jupiter to actually gain kills in the process. So, I mean, remarkably, Blacklist Academy did their best. They were able to catch up. They were able to at least even tie the scores and even lead. But I mean, Brook, Jupiter, and Opito, I think their communications is just on a different level.
Yep.
They're really flawless when it comes to their maneuver on how they execute a certain strategy. And right now, they even change and switch up their roles. So I think that's really remarkable about this team. They know when to step up, they know when to change their strategy, and they know when to change their roles as well.
Yeah, I want to talk about as well when we went towards Strike Point C, right?
Mhm.
I think Blacklist Academy, once they lost that control, they kind of had a really hard time of trying to wrestle it away
Ah, yes.
from a full sense as well. I mean, granted as well that Strike Point B was definitely not in their favor. I think they got shut down quite a few times
Mhm.
in that Strike Point, but once the shutdowns kept coming in again and again and again, Blacklist Academy, they could not find a way to really fight back. I think it became really problematic for them towards the end. Not to mention, of course, the fact that I think Jupiter is just, again, elevated to a different level.
Yeah, super, super different level. It's not the Jupiter that we've been seeing for quite a while now because it's always been
It's
him
always been
supporting.
Brook. Yeah.
I mean, Jupiter has been supporting Brook and Obito. He's been controlling the area. So it's a different Jupiter this time around. He's very aggressive and he's dealing a lot of damage and even killing a lot of the opponent. And I think that's a good thing to think about heading towards more games in our tournament.
Yeah.
But for now, we will be having a short break. When we return, we'll be giving you a lot of matches here at the PCI region qualifier. Don't go away, we'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Vox Zone, Voxers. It's me, Suave. I'm here with Nikki again. In case you guys have missed the action, we're now 3 matches deep into our double elimination bracket. Again, for those of you who don't know, this is the PCI Southeast Asia qualifiers. The top 2 seeds of our region are going to be battling it out in Tokyo against the other region representatives.
Yes, it's going to be the best of the best, and we'll be representing our region for the tournament or the grand finals at Tokyo. And the prize pool for this playoffs,
For just the
just
playoffs.
this playoffs.
You don't even need to get to Tokyo to get a piece of this prize pool. We have 20,000 USD. For those of you in the Philippines, that's like 1.2 million pesos.
Math is not mathing for me, but yeah, I believe you. Wow, a huge prize pool just for this playoffs. But now we're gonna show you guys the updated bracket of
Yes,
what
in case you
really
guys don't know.
happened now. Full Sense and Intro Boys on round number 3 at upper bracket. On the other hand, Alter Ego and Bleed Esports will be battling up against one another later on. Gaming Greed Esports, our qualifiers, open qualifiers champion, will be fighting against Take Me Please. So for the round number, I think it's going to be Bleed and Alter Ego. Now the question here is, will that be a 2-0 sweep? Let's find out later on. Now looking at the lower bracket, we have Kadiliman Esports. We already have AP Bren going up against Smoker, simply because Smoker is the first runner-up.
Yep.
During our open qualifiers. Blacklist Academy, unfortunately, is also at the lower bracket, and that's going to be really do or die series for everyone at the lower bracket. So now going back to Alter Ego and Bleed Esports, you don't want to be losing the matches for the maps. And talking about maps, later on we will be having our map selection.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting one. Right? We talked about Bleed earlier, who have had a drastic improvement compared to what they looked like back in PGRT. I would not be surprised if they can get all the way to our upper semis here. Well, we're going to be starting it off again. Waterfront again. Bleed are very. I don't think they're. I don't think they have any other specific maps that they really like, but this is the second time that Bleed are specifically picking out Waterfront.
Yes, and I'm quite excited to see finally Launch Complex being debuted in our tournament, because we haven't seen Launch Complex. It's always being banned. I would like to really, reason out why. I would like to think why Launch Complex or even Space Map is always being banned. Is it because there's a lot of area to move? Is it because there's a lot of angle for Scotchy to be
I think
used?
specifically for Space Map, right? When we go to Box Zone B, that's one of the spots on the map that, the Kelsey. Again, the meta of the Kelsey is there.
Yeah.
Right? And if you're able to close it off, then it's basically nice and easy for you, especially if you're going up against a team that's the caliber of Full Sense or the caliber of Bleed, right? If you're playing against the teams that know how to play in close range, then things get really scary, because again, the Juno is a gun that is so powerful when you're in close range that if you're in strike point B in space and there's a Kelsey and there's a Juno on the other team, then you would just walk into a blender every time you try and take control.
And whoever goes there and control that area at the Vox Zone B at the Space Map would be really at a huge advantage. Like you mentioned, you're just entering a den of lions probably. So metaphorically saying, but now we have Waterfront. We've been seeing a lot of Waterfronts. I think this is going to be the 4th game wherein we have Waterfront map,
yep.
yes, and Neo City for the decider match between these two teams. I would like to talk about Alter Ego. We've seen Alter Ego during the PGRT, and they're also at the rankings. So I think this is going to be an interesting match between Bleed Esports, who had really huge improvement.
Yeah.
Now, talking about Alter Ego, this is the time wherein we will be seeing if they've improved during the last match or last tournament that we've seen them.
Yeah, I think we're going to get to gauge how Alter Ego play, because remember, when we were back in PGRT, Alter Ego were definitely not the best out there. They were more of an upper middle of the pack team for them. And going up against the Bleed Esports, that is, they used to be at the same caliber.
Yeah.
Then I would not be surprised if Alter Ego are going to be able to catch up. But this time around, we're going to be looking at our same setup in both sides, actually.
Yeah.
So Shiburger's going to be staying on the Scotchy. We talked about the Scotchy, which we had our doubts about here in Waterfront. Let's see if Mev can equal the skill at which Shiburger is playing.
Yeah, I can remember Mev and Fiesel, but Netlove, I really cannot remember if they have a member Netlove. Do they have?
You know what? I'm
for
gonna have
sure-
to verify at some point
Yeah,
in
but
time.
for sure, I know that Fiesel and Mev, they've always been playing together. Mev with the Scotchy is
Yes.
just insane, especially in space map. He's always on the angles with the healing pod. So yeah, Mev, we've known how good he is, but now going up against the caliber of Shiburger,
Yeah.
especially on Waterfront where there's a lot of coverage, but still manages to get a kill, and that's a different story right now. Let's find out who is the better Scotchy holder. Will it be Mev or will it be Shiburger?
Yeah.
Let's find out later on.
I think this is going to be an interesting dynamic as well, right? We talked about how Mev, he likes playing specifically in the high spaces,
Yeah.
right? And that's why the heal point is so important for him. So if you're in Waterfront, again, we talked about how the strike points here in Waterfront are designed, that there's a ceiling on top of these. So that means that the heal point for Mev is going to be basically it's not going to be useful.
True, true. So probably if he can, switch up, since it has been so long since
Oh,
the
yeah.
last time we spectated him, could have been, improved, could have used a different strategy, not just using the heal pods. Probably, yeah, I think Mev won't be using a Scotchy if he's not that confident enough to be
True.
playing it at the Waterfront map. So those are the things in mind going towards our game number 4 for the series. Once again, best of 3. We've seen Bleed Esports, but yeah, we will be seeing a lot of Alter Ego as well. And I think this is the perfect time to actually invite our players to download and
Yep,
add it to
download the
wish
game
list.
and add it to your Steam wishlist if you want to watch it, if you want to play on Steam as well. But if you want to play right now and you can't wait, we are on the Epic Game Store for absolutely zero any currency. So it's free.
Yeah, so what are you waiting for? Download it now and add it to your wish list on Steam. And one more thing. So we're having a lot of tournament and rankings as well here at PARAVOX. So if you love tournament and rankings, now's your perfect time to call in your friends.
We have the
Join
weekly
in.
tournaments every week on Friday. And of course, at the end of every month, we have our monthly finals. In fact, the monthly finals for October have just concluded. And we actually got a little bit of a sneak peek
Yes.
at Kadiliman back then. In
Uh-huh.
fact, when they played for the first time on broadcast.
So, I think 600 USD price pool.
Yes, it is 600 USD for the monthlies.
Ka-ching, ka-ching.
For the monthlies, and then for the weeklies, it's 100 USD. So, it's
Not
it's
bad.
not bad.
Not
Not
bad.
bad at all.
Registration is free. One more thing. Registration is totally free. And aside from that, don't forget to follow all of our social media handles, PARAVOX, on all of the social media handles, YouTube, Facebook,
We're on
Instagram.
X. We
Yeah,
are on X. We're on Twitter. And of course,
Twitch.
we are on Twitch right
Yeah.
now. So we're live on quite a few platforms. Yeah, so if depending on where you are, if you haven't already followed us here, follow us. If you have not, move to a different stream, follow us there as well if you want to keep
True.
updated.
All right. And in just a bit, we'll be showing you guys the game number 1 of our match number 4 for the series best of 3 situation here between Bleed Esports and Alter Ego. It has been so long since we've watched Alter Ego. Have they improved? A lot of questions in mind. Will Mav be able to stand up against Shiburger's Scotchy, especially in this kind of area wherein there's a lot of covers, there's a lot of ceilings as
Oh,
well,
yeah.
and trailer trucks, and the HP location are placed in an area which is really secluded from the zone, or the Vox zone, meaning to say you really have to stretch out and particularly go there to be healed. So I think having a Scotchy also gives you a huge impact when it comes to sustaining your teammates'
is true.
lives.
Yeah, I think, of course, it also comes down to the style of Scotchy player that you
Yeah.
have, right? There are a lot of Scotchy players that do like playing more on the defensive.
Yeah.
That includes,
Like
of course,
covering up.
Nev. Like covering for your teammates who are more in the thick of the battle.
Uh-huh.
And that's Mev, right? He's a defensive Scotchy player. He's a defensive sniper. But on
Uh-huh.
the other end of that, the other end of the spectrum, right? We talk about players like Shiburger. We talk about
Brook.
players like Brook, who, despite all odds of a sniper being a long-range gun, they choose to actively deal the damage. They choose to actively play inside of the Vox zone
Yeah.
to deal that damage, to get the kills, despite being up close and personal with your opponents.
True. In and out. We've seen Brook do that and Sir Berger as well. So Mev, let's find out if Mev was able to at least change on how he plays a Scotchy. Now this is really interesting because both of the teams, they have the same line of brands, meaning to say could be a different way of executing things. Like you mentioned, it could be a defensive Scotchy, it could be an aggressive Scotchy. Same with the Kelsey and the Beaton. Now what I really miss is the Bonrat.
Now, Bonrat we have
you
not
meant-
seen in a while, but
yeah.
yeah, I think the Bonrat just naturally moved away from the meta
Mhm.
because we've
Juno.
shifted more towards the up close and personal, just
True.
straight up fist fight gameplay ever since the Juno has been added in.
Yeah.
Because remember what happened before the Juno was available, the Bonrat was doing that AoE damage, right?
Yeah,
The grenades,
Hellfire.
hellfire dropping down from the sky. But because the Juno is now here, there's a more direct way to do the damage. Because whether you like it or not, yeah, Bonrat does the splash damage. It does a
True.
lot of damage. But it's so hard to hit those shots because of the way, just the nature of a grenade launcher.
True. And also it has countdown, so it's really easy to evade now. The nature of Hellfire, everyone knows how to play against a Hellfire. So I think, I mean a Bonrat, so I think also that's another downside. But yeah, we're talking about a lot of brands here and a lot of things, but of course, we're still here at the PIC regional qualifiers. So we will be heading on a quick break. When we return, we'll be giving you game number 4. So don't go anywhere else. We'll be right back.
supernova. Delano G, that got my crew all killer. Shooting for the stars. I'm a lano tagay. Till the take on a kama. Dragon Knights on the way. Getting on die, job. We did have to die, show. But I'm not denying when I do go to more. Tell that guy what I show you what
We are so back, Voxers. It's me, Suave. I'm here with Nikki. We had a little bit of stuff that we had to sort out in the background, but we are back. We're finally going to have our fourth match happening. So this is going to be between Bleed Esports and Alter Ego. So for those of you who don't know, Bleed Esports already went through one best of 3 today. Alter Ego, coming off of a bye, are going to be nice and fresh. So there might be some sort of advantage here.
There are pros, there are cons. Pros is that, yeah, they're fresh. Cons is that
They might not be warmed up.
yeah, they haven't really gotten used to the things here at PCI, but rest assured that they are here. They're gonna fight out their hearts. And yes, the best team will advance in our tournament for the afternoon. On the other hand, who's gonna lose in these two teams? Between the two teams, they will be going, unfortunately, to our lower bracket. And now I'm gonna show you guys the brand pick of these two teams. Once again, a difference with the Scotchy and Juno. Mev will now be switching from Scotchy to Juno. On the other hand, Shiberger will still be sticking with his signature pick, which is going to be the Scotchy.
That's an interesting one. We already talked about earlier that, again, Mev is more of a defensive sniper. So I did have my doubts about how Mev would have to be playing here on Waterfront with the Scotchy. So with Mev playing on the Juno this time, I think this is a much more stable combination of brands for Alter Ego. I think that the Shiberger is kind of I wouldn't say one of a kind because Brook exists.
Oh yes,
right?
of course.
But there's just this change in play style between these two teams. With that being said, of course, Voxers, put on your masks. We're gonna go into the Vox Zone. Game number 1 is gonna be underway.
For the match number 4 here in the season. In the series, Fizzle here, we're currently watching the Kelsey being deployed the wall there. Photon Blast will be used as well. Ace will be going down 0-5 in favor of Alter Ego. That isn't actually an early matchup for this two. Olivier looking for an HP, critically low, will be denied. And he's gonna go down. But even so, Alter Ego is actually leading.
Yeah, and of course we got it now with the Juno in the hands of Mr. Mev himself. A couple of kills coming from Netlove as well. Alter Ego bringing a first shutdown of the game, further extending the lead. And again, we talked about last time, Alter Ego were more of a solid middle of the pack team, but it looks like they are doing great things today.
Exactly.
25 already up against Bleed Esports here as they continue to move forward. I'm liking what Netlove is doing here. We talked about how the Juno in the hands of Mev is going to be a great tool, but the way that the map is built here in Waterfront, it does call for a very violent, a very aggressive Netlove here. Mev takes down 2 as well, a full shutdown again for Alter Ego, and they're going absolutely insane here.
Insane indeed, as Mev is actually killing kills after kills after kills, while Fizzle is holding in good control to our Vox Zone area here, and even extending and even trying to kill someone there, but it's still going to be Netlove killing Eyes and Shiberger for the trade-off against Mev. Finally, no more Mev here for now, just for now, because Mev really contributing a huge impact and factor in our match.
And we talked about how you're going to have to change the game plan here, Mev being more on the aggressive side. This guy, last time we saw him, he was a very defensive player. His role has been now changed into being the main point of damage, the main point of contact here for Alter Ego. And it's looking great, because right now it's 4-56. Bleed Esports, who are looking very powerful, who are looking like they could be the hopefuls to go up against Full since later in our bracket, are now having a really bad game up against Alter Ego, who just seem to be, continuing to struggle again and again. We haven't even changed strike points yet, and we've already gotten 2 shutdowns out of Alter Ego.
And that is Mev for you. Throwing in shots, connecting, and Mev is definitely a menace that he is going in, out, and about, even maneuvering himself out, but it will be blown up to his face as it will go down finally, but still won't be enough because look at the difference here, 11-67, and Fizzle is still guarding the Vox Zone area. Look at the perfectly placed wall by the Kelsey. Ace need to take down Fizzle, but Fizzle's really I mean, he's really good when it comes to...
but here we got it.
Controlling the area.
Shiberger bringing out a heal point, takes down Mev here, who has been the main point of contact here for Alter Ego. Now they're looking to change control. Now, 13-80. You have to switch over to strike point B. It's very close by, so Ice is going to be the first point of contact here. Has to get some health as well to stay alive a little bit. Burger's getting hunted down! And Mev shoots him out of the sky. Now it's going to be Olivier. Last man standing for his team as Alter Ego. They are closing into their ultimate goal. And now it's going to be a full wipe up, ladies and gentlemen. Alter Ego in dominant fashion will be taking map 1, but is it possible? There's still 5 seconds, 5 points to go for Alter Ego. Not a single point can be wasted, but they continue to fall. Bleed Esports, though, they made one last-ditch attempt, but unfortunately, it was not enough.
And that's just game number 1 of our match number 4 between Bleed Esports and Alter Ego. Just when you thought Bleed Esports can be, you know, at par with our PGRT champions, Full Sense, I mean, it has been like it's a different team who went up against Alter Ego. It was just a complete, I mean, utter shock for me, honestly.
Yep.
Personally speaking, it's not how Bleed Esports play. It's not how Shiburger plays in that kind of map and in that kind of brand lineup. Alter Ego was really strong when it comes to controlling the area. Fiesel is really good when it comes to positioning his Kelsey walls, Photon Blast, and also overextending and killing some as well. Not to mention Mev. Mev is a menace.
Yeah, I think we had our doubts about Mev. Remember, we talked about this earlier, pre-game, right? This guy is a defensive player. This guy is the back line. But for this specific game, this guy was all up in the face of Bleed Esports, not giving them a chance, right? This guy was all over the place. He was blinking up and down, not knowing where to look.
True.
And even with the usage of the Spectrum Wall from both sides, I think more often than not, we got both Spectrum Walls just kind of coinciding. And there were some really awkward angles that had to be covered there.
And with that, we will be giving you guys the post-match on what transcended in that game. This is a best of 3, don't worry. Even though Bleed Esports, you know, kind of lost this map, we still have more games to be played. They can still tie up the series, but for now, Alter Ego will be bagging 100 points. Look at how many kills Mev contributed together with Netlove. 7-2, 7-3, and Fizzle with 2-1. But look at the points contributed by Fizzle, 49, meaning to say he keeps on racking points inside of the box zone.
It's true. I mean, this guy took so much control, right? And the way that he was playing the Kelsey, making sure that no one could find that opening inside of the box zone. And, you know, doubling up with as well, we talked about Netlab, who was very up in the face of them. And it's the perfect kind of way to play the beat dot, right?
I mean, look at the hit rate.
Yeah, there's 86% hit rate with every shot he got, right? That's an 86% chance of hitting your opponent.
True.
And even with the beat dot, those are impressive numbers.
That's accurate. Very, very accurate and not potato aim like me. 86% means a lot when it comes to like your shooting and how many ammos are actually connecting. That is net love for you. A player that you need to look out for going towards our game number 2, Bleed Esports. They need to re-strategize. What went wrong? They need to find out their weakest link or what happened really in our game number 1 and actually transform that into a learning and adopt for game number 2 because they cannot afford to lose that one or else it's going to be a 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, and they might end up in the lower bracket. This is the first match we're seeing out of Alter Ego. Remember, we talked about how Bleed Esports, they are coming off of a win, a 2-0 sweep from earlier. And now, I think we had maybe a little bit of doubt for Alter Ego here, knowing that there was a change for Mev. He was not on his usual role.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the fact that these guys are fresh. They will have probably not had the opportunity to warm up here. But
it worked.
Again, we're wrong.
Yeah, it worked for them. It has been a huge advantage that they are fresh and going straight into battle. They're really eager. They're really gritting their teeth. They want to be there. Super aggro. Mev is super aggro indeed. And Netlove as well. Now, let's compare their performance today from their performance during the last PGRT. Definitely a huge improvement for Alter Ego.
Yeah, different change. I think for Alter Ego, they have really done a lot of development when in the couple of months that we had before that happened. I think we're gonna see it very much in the highlights here. I think we've seen quite a lot out of Mev. we had this guy. He had to change from a defensive role
Uh-huh.
to more of an active role, being the main point of contact
Yeah,
for Alter Ego. And he got so many takedowns in this map in particular, and Netlo was doing great things as well.
yes, he's like a pilot and maneuvering the team, dictating the pacing, where he wants the skirmishes to go. That's meant for you. He wants to, put here at the side or push back the opponent. Bleed Esports is always perfect in doing so. And he can also get through the heal pods by Shiburger. So that is also a good movement coming from Mev. We've been talking about Mev and Netlove, but of course, Fiesel. Let's not forget on how he places those kind of Kelsey walls. That's really spectacular.
Yeah, I think the Spectrum walls were really well placed out of Fiesel. This guy was not only providing cover for his teammates, but he was doing the job of the main point, right? The main goal
objective.
of getting the points, of racking up the
True.
objective points, while
48
everyone else was
points?
so focused on getting those kills.
Yes, of course. Every players here at PARAVOX, we do have different roles to play, and it does switch. Like what happened with Brook and Jupiter, they kind of switch roles. But right now, Fiesel is really flawless when it comes to prioritizing his role, contributing 48 points from 100. That's 48% out of 100, and that's really huge coming from a Kelsey player, a control utility player. So that is really remarkable for Fiesel. Now, I think what's really important here for Bleed Esports to actually target Fiesel, you wanna need target Fiesel in order for Mev and Netlove to protect him.
Yeah. I think that's something that also has to be talked about, right? When we saw the way that Bleed were playing, they were trying to target, I think they were specifically targeting Mev.
Mev.
But unfortunately, Mev was not the main man
He's
that they
not
needed to worry about. This guy's not,
inside.
he's not in the strike point. They were doing the damage, they were getting the kills onto
Yeah.
Mev. But sometimes you forget about the main objective.
Yes, you
get
need to
caught up.
contest.
Yeah, you need to be able to contest that
Yes.
space, to be able to contest the Vox zone,
Uh-huh.
make sure that you can get points.
Yes.
And if you forget about that main goal, then yeah, it doesn't matter how many kills you get because you're not getting any points at all.
That's why I said it's like it's a different team from the Bleed Esports that we've seen against Kadilim, no, AP Bren.
Yeah.
It's like a different team, honestly, because this is not how they play. They tend to stick with their objectives, even baiting the opponent from chasing them, moving the skirmishes outside of the Vox zone, and just letting their teammate to actually get points. And that's what's happening right now. Alter Ego is doing that exact strategy. Fiesel is being left inside of the Vox zone uncontested.
Yeah, and I think it's such a strange thing. I don't know what has happened.
don't-
There might be a breakdown in the comms, but because the bleed that we saw earlier, it's night and
Different.
day, right? They knew exactly what they needed to do. They went inside of the strike point, waited for the opportunity to get the points as many as possible, not really trying to hunt down your opponents. And I don't know what's happened. Is there some sort of personal vendetta they have against the Alter Ego players? I don't know, because it looks like they were more focused on trying to get the kills rather than getting the points.
True, than the objectives. But if there's a personal vendetta, who knows? That could be a good story to tell for our tournament for today. And once again, to all of our Voxers, to our viewers, don't forget to download PARAVOX now on Epic Games, and don't forget to
The
add.
wish list on Steam.
Yes, don't forget that. And also, if you're interested in participating weekly and monthly tournaments, we have it all here at PARAVOX. So all you have to do is, get your friends, tag them along, and register. Registration is free.
We have quite a few things going on as well,
A
right?
lot.
I mean, of course, on top of this, PCI, the actual main event, is going to be in Tokyo later this year. I'm probably going to be seeing you there.
I don't know. But hopefully we'll be, hopefully let's manifest. Hopefully
We
together with
manifest
just
that we're going to meet
together with just Suave.
Yeah, there's a lot of things happened recently, and of course we also have the monthly finals that continues to happen. With that being said, of course, I think we're going to be looking at the brand picks this time of Launch Complex, and this is an interesting one, right? Because of all places to see the Scotchy players, it is Launch Complex.
And
So Mev's going to be back on that Scotchy.
Yes, Mev on Scotchy with the heel pod, just looking for angles to snipe his opponent, his target. Let's find out, because usually Mev is providing cover for the teammates. Let's find out if Mev will be switching to a more aggressive role this time around. On the other hand, Shiburger, no doubt, he's really good when it comes to Scotchy. Will he be able to actually utilize it in a much more competitive manner here at Launch Complex? Let's find out later on. But anything else, it's a mirror match. It's a matter of skills and proper utilization of their strategy. Now, the question here is, will Bleed Esports be sweeping, or be coming back against Alter Ego for a 1-1 tie-up the series, or will Alter Ego be able to sweep this 2-0? Let's find out as we head in straight to game number 4. Game number 2 of the of the series. Let's begin.
Yeah, here we go. We'll see whether or not it's going to be continuing to be the same pattern this time around. Of course, now Shiburger back in his favorite spot. Hyatt being taken advantage of. Alter Ego with an early lead this time around, but Fiesel does get that kill over onto Ice, despite the fact that I don't know about this Kelsey wall, man. It's a little weird.
No one comes close, and there's just a really specific a spot wherein a player just can hide himself. That is a perfectly calculated Kelsey wall there by Fiesel Netlove outside of the capture zone or the Vox zone, but at least the scores right now are quite near with one another, and the scores are really slow, meaning to say everyone's contesting, everyone is denying.
Yep, now we got him here. Eyes out in the open. Shiburger does take down Fiesel, so Bleed is looking to fight back.
Yes.
Much better than earlier, but Alter Ego does still have control of our Vox zone. Now, exchanges of kills coming in from both sides. Olivier low on the health, forced out of the angle. Now, Alter Ego still taking that lead, looking to further it even more.
What's really interesting is we're seeing a lot of different kinds of positioning of your Kelsey wall, which is really interesting right now. 7-28, still Alter Ego. Might be 2 casualties from them, but they are leading, so it's just fine. Right now, Mev critically low, looking for a health, and then going back into the battle as well. Fiesel trying to contest what he owns, but it's gonna go, it's gonna die with the beat dot there by the Rave Strike. Ace wanting to go back into the middle, but now being targeted, and I think this is the perfect time for him to go back. In and out, but still Alter Ego is leading our match.
Yep. And again, still full control coming in from them. Mev takes down Eyes again. And Bleed is starting to really struggle here, even with the what supposedly should be a better map for Shiburger. He's just getting shut down again and again, and Mev still now in his comfort zone here with a heal point as well, trying to take those early fights. Now Mev takes down Olivier, but with Shiburger making an attempt, right? This guy is having real trouble, because if you see that he's actively trying to take that space, get up close and personal to the opponent, even to try and take down Mev from close range, but he's missing the shots.
Yeah, and there's that point wherein both of them are on a single heal pod, which is really funny because both of them are using Scotchy. Fiesel here with the Kelsey, looking for an angle there to go inside. Someone's here on a Ghost Track. It's gonna be Netlove with the Ghost Track. Will be able to have the Rave Strike. I don't think so. No targets for now. No stun. Will he be able to put in that stun? Finally, Olivier is gonna go down. That's gonna be Fiesel. So even though Fiesel is controlling the area, Fiesel's also dealing a lot of damage.
Yeah, and you can feel it right now. Alter Ego already at 73 points. We are looking towards the waning seconds of our first strike point now. You got a Kelsey walls being set up as well to make things a little bit harder to go towards the second strike point. But now, running out of time, neither of the teams have gone towards strike point. It's a little bit weird to see that we're not seeing that usual race against time. But with Alter Ego so far ahead, only 20 points to go. They're already here. Now Netlove taking control. He knows that he doesn't have to actively try and take these fights. Yeah, no rush because they're so far ahead. So the rest of Alter Ego are looking to regroup. Now Fiesel dealing the damage, just shy of getting that kill. Now the Kelsey wall again. Spectrum wall set up. Fiesel sitting in the corner as everyone else has to worry about the other members of Alter Ego.
Perfectly placed Kelsey wall there. No one else can go close, but Ice gonna go down. Fiesel here providing a lot of damage and a lot of control with his Kelsey God. Even going up and against, and look at that, 17-92. That is a shutdown there. Shiburger's gonna be goner. Just a couple of seconds here before we proclaim our game and number 4 winners. That's going to be Alter Ego with a 2-0 sweep once again in the series. Bleed Esports almost, kind of stepped up, kind of changed their strategy, but still won't
I
be
think it was the
enough.
same result, right? I think it was there's something a little bit weird here.
Off.
I don't know what has happened
Yeah.
to Bleed, but they do not look like the same team we saw
True,
earlier
that's
today in the
not
first
how they
series.
play.
So I don't know what's going on in the Bleed camp, but hey, that's a win for Alter Ego. Congratulations to you guys. They will be moving forward to our semis, if I'm not mistaken.
Mhm.
And of course, for Bleed, they're not going home yet.
Yes.
They do still have the lower bracket that they can continue to
Yes.
stay alive in, of course, as we move towards our grand final. It is going to be really hard, though, for the teams that are down there.
Of course,
one,
of course.
One series loss means you are out, and it's over.
Yes, and you don't want to be that person. You don't want to be that team. So still heads up to Bleed Esports fans. You still have a chance to prolong your stay, our journey here in our tournament. But for now, it's going to be Alter Ego together with Full Sense sitting pretty at the TPT top of our tournament, just waiting for more matches to be played for today. But we still have a lot of teams, actually. We haven't really seen Take Me Please. We haven't seen Gaming Grid Esports yet,
Yep.
which is a promising team, honestly.
Yeah, I think Gaming Grid looked really great last
Uh-huh.
week because they did so well in our open qualifier to even get to this point in time. And being the only open qualifier team still in the upper bracket
Yeah.
is it's a statement to make.
It's a
'Cause,
flex.
I mean, at this point, like we've already lost all the Filipino teams to the lower bracket, and that means that the Gaming Grid are looking real good. The way that they played yesterday, not yesterday, but last week, right?
Yes,
We saw
yes.
there was a couple of maps where they got 100, 0-100.
Yes.
They were just so competitive all throughout that period of time.
Uh-huh.
So I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to do well in the tournament. But so far, of course, this is going to be the result of our second map in the series. Not
Whew.
too much of a fight out of Bleed Esports. Olivier did not have a good time.
Uh-huh.
Scheberger did not have a good time. And Eyes definitely not a good time
Yeah,
as well. So
struggled.
I don't know what has happened. Like something's in the water back in the Bleed Esports bootcamp, man.
Yeah, whatever that is, we really don't have any idea. But for now, Alter Ego bagging in 100 points. And what I can say is that Fizzle, Netlove, and Mev, they are consistent. And consistency is key in this kind of tournament. Look at the hit rate once again. It's still 86.45%. And look at the points given or dealt, or I mean, given by Fizzle here, 49 capture point in the Vox zone. So meaning to say, they are very consistent, even Mev as well. I think this is the I think this is the previous one, but yeah, you know, consistency is key. The players are very consistent and they're showing us how to play PARAVOX in a consistent manner. So that is it for Alter Ego. They paved their way up to the semifinals.
Yeah, our upper semis, I think we now have some names up there
Yeah.
as we move forward. But a 2-0 sweep, I thought this was going to be a 3-map series, if I'm going to be
Honestly.
honest. But, you know, sometimes it just happens. You know, sometimes
Mhm.
there's something wrong. Someone took a little bit long of a break, or someone had
We can
got
never
a little
tell.
cold on the mouse, right? So I don't know what happened, but
Uh-huh. It happens.
it just happened. You know, so yeah, congratulations, Alter Ego. Bleed's gonna have to step up if they want to stay alive here in our tournament. Now that they're in the lower bracket.
Yeah, joining our Filipino teams at the lower bracket, sadly enough, they really need to step up. It's a do or die series. But for now, we will be showing you guys the highlights of that match. What happened? Who stepped up? Especially for me, I think it's going to be Fizzle's perfectly placed walls at the corners, at the sides. And it's always Mev who's covering up for them. And also, not to mention, that let's not forget about Netlove as well.
Yeah, would not be surprised actually if our main IGLs here would have been the players on the Kelsey. Because of the way that it works, right?
Yes.
You call in, okay, I'm gonna drop a wall here. Everyone else just follows up on whatever your command is.
I mean,
think
look at
again
that.
these walls out of Fizzle were so good.
Uh-huh.
And we were seeing how he was preventing Bleed Esports from getting the opportunities to get the kills, or even from taking away the opportunities from Bleed to even get any points, right? Not just as a defensive, but as an offensive tactic. They're using the Spectrum wall in so many different ways. And I love that out of Fizzle, because remember, when we first had the Kelsey introduced
Yes.
into our brands as well.
Mhm.
Like, there was a time where no one really understood how to use it, except specifically on Space Map.
And we're still figuring out how to position the wall. Should it be put in diagonal, horizontal, or vertical? But now we're seeing Fizzle play it in a manner that you can just put it on the corner, and no one, it blocks everyone.
Yeah.
It really blocks everyone, and Fizzle can just go in and out on the corners, on the sides, and just also engage in the battle. So he has options, which is really good to be playing at the Vox Zone B of the space map. So I think he utilized it well in such a manner. Also in Vox Zone A, wherein he just placed it in a proper space, wherein
It was so weird.
super small
He
space.
blocked off everything, could only be attacked from two different angles. And again, the creativity of the Kelsey users are showing up here. With that being said, though, of course, all three Egos going to be moving forward into our semifinals. It's me, Suave. I'm here with Nikki. We're going to go to a quick break. When we are back, we will continue with our bracket. See you guys after this short break. Voxers, we are so back again. It's me, Suave. I'm here with Nikki. Welcome to the PCI Southeast Asia Qualifier Playoffs. So, for those of you who don't know, we've already gone through quite a few matches today. Some teams already in the lower bracket, some teams already gone from the bracket. But we just recently witnessed another sweep here. A little bit of an upset, right? Because we saw Bleed earlier today.
Remarkable.
We thought that Bleed were going to be one of the teams that could take down Full
Could
Sense.
be.
But Alter Ego just happened. They showed up to with a great performance, a 2-0
Super.
sweep coming in from them. I think this was possibly one of the biggest surprises we had today. And and that's saying a lot.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, most of the times you want to shut down who gave a most impact in the match, and that's going to be the damage dealer. But this time around, it's going to be Fizzle. But hold the thought, we will be showing you guys the map pick of our teams for game number 5. It's going to be Gaming Greed and Take Me Please, but not me,
Ooh.
not us. That's the team name. We have here Launch Complex being banned together with Neo City enabling Waterfront, Space Map, and even Quantum Junction, which is kind of different right now since Waterfront is a bit of, it
It's
has
a
a
little
lot.
unorthodox, yeah.
Yes, it's a bit of, a bit claustrophobic. It has a lot of trailer trucks and warehouses. On the other hand, Space Map is a very open area. So this is super contradicting with one another. And finally, Quantum Junction is a map wherein it's very close, enclosed space.
Yeah.
So all of these maps are really different, and whoever picked this ban pick, meaning to say they play very unorthodoxly.
I think they have a specific agenda here and trying to set things
Ooh.
up, right? I think for Gaming Grid, remember, these guys are the first seed out of our open qualifiers last week.
Yes.
So we'll see if Gaming Grid continues with that same pattern of dominance. Because I think they didn't lose a single map last week.
No,
When they
never.
were playing the entire bracket
Until the
for
end.
our open bracket.
Mhm.
So here now going up against the franchise teams, up against the organized and signed teams here, I would not be surprised if Gaming Grid continue to give them a run for their money. Because Take Me Please, don't get me wrong, man, we just haven't seen them before.
Yeah, same with me. We haven't. I mean, I haven't seen Take Me Please personally just yet. This could be a really good opportunity to learn, to actually see how they play and what kind of brands do they use in a particular map, especially this kind of lineup of maps. And the maps being banned, especially Neo City,
That's so weird.
I mean, everyone wants to play at Neo City. That's why they place it on a crucial map, which is the Decider. It's always been at the Decider because everyone has played at Neo City. This is their comfort map, meaning to say that's why they place it on a Decider.
Yeah, I
Right?
mean, Neo City is what one would call the great equalizer for the teams, right?
Yes.
Doesn't matter what your playstyle is, someone will have played on Neo City at some,
some
point
point.
in their lives, right? Not just that, I think Neo City is definitely one of the maps that I think every team is just used to.
Yes, and
So it's a
Master.
little weird to me that
They banned
that
it.
somebody actively banned out Neo City. It's so strange to me.
Could be like what you mentioned, an agenda that we'll find out what kind of agenda is that. What kind of agenda does Gaming Greed Esports from our open qualifiers be bringing to the table for today? Their match against Take Me Please. On the other hand, what kind of surprise will Take Me Please be bringing to the table as well? I mean, this is going to be full of surprises, probably full of unorthodox gameplay and even brand picks.
Yeah, things got a little weird. Remember, we haven't seen Space Map at all today as well. We're going to be
Never.
seeing it the first time here in this series, so I don't know what's going on.
It's very open.
Yeah, it's so strange because these are, again, teams we've never seen before,
True.
other than Gaming Grid,
One
just a little
factor.
bit, right? Number two, we haven't seen Space Map at all the
Mhm.
entire time, so now we don't know even what the playstyle is for both these teams, and that is gonna be the strangest thing. We have not seen the Bond Rat in 3 months, my
And
friend.
Nova Technologies in the whole series, I mean, in our game.
Today, not
Could-
even last week.
A really small chance, but Bonrat never. We've seen people using Eclipse Smokes and the Hellfires, but yeah, Take Me Please still sticking with the classic meta
Yeah.
for the brands. Juno, Beat, Kelsey, all pushing for a close range. On the other hand, Gaming Grid team, this is really different. Unorthodox, like you mentioned. Yeah, so a lot of surprises going towards game number 5. I'm very excited to watch how the open qualifiers grand champions be bringing to the table, be bringing to Waterfront, especially this area. Waterfront, there are a lot of covers here. There
Yeah.
are a lot of spaces in between, but there are really narrow spaces. And to be playing a Bond Rat, will it even connect?
No, I don't even know. I'm thinking about the benefit of a Bond Rat here,
Yeah.
right? You have the smokes, you have the Hellfire. And the thing about the
What's the
Hellfire
use of
is
smoke?
when you have a strike point that has a roof,
Mm.
right? I don't think I've ever used the Bonrat.
Yeah, no.
Not on Waterfront, right?
Oh, yes.
Not on Waterfront. It's a little strange to me
True,
because
true.
your Hellfire is not going to be going in a side of the strike point, is because each of these strike points here has a roof. So it's going to be strange. But of course here, Vox Zone entered right now, and it's going to be a mad goose chase going towards strike point A. Already Gaming Grid taking control.
Mesh here, research with the Bonrat. Let's see the full capabilities here. Eclipse Smoke will be used. It's just on the side, throwing in some random shots. Not even gonna go close, not even gonna connect their 1-3. Take me please leading on just a 2-point here. My love here in the middle of the Vox point here.
How
Chowny maneuvering himself towards to our Vox point, but still having a hard time here. Gaming Grid is having a huge hard time to actually go near the Vox point.
Yeah, Chowie takes out Research here. It's going to be 3-7. Gaming Grid, again, they did take early control, but now
Yes.
Take Me Please a little bit more different.
Uh-huh.
Taking it back. This time, although, it's a little weird the way that they're playing right
Really,
here. There is
really.
no one player that's specifically inside of the strike point
No.
now. And the Eclipse Smoke has been used up. In Gaming Grid, they have control now. And I think Take Me Please might have
Yes.
forgotten that you're supposed to go for the strike point, not the kills.
Yeah, they well,
Oh!
another kills. William will be a gunner 8-10, even adding more lead here by Take Me Please. Chowny looking for a target here with a beat dot, will be able to connect. Mesh will be a gunner as well. So I think what Take Me Please is doing, prioritizing the kills while letting the Kelsey player here, my love,
Oh!
take in all the control at the
Oh, the
box
Photon
area.
Blast!
See how my love is actually dealing damage while controlling the Vox area as well.
Now a couple of kills coming in from both sides. Take Me Please taking the lead away from Gaming Grid, which was previously the other way around. Austin takes down William GG, and things get a little bit easier for Take Me Please. We are, of course, using quite a lot of time to even get some points on the board because they have been at a stalemate for the longest time here in Niki Niki.
Yeah.
And again, it's a back and forth right now between these two teams. Possibly the closest map we've had all throughout this entire day.
Yes, probably these two teams very full of surprises here with their unorthodox gameplay, with their unorthodox lineup of their brands here. But Research was able to actually take two in the process there. But will they be able to at least, I think this is the perfect time for them to actually close in the gap. But still, he's going to go down there. Austin will be taking vengeance against the Research.
Now Take Me Please again taking control of our strike point now inside. Chowie able to take down one. Here we got 21-32. Take Me Please still squarely in control. The Spectrum all being used up as well to prevent their opponents from getting more points, from getting any of the kills. But we are moving towards the waning seconds of strike point A, and it's still so close right now. Only a 5-point deficit for Gaming Grid, and Austin doing his best to try and get those kills. Mesh will fall. There's only 15
William
seconds
too.
or even less here remaining in strike point A. At some point, they're going to have to rotate away. Now, a couple of kills already. Mesh, last man alive for Gaming Grid. And it's going to be a wild goose chase already, moving towards strike point B.
Austin still looking for a target there, but 31-41, meaning to say Gaming Grid team was the first one
what is
to
that?
be in the middle of everything here at the Vox point B. But look at that, tactical echo will be used even though there is a smoke rendered there. 42-33, my love still trying to get more control, but Research here with the Bonrat not really connecting with all the Hellfires being used.
Now got him. Austin's down. Take Me Please have lost control now of strike point B, so Gaming Grid have the opportunity to catch up. It is 40-42 right now, but the
Those
respawns have
frags.
come in. Chowie taken down two for Gaming Grid. The only one man left standing, Mr. William, being overpowered by too many people on the other side. Austin takes him down. It's going to be a full shutdown coming in from Take Me Please. And now halfway to their ultimate goal for winning Waterfront here. And it looks like it might be working because Gaming Grid, they're stuck at 40 recently. And now with Research and Mesh, even with the Eclipse Smoke being brought out, even with the Hellfires, they're not able to connect too many bullets. And here, Take Me Please continue to count
2v1.
closer to 100 now. 2v1 inside of our strike point. Austin trying to hunt down the opposition inside. And actively, the movement might be a little bit too fast, but Take Me Please still continuing to stack up the points.
Still doing the objectives here by My Love, 63 to 40. They are leading the game right now. William GG, they need to still have a good control of the Vox zone area, or else they will be left behind. 44 to 63, but also it's gonna be a gunner as well. It's a perfect time for them to actually get more points, but still Mesh is having a hard time to go inside the Vox area as well. 45-63.
Spectrum wall.
Kelsey wall, Spectrum wall being utilized here by William GG, but they are stuck. And now My Love is a gunner as well, perfectly utilized. Ooh! Rave strike to your face. William GG will be killed by Austin here. There's a lot of things happening right now, and they're now bringing the match here inside of the Vox area V, and that's gonna be a shutdown.
Coming in from Take Me Please here now, looking to further this lead. 72 points and counting here as Gaming Grid are starting to struggle. They are losing the game of endurance, and again the Spectrum wall being brought out to make sure that they can't take that land. Austin trying to stay inside of the center, trying to stay on our strike point just to make sure that they can't get any further. But of course, now Gaming Grid back with a vengeance. Full roster ahead, and Austin so low on the health, being shot at from all sides, gets one kill, and one will fall as the other gets that one. Now, 52-76. Take Me Please has been stuck on 70 for the longest time here, but it is an equal fight right now. Gaming Grid have also been here. Both teams, neither of them giving their opponent the opportunity to even get any points at all.
Any points, any HP sustained as well, being guarded here. Chowi critically low together with Austin as well, but still having a perfect timing to get HP points as well. We are seeing the walls by the Kelsey. They're perfectly placed as well, and they are now taking the battle outside of the Vox zone. It's a perfectly different strategy and approach from what is happening right now. They are now pushing Gaming Grid outside of the Vox area.
Now playing around here by the containers, a little bit game of a ring around the rosy maybe. A couple of kills coming in for TMP as well. Now Mesh, last man standing, 1v3 here on strike point B. Looking to try and prevent them from getting any closer to victory now, but there's only 9 points left for Take Me Please. Counting down second by second. Gaming Grid running out of options. Mesh will fall as well. William desperate for one last chance. He falls, and Austin with another kill here. Take Me Please, after a long struggle, take our first map.
Well, of course, we do love surprises, but unfortunately enough, it's not that kind of surprises that we're looking for here at PARAVOX tournament, PCI tournament. And that is our game number 1 for the series. Unfortunately, Gaming Grid will be not bagging any win for that. And it's going to be Take Me Please victory. And they were able to, you know, stick with the usual meta of the branding of the brands. Unfortunately for Gaming Grid, they went for an orthodox approach. They went for a different kind of approach. Unfortunately, it didn't really work well to their advantage. It blew up to their faces. They're struggling. They're trying they're trying their best to keep up with the score, but still they struggled really long enough. And now we're gonna show you guys what really happened with the post-match results.
Things got a little weird, I think, towards the latter half of this map. We saw Gaming Grid, yes, it was a stalemate, right? We had, I think, Take Me Please at like 70, and then Gaming Grid were at about 50 points for the longest time. Neither of the teams were budging. Both, I think, had at least one person inside. It was a solid, I think, 2 minutes of a stalemate. Neither of the scores moving at all. But towards the end, TMP got a couple of shutdowns. And again, we talked about this earlier. Shutdowns are important in trying to stack up the points that you already have.
And yes, you wanna punish your opponent, you wanna punish them, really give them more penalty with the respawn time, then do a shutdown. And that is what Take Me Please did a while ago. Perfectly utilized that kind of advantage. Austin's here with 14-3, and Chowi with 7-5, and My Love, I cannot express this more. 50 points for the team. That's like half. He did half of the work there, of the objective, and not just controlling and putting the Kelsey walls, but also dealing damage as well. Whoever comes near will be punished.
Yeah, and I think the longer we go here in the life of PARAVOX as an esport, we're really seeing the development of the meta and the playstyles, right? Where we talked about how the Bond Rat, the Beat-Up, were usually the center of attention. This time it's the Kelsey.
It is. And the Juno. The Juno indeed. Just when we thought that we can go back with the classic guns or brands, it just doesn't work that much well. But now we're gonna show you guys the highlights of that match number 1 of this series. What happened between Take Me Please and Gaming Greed, our open qualifiers champions. I mean, they tried their best. They were able to at least gather up 60 points, but My Love has 50 points, meaning to say just a matter of 60 points from what My Love actually given. So I think what's really important here is to shut down the Juno user and, you know, just do not let My Love to conquer and control the Vox Zone area. So now we're seeing it was quite a bit close on the beginning, and at least Gaming Grid was able to catch up, but still, I mean, the Juno player really played a really good damage dealer when it comes to actually taking down the opponents, which is the Gaming Grid team.
Yep, and I think we saw quite a lot of it out of Austin specifically, the way that he played with the beat dot, the way that the Juno was used by Austin rather, being all up in the face of Gaming Grid. I think he was a very active player, as opposed to what we saw earlier today. I think the Juno was more of a center of attention, right? Sitting inside of the strike point. But Take Me Please played it very unorthodox. When usually you would see the Juno inside of the strike point, in this match in particular, we saw him actively chasing down his opponents.
Yeah, he wanted to have that kind of strategy gameplay to actually push your opponents outside, just, you know, letting My Love to conquer the Vox Zone area, and he's really, you know, he succeeded in doing so. He's using the Kelsey. You mentioned the different positioning of the walls. It's perfectly placed together with the other utilities, with this the Photon Blast. I think what really transcended there is, you know, just sticking to the meta, because for Gaming Grid, they used
they tried the Bond Rat. There was an attempt.
Technology.
It was a little weird to think about, right?
Really.
Because yes, the Bond Rat in theory should be working in maps like this that are very closed off.
Yes.
Right? Because again, the grenades that come from the Bond Rat, they deal quite a lot of damage. But the game has evolved away from that. We have moved on from the Bond Rat meta, and now with the inception of the Juno, having joined our brands up for purchase, right? It's just changed it in such a way that you can't really count on the AoE of a Bond Rat, right? Even with the smokes, right? We saw it used quite a lot. Even in Strike Point A specifically, we saw the Eclipse smokes being used up.
Yes.
And it didn't really help.
Yes, and even the Tactical Echo, I mean, for what? For what? No one has some, you know, visibility-wise, it's just the containers, it's just the warehouses. So, you know, there are other brands that are better, more played in this kind of map. We're not underestimating them, but there are maps being played in maps like this.
Yeah. It's getting a little bit weird as we kept, you know, moving forward. But I like this, because Take Me Please, again, we haven't seen these players play at all.
Yes, at all.
Not
Never.
last week, not in PGRT. So this is a welcome addition to the teams that we have here in PARAVOX.
Yes, so yeah, more of Take Me Please and Gaming Greed later on, because, you know, this is still a best of 3. You know, our players here from Gaming Greed Esports, our open qualifiers champions, they still have a chance to prolong their stay or their journey here in our tournament. And what I think is that they can go back to the meta and going straight to a very open map next game. It's going to be a space map, right?
Yeah. Stylistic change for them as well, right? We have not seen space map at all today. And I think this also comes down to how the meta has developed, right? The Kelsey has come into quite a lot of use, and the Kelsey is arguably very overpowered when it comes to space map, right? Like, you just need to get through strike point A. Once you get to strike point B, then you could fully shut down your opponents if your Kelsey user knows how to use it. And we've seen this quite a lot, right? The Kelsey users have gotten to a level at which you don't know what the plan is, but when you see that spectrum wall, you don't understand why it's there until you eventually realize, wait, he's actually just trying to prevent people to go in.
There's
in both an offensive
moment.
one specific moment, right? Even that one moment with Blacklist Academy when they won in Quantum Junction, where they just at the last second prevented that last player from getting that map. And it's those split-second decisions that come out of the Kelsey which really brings it forward.
Yeah, it could be used aggressively, it can be used defensively, and that's the beauty of using a Kelsey. Because, you know, having a Juno, it's upfront damage, burst damage, just damage, damage, damage.
Yep.
But for a Kelsey player, it's more on a balance of utility and damage as well. But in this is a trio, and both each of the members, they have roles to play, and it's up to Kelsey to actually do the controlling here in our tournament
Yeah.
PCI.
It has really changed things up ever since it did show up, right? Because
of course.
at the very, very start of PGRT, it was more about cutting out the vision.
Yes,
And ever since the
by
Kelsey
smoke.
has shown up, no one cares about the vision anymore, which is why, again, it has brought us back to the point where, okay, the tactical echo doesn't work anymore. Because
Yes.
even if you're able to get the information, there's probably a Kelsey wall on the back of all that smoke.
Yes.
And with those two things moving away from the meta, right, the
Mhm.
tactical echo and the smokes from both the Kudo
Uh-huh.
and the Bonrat being essentially useless at this point in time,
Uh-huh.
we are now in an era
Different.
where the Juno shows up, where the Kelsey is there in every map. It used to be the Nova in every map.
Uh-huh.
Now it's the Kelsey.
Yeah, it used to be Nova. It used to be Beat Dot. Yeah, you remember we're in Beat that has been, reigning
Yeah.
in every ranked game. Players been using Beat Dot simply because of the Hellfire.
Hellfire again and again and again. And again, you gotta respect that, because these teams, they have to actively try and get creative,
Yes.
just to innovate as we move forward, as new brands are added into rotation, right? And we have the Daffron, which is not usable
Yes,
just
not
yet.
yet, not
And
yet.
I mean, with every new gun that shows up,
Uh-huh.
every new brand that has been presented to us,
Mhm.
things get more and more interesting, and the meta shifts in ways that we cannot expect. But of course, here we are, our brand picks for Space Map. Scotchy in the hands of Austin. I'm not surprised that there's going to be a Scotchy here
Uh-huh.
because of the way that Space Map is built.
Open. Really open area, perfect for Scotchy and its heel pod. Imagine being on an angle that no one can reach you. That
And
is
strike
perfect
point A2.
at A,
Yeah.
and even C at. Right?
as well, yeah.
as well. No one can reach you. That's already an advantage. Now, we have Beat Dot. Why? Because smokes and visibility is perfect for areas, open areas like this. You don't have cover, remember? So Beat Dot will be used, Scotchy will be used, and Kelsey once again. I think the reason why there's a Nova here, because, Scotchy, Beat Dot, you have the Eclipse
Yep.
smoke, right? So tactical echo. So I think kind of countered coming from Gaming Grid, and I'm really happy that they are adjusting.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if Gaming Grid does well here. I think they did a pretty valiant effort back in
They
map number 1.
tried.
It's just, unfortunately, there was just a better game plan from taking place.
True.
How we could see. Now, I don't know about this pick of the Nova versus the Scotchy here. I think Gaming Grid, yes, they are confident in the Nova. They did
Mhm.
win it last week using the Nova, but it's Space Map.
Yeah, imagine a Scotchy at a space map and compare it to a Nova at space map. So that's the only difference that we have to compare. The impact of having a Scotchy that can actually cover your teammates or even snipe opponents at a very long range angle. So that's the advantage. I mean Nova can also do that, but Nova has this really range wherein comparing to Scotchy won't be enough.
Yeah, and it gets a little strange as well, right? The time to kill for the Scotchy is drastically lower, right? One
Yeah.
well-placed shot can take down your opponent. As for
One shot.
yeah, one shot.
One
And
kill.
if you're using a Nova, it takes you quite a lot of time, right? There is travel time to the bullets here in PARAVOX.
Yes.
Which means that you need to hold down your spray,
Mhm.
make sure that you are hitting enough bullets on your
Mhm.
opponent before eventually getting that kill. As opposed to the Scotchy, one shot, one kill.
Yeah, not the only reason that I can't think of, probably they're gonna use Nova to take down the Scotchy user. Probably. I think that's the reason. And for the Beat Dot, the Bonrat users to actually just provide cover, provide anti-vision. And now, enough of the talk, we will be giving you the game number 2 of the series. Now the question is, will Gaming Grid be able to tie up our series, or will Take Me Please be able to sweep it with a 2-0 clean sweep? Let's find out as we head in straight here at Space Map.
Yeah, I got him in now. This time, early control again. Gaming
Mhm.
Grid being awarded that here. Got the Kelsey wall already set up, crossed down like a Cartesian plane here.
Perfectly divided on both sides. No one can enter. No one can actually gain points. We're stuck at 4-2. So I think that's really good way to deny your opponent from getting Vox point scores.
Got him feeling it now.
True.
But of course, Take Me Please, they finally take that control back. And this
Yeah.
time, they are in the lead.
Yes.
No real Spectrum walls being set up just yet, but Nesh is doing a pretty good job as a main distraction
Uh-huh.
to Take Me Please, but William will fall. That also means to Take Me Please. Again, they have lost control. Gaming Grid is back here, and now with the points counting up, it might be possible. A couple of kills coming from them as well.
Austin.
Racers falls in Austin as well. Now, with only William alive, trying to fight up against the full squad to Take Me Please here in Strike Point A.
They are forcing, Gaming Grid is forcing the battle to be quite close range, comparing to the Take Me Please strategy, which is actually having a Scotchy and forcing the players to have a long range battle. My love going in, but with the Photon Blast, won't be connecting though inside already of our Vox zone here, critically low, looking for a sustained HP point, and that's gonna be a shutdown. Research was gonna be the the one's gonna go down there 23 to 15.
Now got him closer this time around. Austin is going to be inside, going to be taken down here by William GG. Gaming Grid looking to extend our series. And a second kill again for William. This guy finally turning up. We have seen him last week, but this time I think he's taking a little bit longer to warm up. This time around, we are feeling it. Gaming Grid officially double the points that Take Me Please has already, and they are really struggling to try and take control here of Strike Point A. But the Photon Blast coming in from them. Austin takes down Research, and here Take Me Please looking to lower down this
That's
lead
how
that they already
destructive
have.
a Photon Blast is actually. It really can annihilate an opponent there. 34 to 26, not quite a huge advantage, but what's important is that is an advantage here. And Austin with the Scotch is playing it in a near fashion. This is a really different kind of gameplay, as Scotch players tends to actually have a huge, you know, they tend to go for an angle as well. Mesh GG with the Nova technology trying to get a kill there together with DG.
The Rave
Research
Strike!
gonna go down. Austin and Chawi was able to get the kill and even almost tying up the scores.
And now with only 5 seconds left here in Strike Point A, they're going to have to try and switch
Your
positioning.
favorite.
But there's so much fights going on. I don't know what's going on, right? Because usually at this point in time, both teams are already running for the other side. But this time, now they already have it. Gaming Grid early control here of Strike Point. And again, we talked about this. The Kelsey here is, it's going to be doing God's work. And Research has been doing great, but here Chowie takes him down up close and personal. Movement coming in from TMP as they're chasing down their opponents here. Gaming Grid looking for the chance to try and keep those points in their favor, but the damage is being done. Again, the Photon Blast being brought out as well. Take Me Please, and they bring out the Spectrum Wall as well. So this makes things a little bit easier. Take Me Please are only 4 points away from catching up to Gaming Grid.
2v2 situation, but let's make it 2v1 as Mesh G is going to be going down by the hands of Austin here, 49 to 43. With Research here with the Kelsey. Critically low, looking for a sustain here, but he needs to actually contest and deny still our box area. My love, looking for a... Chow and Austin will be getting kills there, and now they're leading our match here and even healing themselves up with the pod. And I think that's a really interesting pod. You just put it there, right there, the confidence coming from Take Me Please.
Yeah, it just works here now. Take Me Please bringing out the Spectrum Wall again, preventing Gaming Grid from setting foot inside of our Vox zone right here. Austin taking down Mesh again, and the Photon Blast out of the open as well. Take Me Please continuing to leverage the control that they have of the situation here, and Gaming Grid desperately trying to step on the strike point, making sure that they can't get any farther away. But a couple of kills coming in from TMP already. Gaming Grid are falling behind rapidly, and Take Me Please so far ahead right now.
They want to finish this match. Take Me Please is actually, you know, everyone's going into the Vox zone. Really surprisingly enough, even the Scotchu player Austin is inside and taking points. My love here controlling with the spectral wall there. 1v1 situation. No, make it 2v1 situation, and even having the HP to their side, but someone's gonna be sustained there. That's going to be Research. 2v1, just contesting, just denying the area, but still taking leading.
They're starting to fall here one by one, only with the Research trying to stand up against the Goliath that is TMP. Now 40 seconds here on the clock as they struggle to move forward. Take Me Please, of course, only 3 points shy. My love gets that kill, and Gaming Grid, they forgot to step on the strike point.
Yes, they were able to take down people one after another, but still objectives will win you some points and eventually win you that game. And for the series, it's going to be a 2-0 sweep by Take Me Please. Just when we thought that for this time around, Gaming Greed stepped up, did a different kind of approach, not using a Scotchy but a Nova technology. You know, somehow they were leading the game, but at some point, when they went through the Vox Zone B, everything just happened in favor of Take Me Please, and how Fizzle really controlled the area with the walls and the Photon Blast.
Yeah, I think we got to talk about as well, right? The choice to the Nova. We didn't expect the Nova to be doing too much, and for the first time in a while, we have not been proving wrong. So no surprises coming in from that. But with that being said, of course, when we go back to the highlights, we play it back as well later on. We're going to talk about as well how Austin was doing so well here with the Scotchy. And remember, we talked about how it has become the time wherein our Scotchy players have to be more aggressive. And that's exactly what we got out of Austin. Look at him, 11-1 here, takedowns versus the deaths on the ratio right now. Just doing God's work for his team here in the first map.
And what's funny is that even though he is dealing a lot of damage, he also contributed a lot of Vox points. 44, meaning to say he's still staying inside at the middle
with his
of
Scotchy.
Yes, in all of those chaos that is happening against Gaming Greed with a Scotchy, with a sniper gun. That is remarkable for Austin's, and this is a different approach when it comes to playing Scotchy, because we're so used to playing Scotchy at a range, but now he used it at a really close range, and you know, it gave them victory.
Yep, it just works out. I mean, if all of the teams, right, they have a Scotchy player that knows how to play aggressive. Again, we talk about Pro. Again, we go back to Shaburger. And Austin's. Yeah, Mev also earlier. But here, Austin's also activated here. I think that's the meta right now, right? We had our doubts about the Scotchy, knowing that the Juno has found its place in our meta.
Yes.
But now that the Scotchy, the meta has changed, it wasn't really a need to change the brand. It's more of a change in play style by the teams.
Exactly. So, I mean, for that game, Take Me Please will be the ones advancing in our tournament bracket. Unfortunately, for Gaming Greed Esports, our Open Qualifiers Grand Champions will be joining Mokur at the lower bracket.
Lowers, yep. There is a lot of stuff that's going to be going on today. Of course, we do have, we are getting closer to the final.
Closer and closer.
I think the Grand Final is going to be our only best of 5 series for the day. So for all the other teams, I think they should be prepared to play those maps. Again, we've been seeing a lot of people ban out Neo City, people banning out Waterfront, and people banning out Quantum Junction. But it just does not translate to victory all the time, especially when you get to the Grand Final, which is going to be a best of 5. So you can't have any holes in your map pool.
Exactly, and now we have here the highlights. Oh, that is a good highlight. I mean, being annihilated on one hit using the Kelsey's Photon Blast, that's just so dangerous. That's just so scary. Take Me Please here. They are not leading actually. They're just closing in the gap. As we see, they are a bit struggling actually. But just when we thought that Gaming Greed had the pacing, had the momentum, but still going through...
They just ran it back.
Yeah, going through the Vox Zone B, they just really had a hard time going up against Austin's, Fizzle, and Chow.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit more interesting towards the end. I think the endurance for Gaming Grid is something that needs to be worked on, right? Because yeah, they at their peak, they have the ability to get those points. They have the ability to shut down teams that are arguably expected to be stronger than them. But if Gaming Grid want to move forward, if they want to just stay alive and get all the way to Tokyo, they need to be able to show their fangs, whether it's early or late. And it has become kind of a repetitive problem.
True.
Right? We talked about, so it's a little bit, right? The Filipino teams, they take a while to warm up.
Yes.
But for Gaming Grid, it's kind of the other way around, right? They start off pretty hot off the plate.
True.
And what happens is they kind of cool down towards the end. And that has it is a problem. But it's one that's arguably easier to solve than the warm-up problem that we see.
Okay, so it's like a car.
A car.
Losing fuel at the most crucial part of the road. Probably we can compare it metaphorically usually like that. On the other hand, the Filipino teams, they tend to, warm up their machines before they actually blast off at their prowess. But those are some things that we need to look out for moving forward in our tournament. Yeah, so we still have a lot of matches to be played. We have teams already sitting there waiting, watching,
Oh, yeah.
watching down on these teams. And those are, we have here, we're gonna show them the bracket, right?
Yeah, we will be giving the updated bracket later on. Just so, for those of you who just joined us, that you'll have a better idea about what's going on here.
Okay,
So
there
we
you go.
already are at our upper quarterfinals.
Mm-hmm.
So Full Sense versus Intro Boys here. We have not seen this Intro Boys roster. And we got Alter Ego versus Take Me Please. Other hand here in the lower bracket, AP Bren moves forward. They're going to be going up against Blacklist Academy. So it's another... it's a turf war for the Filipino teams.
Yes.
We have Gaming Grid versus Kadrim, which has yet to happen.
Uh-huh.
So we gotta, of course, with this being the lower bracket, as soon as you lose, you're out, right? So
Yes.
Moker is officially out of the tournament. Everyone else still has a chance to keep moving forward.
Exactly. But now, just looking at the teams at the top, we have Full Sense still once again, and then Intro Voice. On the other hand, we have Alter Ego going up against Take Me Please, the recently concluded match winner. And yeah, I'm quite intrigued with Kadiliman Esports and Gaming Grid Esports because both of these teams were able to spectate them. We were able to witness how they play.
Yep.
And looking at the gameplay, their play styles, there's, different.
Yep.
Very, very different with one another.
Yeah, it's gonna be a clash of styles between these two teams. I think
Uh-huh.
Kadiliman, they're more of a high octane team. That does get all up in your face. That does aggressively take positions and try to get you kills.
Juno.
Yeah, with the Juno specifically. And for Gaming Grid, it's more the opposite, right? They're more of a sit back, relax, wait for things to happen. They're more of a
Yes.
reactive team
Uh-huh.
to see how their opponent plays, and they try to set the pace after a few minutes.
Uh-huh. And they use Catchy. All right. So, yes. And we will be showing you guys game number 6 later on. We're just preparing the teams, having them relax for a bit because the next match will be definitely hot here at the PCI region open qualifiers. Whoever wins, we will be getting 2 amazing teams from all of these teams, and we will be flying them to Tokyo, Japan for the grand finals. And now we will be showing you guys the map picking of our teams. We have Intro Boys and Full Sense.
That's interesting. So no Quantum Junction, no Neo City. We're going to be starting it out on Space.
Different.
Which again, this is only the second time we've seen this map this entire
Yes.
day. Followed by Launch Complex, and we're going to end it on Waterfront. So I think we're starting to really see the picture of which teams prefer what maps, right?
Yes.
And again, I think Full Sense, again, they really don't like Neo City.
Uh-huh.
They have a pretty, yes, it is a wide map pool. But Neo City is not one of their first picks, probably because
Never.
they don't know anything about Intro Boys.
Mhm.
So they will have tried to ban out or specifically move this map ban in their favor. Again, Space is a map that's been around for the longest time. Full Sense have been in control of Space map time and time again. And we
Yes.
saw Launch Complex played by Full Sense as well earlier.
Mm.
They did so great. And Waterfront as well. No surprises here.
No doubt, and that is Full Sense. But for Intro Voice, we don't have really an information about them, so this would be the first time for me to be seeing them playing up against a really good team, our champions from the PGRT Full Sense. Now they're playing on Space Map. You mentioned that maybe because they don't have any information. That is a good thought,
Yeah.
because Space Map has a lot of open areas, open spaces, and that could be a really good advantage for Full Sense to adjust. They can adjust and adapt,
Yep.
cope up during the battle. So I think sticking with the Scotchy, Kelsey, and Beat Dot would be really good for Full Sense.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I think Brook has been playing out of his mind today. Of course, I think that's just the default
Always.
for Brook.
Always.
This guy doesn't care. He will hit his shot. So now it's going to be a question of whether or not Intro Boys can counteract them, and whether they can shut down Brook, because Brook has been, whether it's a Scotchy, whether it's the Juno, he does most of the damage for his team.
Uh-huh.
And if you can't counteract that, then it's kind of hard
Yeah,
to even get the points
you
when
have
you're
to shut
always dead.
Exactly, you have to shut him down. So for Intro Boys, they can also use that kind of brand selection, brand lineup, and just mirror Full Sense. Because, you know, it could be surprising for Full Sense since Full Sense doesn't have any info about Intro Boys, honestly. So that could be a good advantage to just mirror the brand selection, go for Scotchy, go for Kelsey, and the Beat Dot. I mean, because if you wanna shut down Brook, there's still Jupiter.
Yeah.
There's still Opito. But yeah, we won't keep you guys waiting. We'll be showing you the brand pick. And
Oh.
for Full Sense, they won't be using Scotchy for Brook. Brook will be using Nova technology.
That's a little weird, actually.
Because Chard has Bonrat.
Yeah, it's definitely a little weird. We talked about the Bonrat earlier.
Uh-huh.
The reason why it has exited the meta is because it's not as effective as one would wanted it
Exactly,
to be.
exactly.
Right, ever since the Kelsey has shown up, you don't really need to worry about blocking the vision of your opponents. And the lasting effect of that, right, not being able to block the vision of the opponents also means that you don't need to worry about the tactical echo. Now it's going to be more focused on gunplay. So with the Intro Boys picking up the Bonrat here, I don't know if the Hellfire is going to be useful for them here, knowing that Full Sense is a team that is so good at kind of recognizing the macro picture.
True, true. Yeah, so it could be some things to think about going straight to our game number 6. This is the match number 6. Best of 3 series once again. Intro Boys against our PGRT Grand Champions. Full Sense, who will win? Let's find out as we head in straight to our space map. Here we can see a known player, an unknown devs player here with the Nova technology, trying to blast off the wall, but won't be enough here.
Already?
Chard will be taken. Wukong as well. Opito is on a roll
What
together
is
with
going
Brook as
on?
well. 0 to 10. That's not gonna look good. 2 for 3. No, make it 3. That is a shutdown coming from Full Sense.
Not even 30 seconds into the first
Not
map here. It's going to be a
even.
full shutdown coming in from Full Sense here. Brook and Jupiter continuing to pick up off the heat that they had in the earlier series today.
True.
And again, it's another David and Goliath story. Remember, Full Sense, they are a championship winning roster, and the kills just keep coming in from them. Full control now, 30 seconds, or 30 points rather, for Full Sense, as Intro Boys struggling to even get a kill on the board. The second shutdown already within the first minute of our map, and the kills just keep sticking up one after the other. 0 and 44, and we said this before, Full Sense have the ability to 0-100 a team, and it's looking like it might be moving in that direction, Nikki.
It has been like this before. Full Sense with full control, full power. Jupiter here with the Kelsey doing damage. Opito with the Beat Dot, even getting a lot of points from the box zone there. 62 to none. Brook looking for target. Another shutdown.
The third one already!
That is happening. Chard and Wukong will be dying. 70 to 0. Brook going out and about and looking for more targets here. Hellfire not connecting. Won't even make it through.
And you can
No
feel it.
damage at all. We can feel it. Actually, probably a flawless victory.
It's looking like it, man. Not a single takedown for
No.
Intro Boys. Full Sense just turning this into a vicious cycle of kill,
Yes.
death, kill, death, and kill. Only 10 points to go. Intro Boys, not a single point of control here on the map. And again, they keep falling. It's going to be Wukong, the last man standing, taken down, and Full Sense, full domination here on Space Map.
Once again, Full Sense, full domination showed us why they are the PGRT Grand Champions with a 0-100 in their favor with that game number 6 of our series. Best of 3. Amazing.
Wow.
Amazing. Flawless. And this is the Full Sense that we know.
This is the Full Sense that we know. I mean, we've seen it. We've seen this happen before.
Yes.
Again, usually PARAVOX does take quite a bit of time. 15 minutes, 20
Yes.
minutes for a map. I think we had less than 2 minutes here in this map. And,
True.
What kind of a performance was that? It's 0-100. Look, I mean, look at the scoreboard. Not a single kill here. And again, we
No.
questioned the existence of the Bonrat.
Uh-huh.
And I think
not
rightly so.
connecting.
Not a single thing, not a single shot. Look at the damage.
True.
The most damage for this team, Scotchy in the hands of Wukong, 120. For the Bonrat, it's 110. That's not even enough for a full kill, and not a single takedown from Intro Boys. I gotta stress this out again, because Space Map is a map that depends solely on getting the kills.
True, true. So I think what really Full Sense want to emphasize in this match is this: they wanna finish this as quick as possible. That's why Brooke didn't choose or opted to get a Scotchy, but used a Nova because we know how much you know, the movement or
Yep.
it gives you more movement speed rather than holding a sniper rifle, which is the Scotchy. So I think that what really transcended in the game, a really fast-paced game. I mean, thinking about it. I think the picking and the map selection, the banning took really more time than the actual gameplay
Yeah.
itself.
I mean, we can't lie, right? I mean, it just happened, right? And I just think, of course, when we go back to the highlights, I think it's definitely going to be just the show for Full Sense here. I mean,
Of
as
course,
soon
of
as they went
course.
out of the gate, Brooke and Opoto got a couple of kills.
Woo.
Intro Boys, I don't think they even got the chance to
No.
even step on.
Never.
Not even get a point, right? Step on
No.
our strike point. And that's the amount of strength that Full Sense has in his roster, right?
True.
These guys, the firepower is there,
Insane.
the split-second decision-making is there, and we had 3 shutdowns within the first minute of the game. That's absolute insanity from them.
Yes, complete onslaught coming from Full Sense there, proving us why they are the grand champions of our PGRT tournament last July. I mean, they've been doing this before,
Yeah.
and they've done it again. It's not impossible for them to actually have a flawless victory, and you know, having a sight of how the power and prowess of Full Sense is really scary.
Yeah.
Going up against them in this tournament, really scary, guys.
And again, this goes back to what we said earlier, right? Where Full Sense were kind of being put to the test earlier today.
Yes.
We had some close maps. We had
Yeah.
some. We had some maps actually lost for Full Sense, actually up
Blacklist
against
Academy.
Blacklist. But I don't know what has happened, right? Either one side of the bracket was arguably quote unquote easier than the other one was, because Full Sense definitely had some time.
Mhm.
They had to take some time to even get those wins. But now that we've moved on to our quarterfinals, this performance out of Intro Boys starts to make you question what has happened, right? Well, how did they even get here? And you know, considering the other teams that are in the bracket, maybe things are a little bit weird for them. Kinda, I think maybe the idea, there was a central idea here coming in from Intro Boys to try and kind of deny the vision out of the Scotchy,
I mean,
but it's space map, right? There are
Yeah.
no, especially in Strike Point A, there's no walls.
no. I mean, there's a purpose. There is, you know, you want to really see through them, Intro Boys. The reason why they have the Bonrat, but then again, Bonrat is definitely, I don't want to say out of the meta, but there are other more brands that are
Yep.
way better, way better. I'm not saying that it's out of the meta, but there are still brands that are way better than Bonrat to choose from. And for this time around, it's going to be the combination of Beat Dot, Kelsey, and the Nova technology for Full Sense. We've known Brooke, he's been playing Scotchy, but he opted for a Nova technology because someone has Eclipse Smoke, and he didn't even use the tactical
He didn't
echo.
care.
That is just so crazy for Brooke. Complete onslaught 0 to 100. First in the whole tournament for now.
And it's something that also brings you back to the thoughts of what happened back in PGRT.
Yeah.
Right, because we have teams that are willing to experiment, teams that are willing to innovate.
Yes.
But I don't think PCI is the place to innovate. Right?
Yeah.
At this point, if you made it here to the playoffs, you should already have a game plan.
True.
Unfortunately for Intro Boys, that game plan was not the best, and they got them slapped up against the wall. So 0-100, of course, can't mince words here. It's just what happened.
Yeah, I mean, we still have a chance for Intro Boys. They can still, you know, opt to change their brand lineup for the next match or for the next map, rather. I mean, there's always this mentality that going up against the champion from PGRT. You mentioned the storyline about David and Goliath, and right now, right now it's
They've had 3 Davids already.
and adding up to another David is the team. Let me hold the name again.
Right, Intro Boys.
Intro Boys. So Intro Boys will be playing David for now. Hopefully they'll be able to be the protagonist of the story that we're looking for and finally beat Full Sense with their full domination for every map that they've been playing. Although there are a couple of maps that they weren't able to win, like
Blacklist, yeah.
with Blacklist Academy, but still they managed to have a 2-1 in the series.
And I think that also speaks about how Full Sense play as a team.
Uh-huh.
They have that mentality that is always hungry for victory. Yes, you might win, we might lose a map, but you know how when a lot of teams lose one map, they kind of lose that drive, they kind of lose that passion. But from Full Sense, I think it's the other way around, right?
Yeah.
As soon as they
Hungry.
lost to Blacklist Academy earlier in one map,
Uh-huh.
they got angry.
Oh,
They came
yeah.
back, and earlier in that series, right, I think that was a pretty close first map.
Super.
But towards the end of it, Full Sense just took full control, didn't even give Blacklist Academy the opportunity to fight back.
No.
And I think that's also that it comes down to the endurance, to the resilience of Full Sense as a team.
Oh,
which
yes.
they're such a young roster that there's so much more that they can do. They will continue to mature as players. They will continue
Yeah.
to innovate, and the passion will always be there. Knowing that again, they not only win but they innovate.
Yes, and talking about endurance, we've witnessed them on how they can prolong uncontesting and denying the opponent from getting points from the Vox zone. So that's one thing to think about as well. They go in and out, taking HP and sustains, and also using the heal point coming from the Scotchy. But now, we will be showing you guys the brand pick for our game number 2. What's different?
Ooh.
What's the same? Both of the teams have Nova Technologies. Both of the teams have Kelsey. And the only difference here is Opito still sticking with his comfort pick. That's going to be the B dot against Charts Juno.
I don't know what to think of this actually. Full Sense. Brooke has let go again of the Scotchy here.
Yeah.
For intro boys, it's gonna be you got the SMG, got the rifle for them. So I don't know about Strike Point A. It might be possible for them to beat Full Sense here, but Strike Point A is designed in such a way that the beat dot is so effective here.
Yes.
So Opito is gonna be that #1 target that he needs to take down in Strike Point A. And as we move towards Strike Point B, the next target would be Jupiter. So for
Jupiter.
intro boys, right, they first need to get rid of the beat dot in Strike Point A. Once we get to Strike Point B, it has to be the Kelsey out of the way because the wall can deny so much space on Strike Point B the way that it is built out. So for intro boys, they need to have a very clear plan. They need to have a really good idea about what to do and the timing at which they do it.
And they need to execute that, whatever that strategy you're talking about, they need to perfectly execute that because there's no room for mistakes. As we head in straight to our game number 2 for the series, this a do or die situation now for Intro Boys. If they will be losing this map, then they will be falling to our lower bracket, right? And for Opito's team, then they will be advancing to our grand
Our
finals.
semifinal.
Oh,
Our upper
semifinals.
semis for them.
Upper
So with that being
semis,
said,
wow.
masks on, ladies and gents. Vox Zone, we go now here. Launch Complex going to be the first map here on our docket. And again, a Full Sense, early control, taking out the Spectrum Wall as well, preventing Intro Boys from even stepping foot inside. It's going to be a
another
0-6. And again,
wall?
both sides covered here by the Spectrum Walls. And it's going to be a fight
Perfect.
inside, a full shutdown in a matter of seconds, going Full Sense again.
And that is that. Without any further ado, look at how they're just standing in the middle of all of the chaos, and they can still do it again. They can still flawlessly get victory. Chart's gonna go down 0-27 here while waiting for the other
And
team. It's
another-
another shutdown after shutdown. They need to regroup. They do not need to like go in like auditioning one after another because they're gonna get killed one after another as well. Opito, you mentioned to
Oh,
firstly kill
no.
Opito, but they're not doing so because Opito's really sneaky with his ghost track.
Yeah, nice and sneaky, nice and quick here. The immediate response coming from Full Sense. Even if they do
Ooh.
some damage, they can't even get any kills.
True.
None of them have fallen at all this entire series, and Full Sense are already more than halfway there. Intro boys not even being given the opportunity to give their intro here. Full Sense preventing them at every twist and turn. And again, the Photon Blast being brought out. Opito
Ooh,
boy,
from
baited out of the
above.
way. Jupiter coming in with 2! Taking him down one after the other. Intro boy still struggling, continuing to struggle. Not a single point, not a single
Oh,
kill. And
no.
Jupiter striking again and again. And another shutdown coming in
Shutdown.
from Full Sense here with only 20 seconds left. 20 points on the line for Full Sense here. Can Intro Boys even score a single point? Because right now, this David and Goliath story is looking worse and worse. And again, the kills
no.
stacking up again. Our kill feed bleeding red. Full Sense, 5 points to go and counting. And Intro Boys not even being given the chance. Full Sense here with the cleanest of clean victories.
And with that, in just a blink of an eye, Obito and his team Full Sense wrapped up with a quick 2-0 series sweep against Intro Boys. Unfortunately
Oh,
enough,
wow.
Intro Boys wasn't able to actually intro into the Vox zone and get any points at all. That is 0 to 100.
0 to 200 when you count both maps.
Yeah,
It's
0 to 200 quick max there by Suave. But yeah, unfortunately, they will be falling down to our lower bracket. And now we'll be showing you the post-match. What had happened? It's just a blink of my eye.
Wow, it's insanity, man. Think about this. The way that it's set up right now. 17 kills for Full Sense, not a single one. And in fact, this might have been even worse than map number 1 because look at the total damage that Intro Boys did. For the Kelsey, 70 points of damage. For Wukong, it's only 80 as opposed to what he had 100 earlier. And now Charged with 121. That's not even, when you total that up together, that's 1 kill, but they didn't even get it on one singular person.
I mean, look at Jupiter. He contributed 67 Vox points and even killed 7 people. Or, I mean, given 7 kills. So, you know, perfectly balanced of objectives and PK as well. So that is a different Jupiter for you. And this is the full capacity of Full Sense, a team that you have to look out for. Very promising players or Voxers. And now, in quite a while, we'll be showing you the highlights, what happened during that match, and yeah, definitely promising. So yeah, we're gonna show you the highlights.
Yep. I mean, these guys, they're the PGRT champions
Of
for a
course.
reason, right? And the way that they're able to innovate, and for this, you know, to set the record straight, it's really hard to both maintain form and innovate at the same time. Because you need to be the best at what you do while also experimenting, while also trying to find new ways to kind of abuse the meta that has been thrown in their favor. And Full Sense, they are a full package team.
Yes, yes, and no matter who you target to, well-rounded players are Full Sense is composed of well-rounded players, so it's really hard to actually get the target and eventually succeed in killing that target. So this is the highlights of what happened during the game number 2 of that series, and now we draw near to our semifinals of our tournament for today.
I don't know how this has happened.
Honestly.
Like, because as we were moving forward, I would have expected that maybe the opponents for
least.
Full Sense were getting better. But I don't know, because I feel like Full Sense, with every map they win, they just continue to grow. It's like a
Different.
Pokemon leveling up again and again and again.
Yes,
And every time you get a win, you get better and better, and that's absolute insanity coming in from them. And what a precedent to set here as we are moving on towards the latter half of our bracket. But again, it's gonna be me, Just Suave. I'm here with Nikki. We're gonna go to a quick break. When we are back, we will continue. PCI is not going away, so don't miss any of the action. See ya. Welcome back, Voxers. It's me, Joswavi. I'm here with Nikki, and we are here to continue our PARAVOX Championship International Regional Qualifier. That's a mouthful, you gotta admit.
Yeah, that is indeed. But still, we're here, guys. No one is leaving until the very end, until we proclaim two teams that will be representing our region going towards to Tokyo for the grand finals of the PCI. And you know what's really exciting is that we have full sets. They're already at the semifinals, but now we're gonna show you the bracket to actually visualize more on what happened with the matches. If you just tuned in, you want to know what's the update with the bracket. Here is the updated bracket. That's what I'm talking about. Full sense already waiting at semifinals. On the other hand, we will be showing you guys Alter Ego and Take Me Please. On the other hand, Intro Boys will be going down at the lower bracket simply because they lost from to full sense rather, and now we're seeing a lot of Filipino teams at the lower bracket. They need to fight their way up. Literally.
Yeah. I mean, Blacklist Academy are pretty close there. We got them here already in round 3 of our lower bracket. So it's not too far off, right?
Yeah.
But full sense, no surprise there, being our PGRT Grand Champions are already locked in for our upper semis. Our lower semis has yet to happen though. So we're going to see what happens between Alter Ego and Take Me Please as we continue here in our round 3 quarterfinal.
Yes, and Alter Ego, a very promising team. We've witnessed them on how they play. They're really good, flawless when it comes to rotation, formation, utilizing their skills and their brand picks as well. Let me now focus our attention with the map picks. Which maps will be banned? Which maps will be selected? And that's going to be Space Map and Neo City for the ban, and Waterfront opening match. Quantum Junction for game number 2, and if ever we'll be forcing for a game number 3, we have Launch Complex.
This is a little bit weird. I don't know about this. Like, if Take Me Please have been watching the VODs earlier, if they were paying attention during our games, they would know that Alter Ego, they are really strong on Waterfront. Right? The way that they played earlier with the Juno, with the way that they have changed up in the meta, the adaptation from this team compared to what they looked like back in PGRT, Alter Ego, they're so much stronger. And this is on the fact that we thought Bleed was looking good.
Yes.
We thought Bleed was looking good, but Alter Ego just looked better in that last round.
It was like a walk in the park for Alter Ego. They definitely grew and developed, they progressed, and it's a huge improvement coming from Alter Ego. And now having Waterfront to their advantage, they're really good when it comes to playing Juno and the Kelsey as well.
Yep.
I mean, it plays a lot of when it comes to your pick with the map and also your brand picks. So Take Me Please, if this is the strong map for Alter Ego, I'm thinking how will Take Me Please actually use this to their advantage, because we've seen Take Me Please on how they play.
Yeah, and it's a little bit weird to me how Take Me Please did win that last map. That last match, it was, they did go up against our open qualifier winners, but they did look good. But now they're going to be going up against Tier 1 teams.
Yes.
The teams that have been here for the longest time are franchise teams who are professionally signed by their organization. So we'll see. I think we should have a better idea once the brand picks do come out, and it's going to be a mirror match from both teams. Not a single Scotchy inside.
Yes, and what's important here is that they're playing with the meta brand picks, which is the Juno, Kelsey, and Beat Dot. We've been talking about how to utilize, how to play this in this map, especially Waterfront has ceilings, a lot of coverings, a lot of container trucks. So I think perfectly placed Kelsey, Walls, and Photon Blast would definitely lead your way when it comes to controlling the map. But here we go, game number 7 of our tournament. Mev is already critically low there, but will be healed up for that bit. Netlove looking for a target, but he is now being the target 2 against 1. And Fizzle on the other hand being controlling the Vox area, even
Fizzle
Love in the process. So Alter Ego, what they're doing is taking away the battle from the Vox area and just letting Fizzle control the map.
And we said this happened earlier, man. As soon as Alter
Yes.
Ego loaded into the game, there were already a couple of kills coming in for them. And now it's going to be 0-25. Netlove takes down Austin. And again, a kill from Mev here. Now with the Photon Blast being brought out into the open, the one man from Take Me Please, MyLove trying to stay alive here, taken down eventually. And Alter Ego
cannot even
continuing to just
enter.
tear through the enemy team. 0-37 and counting still. Nikki, I don't know what's happened, but Alter Ego, they are on a revenge tour.
Exactly, and they're proving themselves how much they improve. Austin, not yet done. Looking for more targets, It's gonna be Mev's gonna go down. No more Mevs here, and now they're trying to take Please is trying to take more points in the Vox zone, but still they're struggling. 41-5. Chowi looking for a sustain, but won't be enough. It's gonna go down there. Netlove and Mev on a roll, killing spree here. On the other hand, letting Fizzle contain and control the Vox zone area.
And there are levels to this, Nikki. We talked about this earlier, right? Our organizations that have already been here.
Yes.
Salaried teams, signed teams
Yes.
here in the names of Alter Ego, in the names of Bleed. There's an entirely different level, but here the shutdown coming in for the first time here from Take Me Please. Should give them a good opportunity to try
Finally.
and catch up to Alter Ego because they've taken full control so
True.
far. And with the handlebars wrestled away from their hands here, it's going to be Alter Ego's turn to try and fight back. Now, Spectrum Wall going to be out in the open.
no.
MyLove trying to stay alive as he's being chased down by the members of Alter Ego. Whether you turn right or left, somebody's going to be waiting. And Netlove takes down MyLove. Yes, coming in from both sides. And again, trades of kills. Alter Ego, though, they have stabilized again. Now at 62, looking to further the lead that they already have.
Yes, just when we thought that the game is going to be a flawless 0-100. Here we have Take Me Please trying their best to actually gain more points there. Chowi looking for a spot, looking for a target, trying to get someone.
2v1.
Not connecting. B-Dot with the Rave Strike, not connecting though. Nice cover up coming from the Spectral Wall. He is still, this is what you're talking about, endurance, and he will be killing Netlove in the process right there.
Maybe a second.
Because still, the points is not adding up. And now they have to transfer to a different Vox area.
Yeah, strike point B now as they rotate. Got Alter Ego already with the earlier control. Again, they only have 27 more points to go, but this is one of the strike points that is more hard to hold on to. Now Netlove takes down Austin. That's one step forward, and second as well. Taking on MyLove is going to be only Chowi here. 1v2 on our site here. He's trying to play around Ring, around the Rosie, around the Pillar here, around the Sails. And Alter Ego, they do beat him out, and it's going to be the points stacking up for them. It's 83-84, and we are counting closer and closer to victory coming in from this team. Alter Ego, again, they take down Chowi and Take Me Please. They've run out of control. They've run out. Everything now going to be in cooldown for them. And there goes a full shutdown coming in from Alter Ego as expected. 10 seconds remaining, and with Chowi already here, he is going to be the last frontier to try and take this away, try to stay alive here. Only 5 points left here. Takes a step inside the box zone, but it's not gonna be enough. Alter Ego continue with the kills, and again they fall. Now Alter Ego with a 36-100 victory.
Another team to look out for. Alter Ego completed that match with, wow, amazing rotations, amazing takedowns, and amazing shutdowns in that particular map. Although it has been a mirror match when it comes to the brands, still proper execution, cycling of skills, and of course, proper rotation and positioning yourself in the map would definitely gain you victory. And there you have it. Alter Ego will be sealing the game number 1 for now, just for now, because we still have game number 2 for the series, and this is a best of 3. Take Me Please, somehow, MyLove, actually trying his best to conquer the Vox zone and eliminating players after another, but still not enough. He needs support from the other team, another teammates, and I think they need to focus on enabling MyLove and their DPS dealer as well. But Mev is just such a menace as well, and Austin's too. So I cannot think of anything on how you shut down Mevs occasionally being killed. Yeah, right? And the others too. Could be possible, there's a possibility that they can still bounce back for game number 2 and tie up the series, but I don't think that it would be that easy.
No, no, it's definitely going to be a challenge for them. I
Uh-huh.
think Take Me Please, they have finally gotten up to their level.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going up against a team that has been tested up against the best of the best. Right?
Mhm.
Because when it comes to our franchise teams here in
Yes.
PARAVOX, they are there for a reason. They put in the work, they put in the hours. They have been signed to professionally play this. With that being said, of course, I'm not surprised that there is a very, very apparent level of play here, a difference in level between these teams.
That is correct. And now we will be showing you guys the highlights of that game number 1. If you just tuned in, this is what happened for that game number 1. Look at how Fiesel perfectly plays his spectral walls while also eliminating players coming from Take Me Please. On the other hand, Netlove is always there to support with the beat dot together with Mev as well. Chowie trying to get kills, and also Austin's and my love. I cannot express this enough because my love was actually was able to get a shutdown
Yeah.
during that one time. He was able to kill 2 and even get more points, but still won't be enough. I think they need to be more consistent on how they play and how they gather points. But that won't be easy. You mentioned that one. It's going to be a challenge, a struggle for them. They need to take down Mev. They need to take down even Fiesel.
Yeah, and the thing is that this is really apparent. Again,
Mhm.
you need to be able to rise to the level of your opponents here. I
Yes.
think for TMP right now, Take Me Please, they are definitely punching up.
Yes.
And when you're up against an opponent that is very well experienced, they are very
Uh-huh.
well versed in the game, you need to be able to bring out everything, not leave everything on the server, essentially,
Yes.
right? Because Alter Ego, I don't think they were even remotely challenged here in this position. Yeah, there were some kills. Yes, they got one shutdown,
Uh-huh.
but you can't stop there. You need to keep
No.
going. You need to be able to not just make sure that you get the kills, but at the same time, get the points. Make sure that they
Objectives.
are not able to kind of really heat up towards the end.
True.
And that's where most of the professional teams
Uh-huh.
really shine, right?
Mhm.
But you get a shutdown, hopefully towards the latter part of the game.
Yes, and put pressure. No breather for the opponent. Hopefully they will be able to make that happen on our game number 2 later on between these two teams, Take Me Please and Alter Ego. And if you're just here, you're supporting this team, please support your favorite team. Share the live stream. Don't forget to add PARAVOX on your Steam wish list. We have a lot of tournaments, weekly tournaments, monthly tournaments. There's a lot in store here at PARAVOX.
Yeah, definitely a lot to look forward to. And again, PCI's grand final, which we're going to be moving forward in later this year. It's going to be in Tokyo.
Yes.
So that's especially what our teams are playing for. On
Yes.
top of course, our existing prize pool here.
Yes.
Our regional qualifier prize pool is separate from the Tokyo prize pool. So that's a 20,000 USD prize pool for the teams that are playing today
Wow.
in our regional qualifiers.
Wow, 20,000 USD prize pool. Everyone would have a piece of their prize pool. You have to be the grand champions. You have to be, runner-ups. But yeah, we will be crowning or determining the top 2 that will represent our region
Yep.
to battle up against those top 2 from other regions as well. I believe we have from Japan. We also have from
We got some NA.
NA, yeah. So we have a lot of teams going to Japan as well. So eyes on the prize. Aside from glory and pride, bragging rights,
Bragging rights.
eyes on the prize. And I think that's what's motivating Full Sense. Aside from the pressure that they need to defend the title that they have, and I think aside from that, I think Full Sense is definitely conditioned.
Yep.
They're here to stay, and they've shown us how they play.
Yeah, and when you're a team that has won a championship, that also means you have a target on your back.
True.
And all the more then you need to continue to innovate, to be at your very best, because these teams will have had the chance to review how you play, to come up with different game plans, and sometimes they will be successful,
True.
but sometimes they will not. As we saw earlier, Blacklist Academy, they were able to,
Blacklist.
for the first time in a while, take down a map from Full Sense. Well,
Yeah.
Full Sense
First time?
coming back from it, I think for the first time,
Yeah.
arguably ever, if I'm not mistaken. And Full Sense, they are a team that doesn't back down after that. They fight back, and they went in with a 2-1 over
Yeah.
Blacklist Academy. And ever since that point into the tournament, it has been perfect for them.
Yes, knowing them, they tend to grit their teeth, be hungry for more victory. That's how Full Sense play. But yeah, going back to what teams are playing right now, Alter Ego and Take Me Please. two different teams of two different playstyle. What's surprising is that they tend to use similar brands,
Yeah.
mirror brands. So it's a matter of execution on how they prioritize things. You mentioned that they need to prioritize to kill specific people, specific player. Could be Fizzle, could be Mev, shut down Mev, and then capitalize on the fact that there's no damage dealer. I mean, those kind of trivial things. And hopefully, Take Me Please will be able to at least gap the score or eventually win the match, second match, tying up our series.
Yeah, I mean, whether you like it or not, there will always be that point in time where
Mhm.
you kind of get caught, right?
Yes,
They
of
realize, okay,
course.
this is what they're doing,
Mhm.
this is how we solve it,
Mhm.
right? And it comes down to how Alter Ego are going to be able to adapt to that situation. And I think Take Me Please, again, they are being tested for the first time on this level.
Yes.
They've definitely done some damage in the ranks. They've done some damage in the monthly tournaments, the weekly tournaments. But now that you are in the professional circuit, you need to do your absolute best. So here, moving into Quantum Junction, Scotchy in the hands of Mev. And for Austin's, who was previously the Scotchy player for TMP, is going to be playing on the Juno this time around. And remember, Quantum Junction, we had our doubts about Mev here in Quantum Junction.
Using Scotchy.
Well, yeah, we thought he was just
Nova-
not gonna have a good
Juno.
time.
Juno could have been
Yeah.
used here by Mev, but he opted to use Scotchy. Would be really surprising, honestly, since this area, you don't have any time to actually evade your
Yep.
opponent. And if you're holding a sniper rifle, my love, Austin, and even Chowny might go after your back since you have a sniper rifle. So I think they'd be using that on a different purpose. But if Med's gonna go, gonna go ham with the Scotchy, then why not? Let's head in straight to our game number 2 of the series with Alter Ego against Take Me Please.
Possibly the last game here for Take Me
Possibly.
Please here in the upper bracket. Now though, no kills just on the board this time. Alter Ego taking a lot longer than usual, but we do have a couple of kills
Ooh.
now as the Spectrum Wall gets set up. Austin's will be taken down here by Mev. And again, Alter Ego early lead, but Take Me Please immediately fighting back.
Exactly, 0-7 here. Someone's gonna go down. It's gonna be Choni. And this is again what's happened a while ago. Alter Ego trying to get a perfect, flawless victory here, but Fizzle still guarding the Vox area or the Vox zone. That's what he do. But for Mev having a Scotchy, I think he's having a really hard time to actually position himself. So I think. But even though he's getting kills, he's killing Austin, he's killing, and Netlove will be killing My
boy.
Love as well. No more Kelsey player, and I think they wanna finish this really quick if in this
Oh.
kind of gameplay there that they're playing.
And you're just seeing it, man.
Yeah.
The kill feed is lighting up in red again and again and again.
True.
Only 1 point so far for Take Me Please. Now Netlove looking to do some damage, looking to chase them down, make sure that they are not comfortable in their current positioning here. And again, Netlove takes down Austin's now. And Alter Ego, full control, not even anyone being able to contest this space. Fizzle finds My Love, and it's going to be all
Yeah.
Chowy. And again, Alter Ego, they're just so good right now.
Exactly, so good to get more points here. Fizzle is not controlling the Vox zone, surprisingly enough, going after the kill. Netlove here. Probably Fizzle is being pressured to actually go outside of the Vox zone, but Mev is on a roll with his Scotchy trying to take down someone. But Netlove is gonna be killed here, but My Love for the vengeance there. Fizzle with the Kelsey. I think they're taking this a bit slowly. This is not as fast as our game number 1.
Yeah, definitely not fast as that. I think the larger strike zone A might be one of the
Oh.
factors. Again, Alter Ego, they're an expert at positioning themselves for victory. But because it is just the sheer size of the strike zone, it's a lot easier to hear, especially since it is smack down in the middle. There is a terrain here, which means
Yeah.
that you can't do that the same mechanics that you've done before to abuse that site, to be able to stop your opponents from being there, from their presence being absolutely demolished whenever they show up.
My Love, no more Kelsey, no
Oh!
more wall. And that's gonna be 2 for none. And then it's gonna be 1 versus 3 here for Alter Ego. This is looking good for Alter Ego, 12-43. Mev looking more targets here. Fizzle as
Well
well
done, Bless.
outside. One's gonna kill
Oh!
Austin. And now I think this is the perfect time to actually go to the Vox Zone B because we still have
Mev!
like 12 seconds before we transfer to a different Vox Zone.
Now it's going to be a bum rush for the other side here. Of course, Take Me Please, desperately trying to hang on for dear life. Mev taking down 2 in a
Mev!
row. And now, Last second, already Alter Ego, 45 points. It's going to be a bum rush now for Strike Point B. Netlove's already here. But on the other side of the spectrum, well, there's a couple of players from TMP waiting for the advance from the Alter Ego player. Mev trying to play up close and personal. He finds one, takes down My Love. But on the other side, Chowie finds Netlove here. 18 to 46, Alter Ego. They might have control of the game, but they don't have control of the strike point. They might be in the lead, but they're not moving any closer forward.
They are actually taking the battle, taking the skirmishes and matches outside of the Vox zone. Fizzle, critically low, blowing up to his face, gonna go down there. No more walls coming from Fizzle. Chowny looking for target with the beat dot. It's connecting Rave Strike though. He's gonna die by the hands of Netlove as well. So even though the stun connected, not enough damage to deal with.
Yeah, not a single care in the world. Now Austin's 22 HP here, none of his teammates left, so that gives Alter Ego the opportunity to just stack up these points. Now they've hit 60, and Austin's still not able to get any kind of health, man. He was down to 2 HP, and Fiesel finds Austin's. Ow, what? He just finished healing, and now he's dead!
Up to no avail. Just when you thought you have been sustained, then you're gonna go down. That's just so bad right now. 90 to 6. This is Fiesel. Mev on the Scotchy will get that shut down. Then and again, Netlove will be reloading, looking for target. Fizzle now gaining control of the Vox area, but Netlove from up above going after 2.
Chasing him down.
Will there be I don't think it's gonna be someone who's gonna get killed, as Ghost Track will be utilized as well, just in the nick of time.
Now running the other way here. Also Ego only 11 points left from victory, with the Spectrum wall already set up for them. Take Me Please looking to find a way to counteract the domination that Alter Ego have brought to the table. But Chowie dies, and Austin follows suit. My Love's gonna be the last man standing between Alter Ego and the 2-0 sweep, but he doesn't even have control. It's over! Alter Ego, your second upper semifinalists.
It's over for... No, I mean, it's not yet over for Take Me Please, because they will be going down to the lower bracket. So they still have a chance. They still have a chance in their tournament. But for Alter Ego, they will be joining Full Sense at the TPT top of our tournament at the semifinals. So this is really exciting, having these two teams which are really good when it comes to their playstyle, their brand selection. Now we're gonna show you the post-match. It's kind of different from the first match, wherein it was really fast, but now it's kind of slow paced. Vox area being contested, Vox Zone being contested by Take Me Please, but won't be enough to actually gain them any map here in our series. It's a 2-0 sweep from Alter Ego. Look at Fizzle here with 59 points, just controlling with the Kelsey brand there. Netlove with 6-4, and
look at
AE Mev with 12-0, undefeated, unkilled, undeniably amazing player with the Scotchy in Quantum Junction. Just when we thought that it's just so hard to reload with the Scotchy in Quantum Junction, what he did is he didn't even use the heal pad for the angles, for the heights, for the advantage. What he did is to upfront just use the sniper rifle to Take Me Please's phases.
Yep. And you know, there was much better of a performance out of Take Me Please here. They did do quite a lot of work, right? Where they forced, they almost brought Alter Ego all the way to Strike Zone C.
Yes.
They were able to contest the strike points for a pretty long time. I think they were forced to play for maybe 60-70 seconds on the strike point without getting a single thing, which was a surprise to me, right, considering how they played that first game.
True.
But here on Quantum Junction, in the end, I think Take Me Please, they just ran out of gas again. And Mev.
Undeniably amazing with the Scotchy. 12-0 could be someone to be at par with Brook with the Scotchy, but since Brook is actually transitioning with the Juno and even Nova Technology, so the versatility of Brook is undeniable as well. But we'll find out later on in the semi-final rounds. Yeah, that's just our game number 8.
Yeah.
No. Game number 7, rather. Game number 7, Take Me Please will be joining those teams at the lower bracket later on. Yeah.
And
we're
Alter
in-
Ego will be going up against our defending PGRT champions in our upper
Yeah,
semis.
semifinals.
So that's going to be happening in a bit. We do have quite a few teams that are still battling out in our
Yes.
lower bracket. We will be waiting for those things to happen later on. But at 2-0 sweep, I think Alter Ego, again, surprise, surprise, right, are looking like a good contender up against Full Sense here.
Exactly. I think for me, can we make a guess? Can we make a prediction on how the game's gonna be? Like, could it be a 2-0 sweep? Will it be a 2-1? Let's do that later.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that later.
But we got to make up our minds first.
Let's do that later because, of course, let's not outshine those players or teams that's still playing at the lower bracket. Yeah, we still have those teams at the lower bracket. Doing their best. It's a do or die series
Yeah.
at the lower bracket, and it's very crucial at the lower bracket because you don't want to lose any matches anymore, because that would be the end of your journey for the tournament for the PCI region open qualifiers.
Yeah, it could be end of the road for some of these players, so it's going to be an interesting one. Knowing that, of course, a lot of the teams that are down there are franchise teams again.
Yes.
Right, and it's kind of different. With PGRT, we had the group stages. A lot of the teams had to go through the absolute conflict of going through that round robin. But here, with a change in our format, it's a lot more cutthroat, right? So
Yes.
back then, you could just worry about trying to stay alive, trying to win more games than losing. But this time around, you only have 2 lives here. So for Take Me Please, they are down to their last life in the lower bracket. And for everyone else, it's kind of going to be the same thing. But of course, when you look at the replay here, the highlights from Alter Ego, we want to talk about as well how they specifically played this out, right? Take Me Please know how to prevent Alter Ego from
Yes.
stacking up too many points in strike point A. But when it got to strike point B, I don't think that strategy has been developed any further than one would have wanted it to be.
Yes, they're dying, and when you die, you get penalty when you respawn. So that's also one thing to think about on what happened here on game number 2 here at this Quantum Junction. So now we're seeing Mev. He's really on a roll. 1 hit, 1 shot, 1 kill. And that's just how Mev roll. And look at that shutdown coming from Mev. And this is the highlight of game number 2. This is a clean 2-0 sweep coming from Alter Ego. They're moving to our semifinals on the upper bracket together with Full Sense.
Yep.
That's going to be interesting. That's going to be amazing. Later on, we'll be showing you the updated bracket just so you know what's happening at the lower bracket as well. Which teams would almost make it to the semifinals of the lower bracket.
Yeah. We'll see how it goes later on today, but of course, that was quite a series out of them. I think
Yes.
we got more than we asked for from Take Me Please, but in the end, of course, Alter Ego did still win. With that being said, of course, I'm Josuave here with Nikki. We're going to be going to a quick break. When we're back, the upper semifinal shall commence. See you guys in a bit. What's up, Foxers? We're back. I'm just Suave. I'm here with Nikki, and we are going in for the upper semi-final. Now, to give you guys a little bit of a lowdown of what is at stake right now. Remember, our top 2 seeds from the Southeast Asian region are secured in Tokyo, which means whoever wins this series is booking that ticket to Tokyo to the PCI Grand Final on site in the Fuji TV Observatory. So for a little bit of a lowdown, let's go back to the bracket and to take a look at what's going on here.
And this is our semifinals in the upper bracket. Full Sense and Alter Ego will be battling up against one another, and whoever wins that match or series will be heading straight to the finals, like what Juswave mentioned a while ago. Secure ticket to Tokyo for the Grand Championship. On the other hand, whoever loses will be going down to fight gruesome battles once again at the lower bracket. And we can see here Intro Voice just waiting for whoever's gonna win between Bleed Esports and Kadiliman Esports. On the other hand, Take Me Please, the one that we spectated a while ago, will be going up against Blacklist Academy. They have a lot of matches to be played at the lower bracket. Insanely enough, could be a good thing to be, fighting up against different teams with different strategies. At the same time, you mentioned endurance, mental fortitude. It would really took a toll. It would really take a toll on you when you play a lot of games for a day. Definitely gonna test your strength, your mental fortitude, your endurance as well.
You're gonna be going through the absolute gauntlet here, and
True.
even if you're in the upper bracket like Full Sense and Alter Ego, they've had to play so many games in a row with very minimal breaks as well. So this is gonna be an interesting time because now that we've gone through 3-4 matches for both these teams, right? I think we're gonna be seeing the real form, right? Because when it comes to esports, it's not about playing at your absolute best, but it's the consistency, right? Being able to play at a high level, even if you're not at your best form, is something that sets apart professionals from amateurs. But with that being said, of course, Alter Ego versus Full Sense again. We're starting it off in Space Map.
Wow, a different take on the semifinals here at the upper bracket. Two teams, really promising teams when it comes to composition and brand pickings and also their synergy. Now it will be put to test which team would definitely have their the wits and what it takes to be winning the semifinals and heading towards the grand finals. We have Space Map, Quantum Junction, and finally the decider map for Neo City. I'm taking my guess here. I'm taking my prediction 2-1. Of course, we want to have a series breaker, a decider at Neo City.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, to be fair, right? I think Alter Ego have been playing on a completely different level today as opposed to their previous showings here on the PARAVOX broadcast. But I say this again, but Full Sets are on a whole other level. So this is where we're going to have a real look at whether or not they have equaled that level, at whether or not they have actually evolved enough to catch up. Because remember, Full Sets have been at the very top since PGRT, which means there's only 2 ways that this is going to be going. Either Full Sense have innovated to a point that they are still ahead of the curve, or Alter Ego have actually caught up to them.
And that's what we'll find out later on in our first map for this series. A best of 3 once again here at the upper bracket semifinals. It's a do or die for both of these teams. You want to have a piece of that plane ticket, a piece of our prize pool, 20,000 USD, and a piece of victory, a piece of everything. Now I'm gonna show you guys the brand pick. This is going to be interesting because it is a mirror match.
Yeah, no surprise here. Of course, when we talk about Space Map, one is very, very wide open, especially when it comes to Strike Point A. It's so easy for the Scotch players to go insane. And again, we are seeing Brook on his old reliable. We're seeing Mev on the old reliable. So both teams going to be in their comfort zone here. And it's going to be a face-off here between Brook and Mev specifically. But also secondary to that conflict will be the Fiesel versus Jupiter, who's going to be able to set up the Spectrum wall in such a way that it opens things up for their team.
And closest for the opponent. And let's not forget Netlove against Opito. Now, objective-wise, Beat Dot players will be going up against the Scotchy. They need to shut down Scotchy players. So Oputo needs to shut down Mev, and on the other hand, Netlove needs to shut down Brook. Let's find out as we head on really hot and straight here on the game number 1 with Full Sense and Alter Ego.
Again, gonna be seeing Alter Ego put to the test up against the defending PGRT champions. No kills on the board just yet. We got him. The Photon Blast out in the open as well, not connecting over to anything. But Alter Ego strikes first. Netlove finds Oputo here, and no points now. 1-4-1, and Alter Ego continue to be in control. Couple of kills now gonna be in their favor here, but Brook so far away can't find a single thing. He finds Mev. Kills coming in from both sides. It is so far equal, but Full Sense an immediate response.
Yes, what I really love about this is that Netlove is really careful when it
Oh!
comes to reloading. He needs to go out a bit and just reload. That's how careful they are to play in this kind of level. And now we're currently watching Netlove going in once again, bravely enough to contest this, but it's gonna go down. Jupiter will be killing him with that.
Oh,
and
no.
now, kills after kills. Brook will be killing Fiesel, Mev will be killing Jupiter, Brook will be killing Mev, and this is a trade-off for trade-off for trade-off.
Yeah, it is starting to fall apart here. Again, we talked about Full Sense, how they are able to play on the normal level at the very, very start, but once they get that thing going, once the engine has roared, it's going to be hard to make them stop. Now, though, with that being said, Full Sense in the lead. Alter Ego actively trying to prevent things from getting any worse here, but Full Sense still, every time Alter Ego come up with an idea, the response is immediate coming in from the PGRT defending champions.
Yes, that is Jupiter for you. Now we're currently watching Jupiter just having a good control of the area while also pushing enemies away.
Oh, Brook.
And Oputo here looking for his objective, looking for his target. 2v1 situation, and no one's going near. Netlove's gonna go down once again, but it has a Brook, and that's gonna be a shutdown.
Coming in now for Full Sense here. Alter Ego ready for it, but the immediate response coming from Full Sense again. Fiesel gets 1 kill, and as Alter Ego are raring up the resources to come in all at once, Brook still gets Fiesel. The Kelsey player is gone, and that means that there's going to be no cover, no wall coming in for Alter Ego, and Full Sense continuing to stack up the points.
Heal point will be used by Brook there to sustain himself. Jupiter and AE Melv's gonna go down once again by Brook with a Scotchy. That is the endurance that we're looking for, a Scotchy player, and Brook has it. He has the skills, he has the strategy, and they have the synergy. Fiesel's gonna go down once again, but it has a Brook. He's doing a lot of impact. You need to shut down Brook real quick now.
The shutdown has to happen sometime soon, because even if they're setting themselves up for victory, even with the Spectrum Wall being well placed, Full Sense still get the kills, and Brook absolutely dominating the lobby right now. Full Sense approaching the 50-point mark, and Alter Ego so far behind, but it looks like they might be finding the hope. Couple of kills now coming in for Alter Ego here as Oputo does get Netlove, but in the end, they still can't get any points.
Yes, momentum and pacing being dictated here by Full Sense, even killing Fiesel. No more Spectral Wall as they head towards the Vox Zone B. No wall. Imagine that. That's a complete advantage now for Full Sense, now heading in straight to the Vox area. Jupiter, while trying to control here, even throwing in some damage there and not letting anyone go inside his turf.
Yep, got a Spectrum Walls, halving it, not going to give them the opportunity to move forward. Now Full Sense on one side, waiting for the right time to strike. Of course, Alter Ego have made a way to try and get a little bit closer, stacking up the points, trying to close that distance between them and Full Sense. But Full Sense, they're so good at holding it off. Alter Ego not even giving the opportunity to even step on the strike point here.
Netlove's critically low, gonna go down. Jupiter for that kill. Fiesel with backing up a bit. No! Where are you going? And that's gonna be a shutdown once again. Shutdown after another 65 to 23. Oputo, this is a perfect time for him to actually gain more points and even sustain for his team. And now they are reaching almost 80 points with that shutdown.
Here now, shutting off the door, shutting off the window. Only one way inside the strike point, being so much time still left on the clock. Full Sense again, stacking up the kills, racking them up here in the side as the Spectrum Wall being brought out as well to make sure that they can take control. And again, Brook, Oputo striking one at a time. It's going to be only Mev so far away, and Full Sense continuing to stack up the points, getting closer and closer to victory here, and only by that small margin, they are still to remain alive.
Still, what a gameplay coming from Brook. He's playing on top of his game right now. Brook going in, going out, even getting that love. And that's how Brook is doing that. But Fizzle gonna get Jupiter, but still won't be enough, as even though they were be able to shut down, Brook was able to shut down Fizzle there. And it's just a matter of 3 points right now. Oputo killing Mev as well.
Oh.
And we're about approaching the conclusion of our game number 1 here with Oputo just holding the area. 1 more points here. Last
Desperate.
1 kill. Spectral wall will be used here. Fizz is gonna be a gunner. And this would be the end of it. Just when you thought Fizzle was trying to deny and contest the Vox zone, still they were able to eliminate Fizzle there.
Looks like the answer to our question has been provided to us, right? With full sense, they either will have been caught up with or continue to push forward. And the innovation of this team, right? The way that they're developing at such a startling rate, everyone else is really far behind. Even Alter Ego, right?
Yeah.
Who have been doing pretty well.
Yes.
Who have been able to dominate some teams 2-0s almost all the way.
Yes.
Are still far behind Full Sense here. So we're gonna need to see something else out of them when it comes to our second map. Quantum Junction, of course, being one of the weaker maps for Full Sense. I think this might be the opportunity for them.
Because Brook is transitioning from a Scotchy
To the
to
Juno.
But now we'll be showing you the post-match, what happened, how many hit points, how many percentage, and there you go, 26 to 100. Definitely a different league. Full Sense is playing at a different league right now. Oputo with 5-2, but hey, he has 50 points given and captured that Vox zone.
Wow.
Jupiter here, on the other hand, you know, they switch
Yep.
the objectives and the roles. Jupiter is now killing with 7-4. On the other hand, Brook here 13-3. Undeniably, Scotchy is made for Brook.
Yeah, this guy is completely different, right? He might be insane on the Juno, but when he's on the Scotchy, this guy, it feels like an extension of his arm. This guy yeah, it's just like it's built into
Part
his
of
right
his
arm. Yeah, it's just
body.
part of his body at this point. And I think Brook, he's such a mechanically gifted player, and with a
Yeah.
team that has such a great structure, right? Again,
True.
Oputo doing the damage, doing the up close and personal distraction plays, and Kelsey again setting them up for victory.
True.
The utility and the support coming in from Jupiter is something that has yet to be matched here in our bracket. And that's why they're the PGRT champions. And, you know, if they continue to play at this pace, if they continue to play at this level, which is so far high above
Super,
all
super.
the other teams, even in our own region, right?
Yes.
This will not be a surprise to me if Full Sense continue with an undefeated streak all the way to Tokyo.
I mean, that's not impossible. That's definitely possible on how Full Sense is playing right now. A different kind of league, a different kind of level. And to think that at least Blacklist was able to get 1 map from them, I mean, that's something. But yeah, Alter Ego.
A map
Mark-
is not a window, you know? It scares me. Because, like, yeah, so there are some teams that can upset you on a map.
Of course.
But if you can't close it out, does it even matter?
I mean, bragging right. You got a map from the
Yeah, and
champions.
don't get us wrong. We are Filipino as well, so we want the guys to win.
Just kidding, guys. Just
But it
kidding.
didn't happen. Anyway, going back to the highlights here, I think it's really apparent that the
Uh-huh.
usage of the Kelsey has been so important to the victory that
Remarkable.
Full Sense has been able to get. The way that they're able to dominate the map not only stops them from shooting their teammates, but at the same time, it denies the space that is necessary for
True.
Alter Ego to get those points.
True. That's what actually Jupiter and Fizzle are doing. Both of them, they know their objectives. It's just that, you know, Fizzle has died a lot, meaning to say Fizzle has been the target all along, aside
Yep.
from Mev and Netlove. So probably, you know, probably a different strategy. I mean, I cannot really say any flaws when it comes to the strategy of Alter Ego. It's just that Full Sense, they're playing on a different level.
Yep.
It's just like that. Because for Alter Ego, I mean, their strategy is also on point.
Yep.
It's just that
There's just something there. I don't know if it's that split-second decision-making that
Always,
comes in from Full
always.
Sense, right?
Uh-huh.
Because as soon as there was one point in Strike Point B where Full Sense, they knew that they could not get the points in.
They
So what
let
they did, they blocked off one corner of the Strike Point to make sure that they could step in and make sure that Alter Ego did not stack up more points in their favor. And again, it's just so creative out of Full Sense, right?
True.
The creativity of this team and this skill ceiling that has yet to be found by Full Sense, because it
Yes.
seems to me that every time we see them playing, it's just on a new level. It's like
Yeah.
they level up every single, not even every single match, but every single map that
True.
we've seen today.
True, that is true. I couldn't really agree more because they're showing us different I mean, it's as if they're rebranding. You're leveling up. You mentioned that they're evolving like a Pokemon. They keep on evolving, and that just goes to show on how mature they are, the discipline they have, and also on how they communicate with one another. The synergy they've been playing since the first season. I mean, and now even more. They keep on playing, even ranking. If you can, I mean,
Yeah.
the rankings are
Ranking
always
rush,
evident.
yeah.
They're always there. Obito, Brook, and Jupiter, they're always there. I mean, it's different. It's a different kind of league. But still, knowing that these guys, I mean, these boxers are grinding every single day, every single night, that's the discipline that you want to acquire from this kind of players. And now heading towards game number 2, let's move back. I mean, we cannot really say the David and Goliath storyline.
No,
when it
not
comes
at this
to-
point, no.
No, because Alter Ego, they're good on their own, on their craft. They're really good as well. So, I mean, it's just a matter of, I mean, the first one to commit misplay, probably.
Yeah, I think I want to say that, but at the same time, like, it just seems to me that Full Sense are, again, they're on a whole different level, right?
Yes.
They're just so far ahead of everyone else when it comes to PARAVOX that this Full Sense roster, despite what...
Solid.
Yeah, exactly. They're just such a solid group of individuals, right? That sometimes, even when you are playing ranked every day, even when you're there, the ranked also doesn't necessarily translate into good performances
True,
because it's more of a grind. And when you talk about the structure at which Full Sense play, right? They are purposefully grinding, meaning that
True.
whenever they play, something new is learned, something new is added in, and more mistakes are patched up as well as they go along. And this goes back to our conversation earlier about innovation.
Yes.
Right? When you're at the very, very top, you need to not only be able to innovate continuously, but stay at the utmost highest performance level. With that being said, of course, now Quantum Junction here. Mav's going to be playing on the Scotchy. This did look good last time.
Yes.
And again, we talked about how Quantum Junction is going to be the chance for Alter Ego to take down Full Sense here.
Could
Now
be.
that Brook is going to be on the Juno and not his favorite gun. But the old reliable sometimes can betray you. Even if Alter Ego did well here in Quantum Junction with the Scotchy, I just think that Brook did so well as well. Yes, it did take him some time going up against Blacklist Academy earlier.
Yes.
But every time we saw them in Quantum Junction afterwards, it was just full insanity out of them.
True. I think what's gonna happen here is Obito, Brook, and Jupiter will be forcing close combat. Will be always chasing or probably be baiting towards Obito while he is in Ghost Track, and then just gonna stun with the Rave Strike.
Rave Strike,
Probably
yeah.
that kind of combination coming from Obito. Jupiter and Brook, you know, just be baiting towards Obito. Could be. But yeah, I think having a Scotchy here, Mev playing the Scotchy, could be also a good target for the Juno player, which is Brook.
Yeah, I think what would really surprise me here is if Mev was able to shut down Brook more often than not. Because again, when it comes to Quantum Junction, the way that it's built as a small map, right? The
Yes.
distance is not that great between these
True.
two teams, which means that the Kelsey wall also
Oh,
gets a
no.
lot more utility than before.
Oh no, that is another Rave Strike stun. Will connect. Fiesel was gonna go down together with Mav 0-3. Now make it 4. Obito is not yet done as he will be looking for more target together with Brook here. Brook
Oh.
playing on a different level right now. Obito killing Netlove. This is just complete insanity coming from Obito, killing one after another and even gaining points. Brook not giving them any time to breathe, just chasing after them.
Yeah, immediate control coming in from Full
True.
Sense now, and even the Kelsey wall coming in from them is not going to be able to stop them. Photon Blast
No.
being brought out. Brook takes down Mev, and that's going to be the Scotchy player gone. Full Sense again here, striking again and again. Every time they show up, they get stricken down, and here Alter Ego, desperate to even get a single point, not granted a single crumb.
Not even one single point here as Jupiter will be still contesting and denying Alter Ego in the process. Obito gonna go back strong, but it's gonna go down. Fiesel will be having his vengeance, but still
Can
that's
they?
not the objective. He needs to go inside off the Vox soon. Fiesel, it's gonna go down as well by Brook. Brook is on a roll
Oh, they
here.
have control
Together
finally.
with the Juno, finally 4 points here for the Alter Ego team.
Oh no, but Brook goes insane. He takes down 2 here and Alter Ego. on the back foot once more. Yes, they might have gotten quite a few points, but the problem now is if whether they're going to be able to continue their stride forward here. Full sense on the back of those couple of kills. They have not been granting Alter Ego any kind of grace.
Yes.
They might be able to get one more point here, but there's just way too many people. Fiesel does find Jupiter, and Obito's kind of been having a quiet few seconds like these last few times.
Oh.
Now, though, Alter Ego take down 2 from Full Sense.
Finally, Mev will be able to shut down Brook, but will that be enough to actually gain more points? Mev here critically low. Oh no, he needs to reposition, and that's the problem with Scotchy. You need a good angle, you need a good position. Now you're critically low. You might get a heal, but will that be enough? Still critically low here, and no, Fizzle's actually contributing a lot of kills. He's not using his utility or Kelsey Walls or Fortin Blast. He's just going in and out, taking this really slowly, and now they're 15 to 20.
Yeah, seems to be a good enough distraction for
Yeah.
Alter Ego to make sure that Full Sense are going to be off guard, not knowing where to focus here. But
Ooh,
Obito takes down 2! Striking him down 1 at a time now. It's going to be Fiesel here. Got to stay alive inside the strike zone, take him down by Brook. And now only with Metlove being the last man standing here inside of the strike zone. Going to be shot at from all different angles, and Jupiter takes him down, but Mev comes back.
And that is it. A matter of 10 points here. Obito still not yet done. Looking for more targets here. With his 50% life, he needs to sustain. But Brook for this Juno looking for targets. Obito goes track. Let's have a combination. I don't think so. I think this is the downtime for now, as Alter Ego is trying to catch up and was able to actually adopt and adjust with the strategy of Full Sense.
Got quite a few points here, but the problem is Full Sense are still squarely in the lead, and now they've taken that space, they've taken that territory. As we have moved on to strike point B, there's not going to be no really opening for Alter Ego. They do take down Obito, but they don't have control of the strike point just yet. Now the Spectrum Wall being brought out, Brook coming in from above, raining down the bullets onto their bodies here. Not going to be able to get it, but now Alter Ego, they're so close. Only 4 points away, looking to drop down the Kings here.
Patience is indeed a virtue. Fizzle will be taking down Brook in the process, 27 to 34. And indeed, their patience is paying off as they are about to close in the gap. But Obito not letting that happen. Contesting the middle, going out and about, but needs to heal up a bit. And now it's just a matter of 4 points. Full Sense just leading 4 points. And that's going to go back to the question or the statement that you made. This might be their weak map. You mentioned that a while ago.
Yeah, we need to find a hole in the map pool for Full Sense, and it seems to be that Quantum Junction is that point. Now, Alter Ego finally taking that lead away, but the problem is they're stuck at 35.
Wow.
That's a 1 point difference here between these two teams. In Full Sense, all they need to do is make sure that they can get this health. Obito trying to get them as they are desperately trying to get the health here. Jupiter takes down Netlove now.
Brook.
And here the struggle inside of our strike point. Brook, Jupiter take down 1 each. It's going to be Mev, the Scotchy player so far away. He takes down Brook here, and still it's going to be a struggle for power. Full Sense, though, they finally have their feet in the territory once more.
Yes, everyone's all over the place, and you might be questioning yourselves why. That is because the strategy here is to scatter Full Sense and not let them get objectives, and it's working for Alter Ego, 42 to 47. If Mev will be able to actually do this strategy to scatter everyone from Full Sense, they might actually win this map.
And it's looking possible, but it might be way too close.
True,
Mev takes down Obito, and a couple of kills coming in for Alter Ego. It's going to be only Brook. They know where he is. They know that the Juno is going to be in his hands. The problem now, Alter Ego, they have this lead. It's 58, 59, and counting here, coming in from Full Sense here. They need to find a way to counteract the control that Alter Ego already have.
Yes.
But they have such a great formation. You take first contact here on Fiesel. They look towards Fiesel. You have to worry about the other teammates.
Fiesel.
And there, Fiesel down at the hands of Jupiter. And again, Full Sense looking to rally back. They take down Netlove. It's only going to be Mev. And he's trying to run away desperately. Getting away from the bullets that are coming in. Raiding on his body. And Full Sense in the midst of all that. Doing the damage. Getting the points on the target as well. And they are catching up already. We're tied up already. Full Sense. Full comeback onto Alter Ego.
Alter Ego, just when you thought that can actually do a comeback, it's just so hard for them to actually pull off the strategy that they thought, which is actually destroying the formation and rotation of Full Sense. Obito killing Netlove once again and again and again. And Fiesel's gonna go down together with Netlove, giving more advantage for Full Sense. And Jupiter, even though critically low on health, is gonna go back into the Vox zone and adding more points to them. And that's gonna be a shutdown!
Coming in from Full Sense now, Alter Ego. They're running it back, but Full Sense, they still have control here of the strike point. 15 points here and counting for Full Sense as they approach the second victory. Alter Ego looking to slay the Kings, but now have been rendered useless in only 9 points and counting here coming in from them. Jupiter forced out of position, and Full Sense, they do not have a foot inside the territory that they need to be holding on to. But Alter Ego, they're falling one at a time. Fiesel's gone, that means the Spectrum Wall's gone. And here Mev fighting back, Brook onto Netlove. It's gonna be another wipeout. Full Sense, 2-0 clean sweep coming in from the PGRT champions, and a little bit of spice to add on to it as well.
And look at Brooke just standing there, heads up. We will be flying to Tokyo, secured, ticket secured for the grand finals, as they will be heading to the grand finals of PCI Region Open Qualifiers. What a spectacular gameplay between Alter Ego and Full Sense. But for this time around, Full Sense will be the victors and heading straight to our grand finals. Unfortunately, Alter Ego, they did their best. Definitely did their best, especially for game number 2, map number 2. We've seen them actually get a whole new level of strategy, employ it. They were really trying, but it didn't really pan out as they wanted it to be. And now we'll be showing you guys the post-match of what happened there. 75 to 100. That is a
It's
close.
not too bad.
That is a close match. It's just a matter of, I mean, I'm so bad with math. 25 points.
Yep. And I think it, yeah, it was pretty close. But towards the end, I think Obito just really popped off, right?
Yeah.
And even
Shut down,
Jupiter
shut
as well, right?
down.
The usage of the Kelsey here in Quantum
True.
Junction, because of how small the map is, it's so hard to outrun the Photon Blast.
Yeah, yeah.
And we saw it quite a few times in this map, where
Yes.
I think it was Netlove and Fiesel rather, who kept getting chased down
True.
by this giant ball of mass energy from the Kelsey.
And remember, whenever you get kills, whenever you got heals, the cooldown becomes faster. That's why we've been seeing a lot of Photon Blast here and there and everywhere. But I really loved how Alter Ego was able to destroy the formation and rotation and even the positioning of Full Sense. They were able to actually scatter the players of Full Sense at one point, and at the time, they were able to take down Brook, and they were able to take down Obito as well, and that's the time wherein they gather the points. But now, Alter Ego, sadly,
an attempt was made. They got really close, I think.
Yeah.
As well, the adaptation came in just in time for Full Sense. Because
Yes.
Alter Ego, they looked really good. They were able
True.
to, for the first time in a while, right? I think that Full Sense did not really have control of this situation. They were forced off of their usual stations, the usual distances at which they play, and the angles that were supposed to be protected were not protected. And this gave us a little bit of a cycle, right? As one of the players was trying to respawn, the other two would try to have to struggle up against the entire enemy team.
Yes.
And this continued up until a certain point that Full Sense finally found a way to counteract what they were doing and go back to their normal routine. With that being said, I think we're going to be seeing quite a lot of that in the highlights here. Yes, it was so close. Alter Ego, despite what was a slow start, they gave us a really good fight against Full Sense.
Super slow start, super good fight. Everything was really a feast to the eye. As here doing the English commentary, really had a great time doing the commentary for this match, because out of all the matches, this is the for me, sorry, this is the best that I've ever seen, especially for both of these teams, because Alter Ego, they were able to make that happen. Their strategy, they were able to execute it, but still, I mean, just in the nick of time, Full Sense was able to recover, and Full Sense was able to answer back to the punishment being brought to their table by Alter Ego. So that's what's really remarkable by Full Sense. In the middle of the game, instantly they can come up with a new strategy and employ it and actually win the game.
And that's something about Alter Ego that you need to respect as well, right? Because they are one of the teams that, for the first time in a while, right?
Yes.
Something that has been kind of missing for us was somebody that's able to keep it nice and close against Full Sense. Because more often than not, it has been just Full Sense taking over the entire map.
Yeah,
usually. Yes, we love it when Full Sense wins. We love it because our C representative Full Sense will most probably be one of the most effective. But real growth in the scene is not shown by the top teams in the region. The real growth comes from the fact that when you're able to fight against when the lowest
Yes,
ranked team
that's-
can compete against the highest ranked team. That's
Yeah.
where the
From
real
the
beauty of it.
bottom, now we're here.
Exactly. And again, we go back to PGRT.
Yes.
Where Alter Ego, they got grouped. They didn't
Yes.
make it out of the group stage. They didn't make it into the playoffs bracket. And now they're able to challenge Full Sense on this kind of level. Which means
True.
that a lot of the teams are innovating. A lot of the teams are still catching up. And even with Blacklist Academy, right? They finally won one map against Full Sense. The first map we've seen
True,
Full Sense
true.
lose on in the longest time. This means that the scene is starting to catch up. And that means the future of PARAVOX is bright.
Yes, and with that in mind, I want to know who will be emerging, from the bottom. Of course, from the lower bracket. I know there are some games in the lower bracket, and that's going to be really hard for these teams. They've been playing since I don't know
1 p.m.
when.
our time.
1 p.m. GMT +8. They've been playing a lot of games. It will take a toll on you, especially mentally tired, physically tired. But at this point, always eyes on the prize. You want to be there to represent our region. You want to
Yeah.
be there together with Full Sense at the grand finals, right? So whoever is at lower bracket, whoever will emerge there, obviously, well deserved. Now we're gonna show you guys the updated bracket
Oh.
here. So whoever's gonna win between Bleed Esports and Blacklist Academy will fight against Alter Ego.
Yep, for the last spot in Tokyo, right?
Woo!
Our
Woo!
top two seeds here again. For those of you who don't know, PCI here are qualifiers here in Southeast Asia. Our top two seeds will be moving towards Tokyo at the end of the year. That's going to be in December, so there's quite a lot of time to develop further as well, right? So it's not going to be too tiring for our team so far. Of course, I think Alter Ego is at the trajectory at which they are improving here. They're looking so good. They almost
super.
brought Full Sense to a full three map series, and it was a flawless run from them all the way from round 1 all up until
2-0.
now. 2-0s, and the only time
2-1.
that they lost was up against Full Sense.
Okay. This is really interesting. I just want to know who's gonna win between these two, who's gonna emerge from the lower bracket and fight Full Sense once again, or even join Full Sense to represent our region in the grand finals of the PCI. So yeah, a lot of storylines. If Bleed Esports will, go up against Alter Ego, if Blacklist Academy will be the ones facing them, definitely interesting matches and gameplays to look out for.
Yep, I'm gonna be looking forward to that. I mean, again, right? We don't want to see one team that's just dominating everyone.
Of course.
The most interesting stories are the ones that have real struggle.
Yeah.
And it's not Full Sense's fault that they're this good,
Of
but
course,
everyone else
of course.
has to catch up, right?
But talking about catching up, we will be having a little bit of catching up to do. We will be going.
We gotta catch our breath.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to say short break. I don't want to say short
We'd
break.
be lying if we said that. But yeah, with that being said, of course, congratulations to Alter Ego securing our lower final spot. We're gonna see in a bit how that's gonna turn out. We're gonna go to a quick break. It's me, Suave, here with Nikki. PCI qualifiers will be right back.
supernova. Olelano G, got my crew, I kill it. Shooting for the stars. Omelano tagay. Tulate ko na kama. Dragon Knights on the way. Getting on die job. Inte hade die show. Butom natin na nila sudugo na mo. Tatakay wakasho. Yo wakano tayo. Asobi magkulagami may PARAVOX. Super.
Welcome back to the Vox Zone. It's me, Just Favi. I'm here with Nikki. And in case you guys missed it, in case you're wondering what's going on, it is the PCI regional qualifiers. The top 2 seeds locked in today will be getting their tickets to Tokyo
Yes.
and the chance to win it all with the 60,000 USD prize pool out in Tokyo.
Wow.
And that's not it, right? Here in the playoffs right now, we have a 20,000 USD prize pool that is up for grabs as well. And the lion's share will, of course, go to our number 1 seed. For those of you who have no idea what's going on right now, we are going to be heading into our lower final
Yes.
to find out who is going to be the second team that's going to be booking their ticket to Tokyo tonight.
And we're gonna show you the updated bracket. Just in case you missed it, we will be giving you the updated bracket right now. And the teams who participated, what transcended during our tournament, and what happened in the upper brackets, what happened to the lower brackets. So now we will be giving you guys the updated bracket in just a bit. Let's talk about Full Sense. They're
Full
already
Sense,
there, waiting for their opponent for the grand finals. But one thing's for sure, they already filled up the slot, going to Tokyo, fighting for the grand finals, and also representing our region. That's what's really good, is that they will be representing our region. We know that a strong team is representing us in the grand finals at Tokyo, Japan.
Yeah.
And one more thing. At the lower bracket, we will be showing that later on. This is a do or die. This is really interesting, best of 3. And honestly, we don't have any idea. So that's really what's amazing for the lower bracket later on.
Yeah, we're going to be looking forward to that. I think for Full Sense specifically, they have shown time and time again that they are on a completely different level.
Of course.
We saw them play at the PGRT,
Mhm.
and they looked really good. They won everything, right? Our PGRT champions for 2024. But on top of that, right, they further developed themselves here as we move forward. But now here, looking at the bracket, got it here, Blacklist Academy. From this lower bracket run, if you see, they came in from round 2 of the losers bracket, had to grind it all out, got to go
Yes.
through Bleed. They had to go through Take Me Please, all to get all the way here to the lower final up against Alter Ego. And let me tell you, Mickey, I would not be surprised if Alter Ego or Blacklist Academy
Mhm.
will continue to be good in Tokyo, because the way that Alter Ego played here, it is reminiscent of the level at which Full Sense was playing last PGRT. And the same can be said for Blacklist Academy. They are the only team to have taken a map off of Full Sense. So if we have
Fact.
Alter Ego here and Blacklist Academy, I'm very happy here, because we have Alter Ego who is doing very, very well. And as on top of that as well, Blacklist Academy looking to cement themselves in history as the second seed for Southeast Asia.
And in a bit, we will be showing you guys the brand pick and also the map pick. Rather, no waterfront and no space map, but for sure, we will be opening this matchup in the El Clasico Neo City, followed by Quantum Junction. And if ever, we will be pushing for a decider map that's going to be Launch Complex. You're talking about Blacklist. Incredibly enough, Blacklist has been battling up almost 4 matches. Always 2-0, aside from Full Sense, it's going to be 2-1.
Yeah.
And now this is going to be their 5th match. I mean, imagine how
The
many
grind.
the grind, how many matches they've been playing from. Afternoon.
This afternoon
until,
it is now.
yes,
It's bedtime for the little kids out there.
but not for us, and not for Voxers, because we still have more matches to be played for this evening for the PCI Region Open Qualifiers. And now, looking at, I think, very reasonable map picks. Honestly, reasonable map picks. For Neo City, anything is possible. Everyone is strong when it comes to map for Neo City. Everyone's used to that. They know how to maneuver themselves in different kinds of area of Neo City. And now, What's the difference here once again is Yanagi playing the Bonrat, Shintaro playing the Nova. On the other hand, a different approach coming from Alter Ego.
I don't know what
Fizzle,
to think about this.
once again, Fiesel's really good when it comes to Kelsey, and Mev, Scotchy, signature, brand for Fizzle,
Yeah.
for Netlove and Mev. They stick with their comfort brands. And same.
I don't know what to think about this, right?
Same.
Because Blacklist Academy are running a composition here that we have not seen since July.
Yes.
And again, we talked about how the Bonrat has left the meta, and for good reason, right? Because the
True.
existence of the Juno, the existence of the Kelsey as well, has kind of rendered that relatively useless.
True.
So we'll see how it turns out here. Tactical already going to be brought out. Blacklist Academy. Not going to be able to see a single thing on the back of the Eclipse smoke here, but Netlove does take down Yanagi nice and early.
Yanagi.
And this is the danger, right? We talked about the Bonrat.
True.
It takes time to do some damage because it's not a bullet-based gun.
Nope.
Right? It needs the grenade to hit the floor or hit the person directly, and that takes a
Yes.
while when you're using a projectile-based weapon.
Exactly, but let's find out how they will be pulling this off. Fizzle cannot even go and enter the Vox zone.
Oh.
This is really a different story from the Fizzle that we knew. He's really good when it comes to controlling. Shintaro with the Nova, taking down Mev, and that is the objective, but he will be stunned by the Rave Strike, and that would be the end of Shintaro. So there's always an answer to the punishment and aggression coming from both teams. Netlove just taking two from Blacklist Academy.
But Shintaro does take down Fizzle here. We got a
Uh-huh.
12-10 right now, and Blacklist Academy not too far off
Of
from
course,
actually
of
taking that
course.
lead away. And again, we talked about this. Both these teams are really good contenders to go up against Full Sense to be able to represent well at PCI in Tokyo.
Yes.
But now the problem is whether or not they can actually catch up, because now Netlove is taken down here by Boogie, and as Blacklist Academy, they take that lead. The immediate answer back from Alter Ego results in 2
True.
kills in their direction.
Shintaro looking for target, looking for a kill. They're gonna go back for a bit there.
Ooh.
Yanagi inside of the smoke, inside of all of the
What?
KOs there, but still we are stranded here at 18-20.
Oh.
No, Shintaro will be killing Netlove and Mev. No damage dealer, and that is a shutdown. By Shintaro, this is something, and you need to capitalize on the shutdown. You need to acquire as many points as you can while there are no Netlove and Mev in the game.
And now you can see it. Blacklist Academy starting to pull away. 30 points already for them coming
Yeah.
in. A couple of kills here and there. But now the problem is
Perfect.
whether or not Alter Ego can stop the momentum that they already have, because Blacklist
Yes.
Academy, they have hit a wall
Whoa,
at 30. And there goes
Fizzle!
Boogie already taking out Fizzle here. Shintaro good for a kill over onto Netlove. And Alter Ego down to
True.
1 again. And this time with the smokes. This is where the smokes actually come in, right? Because Mev,
True.
you take down the 2 people who are playing short range, then put the smokes up.
Yes.
The sniper's not gonna see a single thing.
Yes, and that could be a good point here where they choose to have a Bonrat Mev going in. And that is peculiar to be having a Scotchy to go in. But yeah, Nag is going to go down here.
Oh!
20 more seconds before we reach our Vox zone.
Boogie!
But Boogie is going to kill Mev and Fizzle. And now they're gaining more points, even doubling up the points here by Alter Ego. And now's the perfect time for them to actually, they can rotate now, but I think they're gonna still wanna kill people inside of the smoke. And it's gonna be Netlove.
Now trying to make the most out of the remaining points here in Strike Point A. It's gonna be a race against time to get over to Strike Point B. All 3 are gonna be first contact here, but Boogie already takes down Netlove. And now with a Photon Blast being brought out in the open field, does take him down. Now the smoke's gonna be up. It's gonna be a nice game of short range fights here inside of Strike Point B. Fizzle and Netlove good for 1 each. It's gonna be Shintaro with the Nova trying to stay alive on the inside, but now Alter Ego, they are starting to catch up.
Yes, definitely catching up with 32 to 44. Netlove looking for a target here. And I think he's gonna go back into the battle here
This is
together.
Boogie!
Looking for target. But I think now Yanagi with the ball going in for the smoke there. And critically low. Hellfire will connect. Fizzle's gonna go down. I think that's the perfect timing for him. While Fizzle is actually just busy fending off the Vox zone, that's the perfect time to go and get the Hellfire.
Yeah, looking to blow them sky high right now. Blacklist
True.
Academy on the back of that. They're already halfway to that win. 51 points and counting here. Alter Ego trailing behind by only 14. Now the Spectrum Wall as well, preventing the further presence coming in from Blacklist Academy. And here Shintaro, long range, taking the shots, taking the
Yanagi.
kill. Yanagi takes down Mev. That's a Scotchy player gone. And Alter Ego,
Shintaro.
they have to play it nice, up close and personal here. Full-on fist fight inside of Strike Point B. Netlove finds Boogie, but the smokes are up again.
Hellfire! But Boogie's gonna be the one who's gonna die there. Fizzle critically low, looking for an HP point there just in the nick of time. He was able to secure that HP, but this would really cost him so much time outside of the box area. And you know, a Kelsey, you need to have the Kelsey inside. Put up the walls, put up the Phantom Blast there, Netlove. Will be blowing up against him as Boogie will be killing Netlove, but Fizzle will be answering back as he will be killing Yanagi. No more Nova technology.
And here we are at another snail space. We are looking
stuck
at
here.
stuck. Neither of these teams getting any points, but this time
True.
Blacklist Academy have actually let go for a little bit. Alter Ego, couple of points now stacking up here as Fizzle looking to get the health, get themselves a little bit
Shintaro?
early, taking down Shintaro. Yanagi
Wow.
gone as well. Now Boogie inside of the smoke takes down Mev. Desperately trying to stay alive here despite the fact that he is heavily outnumbered by Alter
knows.
Ego. He has every idea of where they are, but Alter Ego, they are still racking up the points. And there goes the shutdown. Boogie gone from the map here, and the rest of Blacklist Academy running to their rescue, trying to make sure that Alter Ego can't close that gap.
Finally, Fizzle switching up from being defensive.
Oh!
Now the aggressor here, but Shintaro will be killing Netlove here. Fizzle, no
Photon
ammo,
Blast.
needs to reload. Not connecting the Photon Blast there, 55 to 66. Fizzle, he's doing a lot of things all at the same time, defending and even being the aggressor and the DPS that the team needs. But now, this is the time for Blacklist Academy to rack up points now that Fizzle is outside of the Vox area.
I got a feeling here as they are moving forward. Of course, Alter Ego, they have control currently of the strike point. Blacklist Academy nowhere to be seen. And it looks like they are gearing up for what the next plan is, because of course strike point C is now where we are located. Mev takes down Shintaro
Brave
here.
strike.
Even with the Eclipse smoke being brought out, Blacklist Academy cannot actively take those
Mev.
fights. But Mev, he gets another kill over onto Shintaro, and it looks like they're starting to struggle here again. Remember, Yanagi, we talked about how the usage of the
True.
bond is not going to be the best here
True.
on Neo City, but it looks like it is just continuing to be true.
Yes, and he is trying to make up something out of nothing here with the Bond Rat.
Oh!
Once again, it's gonna be a gunner. Netlove is successful when it comes to landing those shots here. On the other hand, Shintaro's just, you know, he is just contesting the area, denying the points to be add up. But now, 71 to 74, it's not gonna look good for Blacklist Academy. And now, Alter Ego was successful when it comes to closing in the gap and eventually racking points, and it's continuously adding up. No one's contesting the box zone C.
Now a 6-point lead coming in for Alter Ego. Blacklist Academy brings out the smokes, gets a couple of kills.
Hellfire.
Mev is now going to be gone, and they're only 2 points away from taking that lead back. Alter Ego, desperate, brings out the Spectrum Wall. Boogie takes down Netlove, and that's going to be Fizzle single-handedly defending them from taking that spot. But now Blacklist Academy,
Shintaro.
they're doing so much, doing the damage. Fizzle trying to stay alive at the very edge of the map with only 7 points to go. Blacklist Academy looking to win this first map in their hands. Neo City looking like it might be bleeding black and white. The
Boogie.
agents looking for it as Yanagi takes down Mev, and you can feel it one step closer to victory, 4 points away with Alter Ego coming in back. And Boogie try to get the kills, but it's not going to be in. Somehow
not
Alter Ego, they're still
contesting.
staying alive. And it's again Fizzle still alive here. Back, last man standing, back against the wall. And Blacklist
shut down.
Academy wiped them out to take
Boogie.
Neo City from Alter Ego.
Blacklist break the code, and that is just game number 1 for our lower bracket series of the semifinals. And it's like the grand finals already.
Oh, yeah.
With that kind of gameplay, such explosive, progression from being the aggressor to the defensive side, answering back the punishment coming from the other opponent, and it's just like a volleyball being, it's like a ball being tossed back to and forth. The scores, amazingly enough, it keeps on, transcending from one team to another. Just when you thought it's going to be the Blacklist, and then one thing leads to another, and that is going to be Alter Ego who's leading, and eventually, at the very nick of end of the time, Blacklist Academy was able to have a shutdown and eventually get 100 points against 82 points. 82 points, that is very close.
Yep, definitely not bad at all. If it wasn't for Blacklist Academy, I think towards the end, we started to see
Crucial,
Mev really
very
struggle.
crucial.
And I see now the choice of the Bond Rat, right? The Eclipse Smoke comes out. And
No
remember that
vision.
Mev has been one of the most important players for Alter Ego
True.
throughout this entire tournament for today. And with Mev being denied any kind of vision, he can't get up to his usual long-range hijinks. And that's the shutdown that they needed. You can see for the first time, Mev is coming in negative. It's 3-8 for him.
True.
As the rest of Blacklist Academy, everyone, even with Yanagi, he might not have been able to get those kills, but the
still.
smokes have come in so handy for this team.
And the points, 64 points, meaning to say Yanagi has been in the Vox zone for this long inside of his smoke, trying his best, and even when there's someone to actually go near him, and that's the best time for him to actually use his Hellfire. The very good about what happened here is that Yanagi was able to counter Mev, Scotchy, even pacifying him with just three kills because of the vision, denying him with vision. And we can see Boogie also trying to get as close as he can to Mev. That's the target, Mev, definitely Mev.
Yeah, and you can see the way that they played it, right? Of course, very purposeful. When it came to Strike Point A, Strike Point B, those two places were the places where the Eclipse Smoke comes in the most handy, because those strike points compared to a Strike Point B are a lot smaller.
True.
And this is where the vision denial works at its best. As well as on top of that, the Hellfire as well. The AoE is just way too big, and it essentially takes up the entire strike point.
True. They're just catching the Hellfire there. But here we have the crucial parts of the game wherein they were able to have a shutdown, and they capitalized on taking over the Vox zone. And as you can see, it's always been Mev. That's why we've seen Fizzle actually step up from being the controller, the utility that he is, to actually being the DPS, simply because Mev is lacking the vision.
Yeah.
See, it's always Fizzle.
It's always Fizzle. Yeah, we saw, especially towards the tail end of this game before we transitioned to a Strike Point C, you can see that Fizzle was kind of that last standing bastion for the team, right? Whenever everyone dies, Nev gets taken down, Netlove gets taken down because he's taking too many risks. And it all boils down to Fizzle. Yes, he did a great job at preventing Blacklist Academy from getting an early win, but in the end, they just got overwhelmed.
Exactly, and I think this is the best pick. I mean, look at that. Inside of the smoke, they can actually do the Ghost Track as well, and then comboed it with the Brave Strike, and it's always connecting. And that is one of the crucial parts here, having the shutdowns and eventually, controlling the zone, the Vox zone, and even controlling Mev in the process. Now, going straight to game number 2 for our semifinals here in the lower bracket. I mean, Alter Ego, they need to tie the series. They need to step up. They need to think of a new plan. Especially our map is going to be, is it Quantum Junction?
Yes, we are going to Quantum Junction for the next one. It's going to be an interesting one. Remember, this is where Blacklist Academy were able to beat Full Sense earlier. So it's no surprise that it is their active pick for the series. So for Blacklist Academy, the way that they've been playing here, specifically on Quantum Junction, is being able to separate them. And I think Alter Ego, yes, credit to them, they are able to hold a candle to Full Sense, but I'm not sure if they can beat Blacklist Academy as such one of these more cerebral teams that we see here.
And as we can see here, Mev is still gonna play Scotchy. The question here is that, will Blacklist Academy give Mev the position that he needs for his sniper rifle, for the Scotchy? Because Scotchy needs a perfect angle, a perfect place. But if you have Kelsey, B-Dot, and Juno, all of these guns that requires to force you into a close range battle, I think this is going to be a bit of
it's going to be a challenging,
challenge for Mev, but knowing him, that's really good with Scotchy. Probably he'll be able to make use of it here at Quantum Junction.
Yeah, and I think the loss of the Bond Rat specifically, right, was that one wrench in the works for Alter Ego in that last map. We talked about how it's not super important to get the kills.
No.
And you can see Blacklist Academy, they didn't necessarily actively try and get the kills again and again and again, but it was more about how they controlled that map. With that being said, of course, Quantum Junction is going to be up in our way. Put on your mask, Vox, because here we are. Let's see if Blacklist Academy can sweep it or if Alter Ego can extend the series.
Photon Blast here will connect to Yanagi. Critically low on health there. 0-0 right now. Everyone's holding on to their dear life. Everyone's using their skills, but Netlove and Yanagi is going to be the two first players to die eventually. No one's gathering points right now. Healing Pod will be used there. And Netlove in his Ghost Track looking for a target. Will there be a Rave Strike? I don't think so. But Mev, once again, will be taken down here by Yanagi. Yanagi, eyes on Mev, always on Mev.
Yeah, the map is way too small here for Mev to get away with too many hijinks. And even then, right, even when he finds a good spot, Alter Ego, they're not able to prevent Blacklist Academy from taking down a Scotchy player. So here Blacklist Academy stacking up the kills again and again and again, but Mev comes in with a double kill now. Blacklist Academy down for the count as Alter Ego looking to equalize the numbers.
Mev actually getting two there. Boogie is gonna be a gunner. Mev it has been using his heal pod, but easy target for the rest of Blacklist Academy. Netlove also needs to contest and also target at the same time. They're juggling two different roles at the same time. Going in, going out, and even trying to kill someone's Boogie!
A Rave Strike.
Wow, that stun was indeed a stunner.
Yeah, now we got him 9-15 here. Blacklist Academy looking to keep this lead, but Alter Ego, they just have so much control of our strike point. Now Netlove so low on health, he has to relocate as the rest of Blacklist Academy are coming in from all the other angles. Mev is so low, brings out the heal point. Boogie finds Netlove, and that's going to be the shotgun player gone. But here with the Spectrum Wall again, now the kill over onto Yanagi. Mev will not be denied.
And that is a kill shot coming from Mev. They're from up above. Fiesel looking for a target, needs to control the very middle and using the spectral wall just to put in a cover for himself. But critically low, needs to go for 8, but it's gonna be dying with the hands of Shintaro there. 40-17, not really long.
Boogie!
Brave strike by Boogie connecting towards Mev's. Mev's gunner as well. 2v1 situation here. Shintaro looking for more targets here. And, you know, this is just a complete action after action after action. And Netlove's gonna be a gunner as well. And the action never stops.
Yeah, got a feeling here coming in from all the other angles here. Shantaro taking down one kill. Now Blacklist Academy taking control here of our strike point. The rest of Alter Ego now have made a return. Now you can see it being held on here. Yanagi who's weaving in and out of danger here as they take down Mev. They take down Fiesel. It's only going to be Netlove who's desperately trying to find some sort of health, some sort of spot where he will not be taken down. And now Blacklist Academy furthering their lead, doubling it even out to 40 points with Netlove desperately trying to stop them from racking up more.
True, and that is indeed another kill by Yanagi. Fiesel really having a hard time to control and go into Vox Zone B. Photon Blast will be casted by both of these players with the Kelsey. Needs to heal himself, but it's gonna be the end of him. Boogie 2 steps ahead.
He knew exactly where he was going. It took him, and the bait was bitten.
Debated.
Debated here. Now Mev in a little bit of an open area does take down Shintaro, but Blacklist Academy, they're so far ahead. There might be a little bit of control coming in from Netlove, but it's not going to be enough for them to stop it. Now, 51 Blacklist Academy halfway there, Nikki. The Filipinos might be making a comeback here. And now with Shintaro coming in from the other side. Now with a respawn, the rest of Alter Ego getting surrounded here. 3v3 now. Neither of the teams really in the lead at the moment. But they can feel the movement coming in already. Shintaro chasing him down with that Juno. Not going to be able to get those kills just yet.
Yes, and we're currently stuck at 29-52. That we take it back as Netlove. No more DPS for you, Shintaro. Looking for more target and still sticking to his objective here. Boogie's gonna be a gunner, but still 30-55. They need to further their advantage if they wanna go up against Full Sense and be one of our representatives for our region. But still, the dream is alive for Alter Ego. They're still hanging on. They're still here and fighting for their spot as our representatives.
Now looking to fight back as the rest of Blacklist Academy. The respawn has finally come in. Fiesel looking for an angle from above. Bird's eye view before he throws out the Photon Blast and the Spectral Wall. taking the shots now at the members. Shintaro solo on the health, desperate to stay alive, but the rest of
Fizzle.
Blacklist Academy are a little bit too fast on the
Oh!
trigger.
Oh, no!
Fizzle now, things have turned around. He has to defend
Well.
himself from danger. And now Blacklist Academy, they have taken control again. No points awarded to them just yet. Net level on
Just
the
yet.
other side.
Oh!
But here Boogie takes down Mev.
Mev.
And another kill coming in from Shintaro. It's
No!
only going to be Fizzle now. And you can feel it. He's so far away. Blacklist Academy slowly walking
Shintaro.
away with the points getting racked up one after the other.
True, and this is the perfect time for them to actually gather
Boogie!
more points here, but Boogie!
Oh!
No!
Coming
And
in.
Fizzle, no, 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 you will be denied for your life there, Yanagi, with the Kelsey controlling the area right now. And Shintaro just looking after Yanagi there.
Oh, no.
On the other hand,
Net love.
everyone's actually just looking for a target. The Boogie killed Mev and Nedlove. Fizzle might be able to answer back, but still that won't be enough because this is going to be a shutdown. And this is the perfect time for Blacklist Academy to take more points.
They're feeling it now. You got
Yes.
the wall up already. Boogie takes down Mev as well. The new respawn down again. And there, got the ghost track brought out in the open as the rest of Blacklist
Mev?
Academy stacking up the points. Only 16 points to
No.
go. Mev desperately trying to get the kills, desperately
Yanagi.
trying to take them down, but they're getting hunted down
Boogie.
one after the other. Fizzle falls.
Oh.
And the rest of Blacklist Academy still actively hunting them
Mev!
down. Netlove gets taken down. Here's going to be up to Mev. And only 9 points left for Blacklist Academy. 9 points away
Yanagi!
from Tokyo, looking to book it. The first Filipino team looking to go to an international here in Paravox on the very edge of this, looking to deny
Boogie!
Alter Ego, but it's desperate. But they
Once
come in with another
again!
shutdown for Blacklist Academy, your second seed out of the Philippines. That is gonna be Blacklist Academy securing their spot in Tokyo.
And there you have it. That is just our lower bracket semifinals, but that is actually so jam-packed action, one after another. You can definitely feel and see, you know, the dream of both of these teams. Unfortunately for Alter Ego, you know, they won't be able to continue with their dreams to be representing our region for the grand finals. But you know, it's not the end of their journey, just you know, for
Just
our
the end of the
tournament.
year,
Yes.
of course.
Good game, well played to Alter Ego. You guys shown us what you guys are made of. We will be showing you guys the post-match, what happened during game number 2. That was really insane. I mean, 39 to 100. We've seen Alter Ego. They're trying to contest, to deny. However, having a Scotchy in this kind of area, which is really close confined, that's when Shintaro really, shined. Even Boogie with the beat that. He keeps on ghost tracking and stunning his enemies, Netlove and Mev, in the process. And it's working. It worked. And it also worked during their match with Full Sense, right?
Yeah, the same thing, the same plan just worked out for them. I think Quantum Junction is definitely an unorthodox pick here.
True.
We're not seeing a lot of teams actively choosing this map, and with Blacklist Academy developing a plan here that it just seems to work for every team, including Full Sense. I would not be surprised if they're able to generate more of these strategies, more of these game plans as we move forward towards Tokyo. But of course, it's not over yet,
It's
Nikki.
not
We still
over.
have the grand finals happening after this one. So
Yes.
Blacklist Academy, savor your victory while you can, but the grind is not done.
Not yet done, because we will be showing you guys the highlights of that match later on. Now the plot thickens. The Filipino Slayers, the Filipino Destroyers,
The revenge has come.
will be going up against Blacklist Academy from the bottom. Now they're here, going up against for their Vengeance era. Will it be, you know, their Vengeance era against Full Sense, or will Full Sense once again define what they are? Our PGRT champions. Let's find out later. I'm really excited. As you know, a different storyline, a really good one. You know, someone who's really strong. David and Goliath.
Here we go again. It happens again.
It happens. Definitely. I'm gonna show you guys the highlights of what happened during game number 2. It's a 2-0 sweep, if you just in case you missed it. And this is how Boogie has always been targeting, and Shintaro always been targeting Mev and Netlove. As for those Kelsey players,
Yep.
it's just always 1v1 Fizzle and
Yeah. I think both all the players of Blacklist Academy know exactly what their role
Shintaro.
is
Yes,
here
yes,
in this
yes.
kind of situation, right? For Fizzle, he is the main target for the for Boogie,
Of
right? It was
course, of
doing
course.
so good at the end. At the other side as well, I think they were actively targeting Mr. Meth as well.
Man,
Because
always.
again, like Quantum Junction is such a small map.
Yes.
Even there's no verticality that one can play around
True.
with the Scotchy, and because of that, like yes, we didn't think that Mev was gonna be defeated in such a way.
Yes.
But
yes.
the pick of the map, along with the fact that Blacklist Academy are playing such a unique style here on Quantum
Yeah.
Junction, is something that has to be respected.
Honestly, respect for both of these teams. They deserve to be here. Honestly, they deserve to actually represent us in the grand finals. But yeah, this is our highlights. We've seen how many times Blacklist Academy shuts down Alter Ego, and whenever Alter Ego is being shut down, it's just so hard for them to recover. That is one of the main thing, to actually recover from a downfall or a shutdown just like that. But yeah, this is our highlights. Still good game, well played to Alter Ego. You guys given your all, you fought your best shot. But for now, let's give it up for Blacklist Academy. They will be advancing on our grand finals later.
Yep. And now we have our two C representatives.
For sure, for sure.
Signed, sealed, delivered. They're going to be making it over into Tokyo later this year to represent the region. And hey, I mean, who doesn't love that? A nice story.
Super nice story. I mean, the team coming from the PGRT champions, we have Opito, Brook, and Jupiter. Full sense. I mean, no doubt they'd be there, right? But yeah, we'll be showing you guys the bracket and telling you more of the story here on PCI. Out undefeated, full sense, emerging from the upper bracket. On the other hand, Fulson was able to send Blacklist Academy at the lower bracket. From the lower bracket, they fought a lot of teams and eventually emerged from the lower bracket, crawled their way up, and
Yeah.
now facing again Full Sense in the grand finals.
Hey, you gotta love this. It's a revenge story, right?
Hopefully.
Rising from the ashes, right? And
Uh-huh.
remember, Blacklist Academy, they took one map off of
Yes.
Full Sense. This is gonna be the only best of 5 series that we're seeing tonight.
Mhm.
And that means that Full Sense don't have that luxury
True.
of having an easy win, of having 2 maps in a row. And now that they have been able to expose the weakness of Full Sense on Quantum Junction, now it's going to be a question of whether or not they can get 2 more maps in addition to that.
What could be a good map in addition for Quantum Junction? Because
I'm
Full
kind of
Sense
seeing Waterfront, I think.
could be one. Full Sense is really good with space map.
Yep, they are.
Neo City. So one thing could be Launchpad. I mean, Full Sense also good with Launchpad.
Yeah,
I mean,
launch
open
complex for them is,
area.
as long as there's an open area that
Brook.
that Brook can play around with, right? And I think if they can find a map in which Brook does not have
The Scotchy.
right, specifically that. But I mean, we saw it happen in Neo City earlier.
Yes,
They
yes.
denied Mev any of any of the vision that one would want playing in the
Yes,
Scotchy.
they might.
So I would not be surprised if they do pull that same strategy
Uh-huh.
in Neo City. So now it's going to be a question of whether or not they can actually convert that into a win against Full Sense. Because they did it
Yes.
against Alter Ego. Did it
True.
pretty well as well.
Mhm.
I mean, it was a 2-0 sweep out of them.
Mhm.
And now, Blacklist Academy are on the forefront. They are looking to take that first seed spot and the lion's share of our 20,000 USD prize pool.
Well, that's also one thing to consider. Aside from your spot to represent the region at Tokyo, Japan for the grand finals, also 20,000 USD prize pool. So that's something to look out for aside from the glory and the bragging rights and everything.
And the
Yeah.
free trip to Tokyo.
But yeah, what's different now in our grand finals is this is going to be a best of 5 series. This is no longer a best of 3. So first team to get 3 points, right?
Yep.
Yeah, math.
First to three, quick
sorry,
math.
sorry, sorry. Math is not mathing. But anyway, we've come from so far. I mean, from afternoon, from 1 p.m. until tonight, this evening, and we're just one step closer to actually conclude who will be our grand champion for our region. Because these two teams, they already sealed it. You mentioned sign, seal, delivered to Tokyo, Japan in December. But what's important also is to know the ranking.
Yeah,
Who
the
will-
seeding. How
Yes,
your
the
seeding is
seeding, of
really important,
course.
of course, when it comes to how the format works out.
Yes,
When you get
yes.
to Tokyo, a better seed also means you usually have a better position in the bracket
Yeah.
when it does get finalized in Tokyo.
Yes,
But on top of that, of course, it also has to be a test, right? Because
Mhm.
best of fives don't happen a lot.
Nope.
And we have yet to see full sense really tested on a best of five ever since PGRT happened.
Yes, yeah.
So we'll see whether or not Blacklist Academy have been able to cook up more strats on other maps. Because remember, a best of three means that you have the chance to limit the maps on which you have some weaknesses on.
Oh, I see. Then if so, then Full Sense might be able to actually push for the maps that they are really strong.
Yes.
When it comes to like open spaces like the launch pod or even the space map, they might be able to force to be to use that
Yeah.
those kind of maps. So that's really interesting thought. Thank you so much for that. Now, so we're talking about the tournament, what happened, but of course, Voxers, we're not, we still remember you guys are still out there supporting your favorite teams. Now, we're acknowledging every Voxers out there. Now's the perfect time to share the live stream, like, react, and comment who is your grand champion for the Region Open qualifier. Is it Blacklist Academy from below, crawling their way up to the very top? Vengeance must be secured for Blacklist Academy, or will it be our reigning PGRT Grand Champions Full Sense? Will they be able to defend their slot? A lot of questions emerging right now.
Yep.
I believe our Voxers also excited for this upcoming match.
Yep. Of course, with that being said, in case you guys haven't already, go ahead and download on the Epic Games Store. It's totally free. And if you want to wishlist it on Steam already, it's
course.
available for wishlist. It will be released sometime soon this year as we move towards the end of 2024.
Yes, and we've already wishlisted it, and now it's your turn to wishlist it. It's free, don't you worry. And of course, PARAVOX has weekly tournaments and monthly tournaments, and for each of these tournaments, there's always a cash prize or something, a prize. Yeah.
You are correct. Yeah, we have the weeklies that have 100 USD prize pool,
Yay.
then 600 USD for our monthly finals.
Uh-huh.
On top of that, of course, if you guys haven't been following us on X, those I think is the most updated
Yes.
social media for PARAVOX.
Uh-huh.
We have some events in the Discord channel.
Discord.
Yeah, the Discord channel is available for you guys to hang out in, and some special events where you can get some free skins, like trying to beat Go, the co-founder of 81 Ravens, at their own game.
Yes, so if you can, why not, right? And gather particles, and who knows, you just might be able to bag some skins, right? And cosmetics. Yeah, going back to the match here. Grand Finals. I mean, both of the teams already secured their slot for the Grand Finals on December at Tokyo, Japan. We've been mentioning that for super many times. I mean, we want to emphasize the importance of the Grand Finals. I know that our agents from the Blacklist Academy, they're very much excited to witness. They actually fought their way one battle every another from the lower bracket going towards here in the Grand Finals. It could be a remarkable thing to witness if they'll be able to at least to win the series. That could be a really good story to tell.
Yeah, a great story to tell. Of course, it's still going to be the story of the underdogs. here.
Underdogs.
So, I mean, on top of that, Full Sense have come off from a little bit of a break. Blacklist
True.
Academy, they had to go through the full gauntlet, pressure everywhere,
super.
not allowed to make any mistakes, and they went in 2-0 with every single series in the lower
there's
bracket.
always a pressure because you cannot lose at the lower bracket, right?
Yep.
Wow, remarkable and amazing for Blacklist Academy to actually emerge from the ashes, like you mentioned. Wow, like a phoenix.
Like a phoenix, yeah.
Reborn. They are now reborn. And talking about that, we won't keep you guys waiting because we will be showing you guys the map picks.
Yep, there you go. Of course, we
Here
are looking at it here. We're going to be starting out on Waterfront, Quantum Junction, then Neo City. So we are mistaken. Apparently, it's a best of 3 this time around.
Oh, is it? Is it a best of 3? I thought it was like best of 5.
A little bit of a fake news from us, I guess. Spreading misinformation on the internet. The Waterfront is an interesting thing.
Oh, best of 5. All right, probably when
Oh,
we're
we got
done
a
with
little
all of
problem
the
here.
three maps, then another ban pick could be.
No, we're gonna have to wait for a little birdie to speak into our ear to
Okay.
find out how it's working out. So
Okay, so let's just wait for that to happen. But for now, interestingly enough, all of compressed spaces, limited spaces will be chosen here, like Waterfront, Quantum Junction, and then a little bit of Neo City, because just because it has a lot of cover and buildings in it, lots of verticalities for you to maneuver, which actually hinders the full potential of Brook and his Scotchy.
and this is a little strange to me, wherein Waterfront was that active pick from Full Sense. I think it would have been maybe a second pick for them as the decider, because again, when we're talking
Could
about
be.
Full Sense, they do prefer those wide open spaces, and which is why, at least to me, right? We talked about earlier, but we were theory crafting about what this series is gonna look like. Blacklist
True.
Academy, they revealed the weakness of Full Sense on Quantum Junction, which means that in theory, smaller maps should be the weakness for Full Sense.
Yes, and could be the advantage for Blacklist Academy. We won't know. We'll find out later on. But these are the theories that we have, and for a fact, we'll be showing you guys the brand pick of each of the teams. Mirror match as no, Shintaro with the Nova technology.
This is an interesting one.
And Kelsey still Jupiter. You know his craft.
Yep.
His favorite gun and his favorite brand. It's going to be Kelsey. Nova technology. Question is why?
Yeah, I think that is definitely one of the more important questions that has to be asked, right? Because the Kelsey has been coming in handy here on Waterfront because of the way that all of the strike points are built. It's because they're all inside a warehouse that has one or two walls that are open. And with the Kelsey here, you're able to deny at least one of the angles that you have to worry about.
Yeah,
right?
advantage for you. As
An
well.
advantage for here.
I
So
thought
it's
you were
going
gonna
to
say,
be
why
an interesting
not?
one, right? I
But
mean,
why not?
you know what? I don't know. But hey, with that being said, of course, we're going to be putting on our masks as we're going to be going into the Vox Zone for the last time tonight. Brook here and the rest of Full Sense looking for a repeat. And Blacklist Academy already locked in for Tokyo, looking for a better seed.
Better seat right now. Brooke looking for a better
What?
entrance, because that's going to be Yanagi and Obito exchange there, but Shintaro will be joining Yanagi. Jupiter will be joining Obito. This is a kill after kill after kill, but Full Sense already leading here with 6-2. But Shintaro just maneuvering himself up, throwing in some shots there, and it's still a bit of a short. Brook will be shut down for a while there, and a lot of things are happening right now. Our Vox Zone area being split into half. On the other hand, players just pushing the other players outside of the Vox area or zone. Yanagi with the Juno is gonna go down together with Shintaro. It's just so hard for them to actually shut down anyone. Blugie might be killing Jupiter, but not Brook.
It's getting real close, actually, when you
True.
notice here that this is a lot closer than they were getting, because now Boogie and Shintaro, they took down two members of Full Sense here, and looking for Jupiter still alive on the other side. The double kill coming in from Shintaro again, and here Full Sense inside, trying to find a way through this Spectrum
Oh my
wall.
gosh, what
And
the heck
Blacklist
is
Academy,
that
they have
wall?
actually caught up. It's 12 and 15 right now.
Yes, a really close match between these two, but we're just in the early matches right now. Jupiter looking for a target. I think there will be pushing the matches or the fights outside of this area, looking for a head, 2 steps ahead. Boogie knows where you're going after. No, make it Shintaro rather. Boogie's gonna be killing Obito in the process. Now's the perfect time for them to actually get boys there, but Brook almost about to get Boogie, but Boogie will be retaliating against Brook.
So ready for it now, with this being a 2v3. Yanagi
Might
down
be.
at the hands of Obito here. Full Sense finally taking control. They're inside, but it's tied up at 21 right now. Neither of the teams really giving up, letting go of our strike point. But Brick does find Boogie. And we have the Spectrum wall set up as well. Yanagi coming in from behind. He finds one, but the rest of the team Blacklist Academy are going to be taken down. Yanagi, last man standing. And that's going to be not a shutdown, but there's so much damage done. Because now Full Sense, they are 9 points ahead, 30 to 21 here.
Tactical Echo will be used. They know where Obito is right now, but still they cannot go near him. No one's gonna go near Obito. He still has his Ghost Track. He can use it. He can use the stun. And that's gonna be the end for Boogie, and Yanagi perfectly plays Rave Strike.
Way too fast coming in from Full Sense here. the immediate response as Blacklist Academy take control of the strike point A. They know how to play around it. The utility is being used with full potential here by Full Sense.
Yes.
Now as we're getting shut down, Chitaro, Boogie taking down one each. It's going to be Jupiter, the only player left here for Full Sense,
Boom.
keeping them distracted. And Blacklist Academy, they're
Almost.
so far away. 27 to 43, not even getting any of
Wow,
these points. As they're getting shut
Jupiter!
down all the way on the other side of the map here, trying to be hunted down, but he's
Oy.
refusing to die.
And that was, I mean, he wasted a lot of time and resources from Blacklist Academy before actually going down without a, you won't go down without a fight there. Obito here with the Rage Strike.
Oh.
Actually connected though. He needs to reload. He needs to
Obito?
go back looking
Oh.
for the enemy. Boogie! We're gonna don't go down. Boogie together with Yanagi. 54 to 30. But still, Blacklist Academy is still holding on. Going towards the B or Vox Zone B here. But Brook, he wants some blood. Shintaro's gonna be the end of Shintaro there. One more target, 2v2 situation here. Nice aerial view, by the way.
Yeah, nice end man
like
now coming in from them. Boogie and Yanagi taking down one back-to-back. Brook inside of the strike zone, so low on the health right now as Blacklist Academy trying to hunt him down again.
Brook.
He's doing the same tactics, baiting them around the map, making sure that they can't get any points. But Boogie takes him down eventually. Jupiter now will be coming back along with Obito. Finally, some reinforcements coming for Full Sense, but Blacklist Academy, they don't have control of the strike point. They're
Yes.
so close. They're doing the damage, but they're not able to get those points. The objective has not been met.
It's gonna be a gunner. Obito needs to deny them. He needs to contest the
Oh.
box zone here, but 64 to 44,
Obito!
he is in. Going in without a ghost track. Really brave of him to do so. 14 HP left on Obito. Will he be able to sustain himself? I don't think so. Someone's stealing him.
Oh.
That's gonna be Boogie.
And now, Blacklist Academy finally heating up. They were stuck on 40 for the longest time, and now they're actually catching up. Obito Shintaro
Wow.
falling one after the other here, and that's going to be control wrested away by Blacklist
Uh-huh.
Academy. But Jupiter takes down Boogie. It's only going to be Unagi here on the inside, waiting on the other side here of the Spectrum Wall. Does the damage, but cannot get the points. He gets
Yanagi!
hunted down. It's going to be a shutdown for Full Sense. And Blacklist Academy, they've lost the momentum.
Just when we thought that they already have the pacing, now that they're taking the
Shintaro.
momentum. No, they're not. Boogie here with a Rave Strike.
Obito!
No combination has been done. He's taking damage though. Yanagi with that Juno. Obito will be killing Shintaro 71 to 58. Boogie is super low, hanging on to dear life there. But now Yanagi trying to contest the middle of our box
Technical
zone
echo.
there. Someone's on a ghost track there. Obito going in without any Rave Strike. Going after the Juno holder. There's gonna be Yanagi. No more Juno in our game.
And it looks like Blacklist Academy may have taken their eyes off the prize here.
Yeah.
So many points at which they could take the points, but they are trying to chase down the members of Full Sense, and it's
And
going to be
another
another shutdown coming in
shutdown.
from Full Sense. The PGRT champions, full control of the situation right now. Only
Oh,
Yanagi alive, and a second
no.
shutdown as well.
Another
And it looks
more.
like it might just be over. 8 points here remain for Full Sense to secure the map. But Blacklist Academy looking for the running it down, looking for the attention of their
Brook.
opponents now here with a Spectrum Wall as well, denying the space, and Full Sense with full confidence, they take Waterfront.
Full confidence and full 100 points will go to Full Sense for our game number 1 for the best of 5 series here in our grand finals for the PCI Region Open Qualifier between Blacklist Academy and our PGRT champions, Full Sense. What a remarkable gameplay there, just Suave. I mean, just when we thought that Blacklist Academy was actually catching up, they are able to scatter around and go around maneuvering that really close confined area. Just when we thought they were able to be at par with our grand champions of the PGRT, still won't be enough. Look at that, 100 to 58. Not bad, of course, not bad,
Yeah.
but still not yet enough to actually dethrone the champions. Obito here with 9-6. Jupiter with 6-9 and Brook with 10-7. At least decent amount of life has been taken from Brook, Jupiter, and Obito. Look at that, their death counters. But of course, Shintaro, Boogie, and Yanagi here also died a couple of times. Look at Yanagi with the Juno here, 311. He keeps on being targeted because they know how hard it is to play against a Juno with the burst that it can give in a really close confined area like this.
And that was a really solid,
Super.
solid effort out of them, right? I think Shintaro was doing great, getting quite a few kills on Brook, but I think Jupiter was more of that really real point of contention. The lack of the Kelsey here in Waterfront may have been a gigantic blunder for
Yeah.
Blacklist Academy
Mhm.
because, yeah, they don't have the smokes, but at the same time, they don't have the wall as well.
Yes.
So, and those are two of the things that are very important at actually taking down Full Sense, because if you can't deny them vision, at least try to deny them space. And they were not able to deny them either of those two things.
Exactly. What I'm thinking is that probably they deployed a Nova technology simply because there's a lot of containers, a lot of, hindrances, and, gonna cover up the vision. That's why they have the tactical echo, but still that didn't really played well. The strategy didn't play well when we approached almost the end of our matches, because we've been seeing a lot of shutdowns, and whenever you're shut down one after another, your respawn areas being punished. And now we're gonna show you guys the highlights of that game number 1 for our grand finals here at PCI Region Open Qualifier.
First map now done and dusted here. I think Full Sense, they look really good. I
True.
mean, you gotta talk about, of course, Brook doing his job. Like, this guy didn't even need to didn't really need to pop off. I think we were seeing quite a lot out of Blacklist Academy when we got to the later parts of this game. When we got to Strike Point B, Strike Point C, they really started to struggle because, yes, their plan worked here in Strike Point A, but
Yes.
once we switched over, once we had the more open warehouses that were held by the Strike Points, that's just how the KLC comes into work.
I see. So they could have just like gathered a lot of points during just the Vox Zone A.
Yeah.
Because come Vox Zone B and C, which is really quite open, that's when Obito and his team really popped up. They keep on just like circling around. Can you
Yeah.
did you remember that? They keep on just like circling around all the HP slots, just healing themselves. And that's the endurance that they have. They know how to maneuver themselves in the map. They studied it well. They did their assignment. And yeah, although, I mean, Blacklist Academy was successful when it comes to like killing and taking down Full Sense, but the control in the Vox zone,
the macro of it.
slacking.
Yeah. I mean, you could really tell, right? They were getting the kills. They were making Full
True,
Sense
true.
run away. But they spent so much energy, so much time trying to hunt him down across the map that rather than getting the points, they were not able to rack them up and not really able to catch up to how Full Sense were playing.
Yes, and that's what happened during our game number 1. We still have more games left to be played. This is best of 5 series. Now heading towards game number 2 with this in mind, a lead in the series. Sometimes players tend to be, demotivated, or I mean, that's a you need to have your morale boost. You need to have the momentum, the pacing. You have to dictate that. You need to be aggressive. But going up against another aggressive team, which is Full Sense, the question is how?
Yeah, how do you do it at this point? It really makes you try to question what the new game plan is. But of course, we are moving into Quantum Junction. Remember, we talked about this earlier. Quantum Junction is the map at which Blacklist Academy were able to beat Full Sense.
Yes.
The only map they lost today
True.
was here on Quantum Junction. So we'll see whether or not Full Sense have come up with a new game plan here, and we'll see if that continues to be the same result for Blacklist Academy. Because if we can say anything about Full Sense, it's that they are able to adapt to the most important, to the most dire of circumstances.
Always. That's why you would really understand that they're playing on a different level, on a high level in this competition. That's just how their league is at. So you need to catch up with that kind of gameplay. But what's really interesting is that both of the teams, they will be playing the same brand. So it's a matter of execution, a matter of who to target, what kind of objectives are you gonna try for this map? Are you gonna go for the kills? Are you gonna go for the Vox Zone control? I mean, there's a lot of possibilities, but one thing's for sure, both teams, they have the same brand lineup.
Yep. I think we're going to be expecting kind of the same performance here. Now it's going to be a question of who comes in first. Now moving into the Vox Zone again. Put on your masks, Voxers, because here we are. Quantum Junction now going to be underway.
And let's begin our game number 2 here. Obito without even the Ghost Track killing Shinjaro. That's how brave Obito is. Even trying to get one more kill. Still not enough. He's trailing over and going after. I think that's gonna be Yanagi, but Jupiter's gonna be a gunner. Now, Obito with the beat dot there. he is no longer using the ghost track.
Yeah, definitely not using it this time around. Of course, it's not going to be the most important thing in their hands. Of course,
True.
Blacklist Academy now going to be in the lead. Couple of kills coming in their direction. And
It's
now
their map.
13 to 2, it is like, again, yeah, it is their map. And they are doing great. Now that with the Kelsey's going to be on their side, Yanagi's able to deny the space that Full Sense needs. But Brook takes on Buggy. A trade now coming in for Shintaro this time around. But neither of these teams has real control. It's a real struggle for power here in Strike Point A.
Exactly, and now to be seeing Yanagi utilizing a Kelsey,
Brook!
but Brook, hold the thought, will be eliminating Yanagi and one more coming from the Blacklist Academy. Just when we thought that they're already leading the match here, Boogie critically low. There's Shintaro with the Juno looking for a target. They're still while contesting the Vox Zone area. Now he needs to patch up. He needs to get
Yanagi.
healing. Yanagi successfully gonna do so, but look at that photon blast just going and tailing after you. There's no way to run.
And now, though, Blacklist Academy might be in control so far, but they are starting to lose it.
Yes.
Now, Buggy takes down Jupiter. There's going to be some damage done by Full Sense. The problem is they're not able to take control of the
Yes,
strike
they
point.
need
Buggy
to.
takes down Jupiter. And the rest of Full Sense here kind of struggling on the edge, being pushed away from their target. But Brook takes down Yanagi. And they were like starting to see that window of hope coming in from Full
Boogie!
Sense.
Boogie here looking for more target and even trying to contest and stun. And will that connect? Yes. Oh no, Brook was gonna kill them. Jupiter as well. Yanagi might be killing Brook, but still, that's gonna be a
Shutdown coming in now for Full Sense. And here, Blacklist Academy are definitely going to be losing that lead. It is only Strike Point A, so it might not be too long for them. Shintaro already back, and the rest of Blacklist Academy immediately respawn, but they're not able to take back that control. Now, Obito inside of the Strike Point, getting chased down by two members of Blacklist Academy, trying to stay alive on the back of that. And you can see the Photon Blast being brought out as well. But Yanagi finds Obito here, and the rest of Full Sense, they know what's coming.
And it did came, and that's gonna be the end for Obito for now. Brook trying to contest in replacement of Obito and Jupiter. There, Boogie joining in the fan, joining in the battle. Yanagi critical low with the Kelsey. No! He's gonna die together with Brook and Jupiter. Yanagi, they need the Kelsey right here, right now. Boogie, I think it's about time for them to transfer to Vox Zone B.
And it looks like it now. Only a 1-point difference between our two
Wow.
teams. It's going to be a full-on run for Site B. And Blacklist Academy are going to be the first to step foot here inside. A couple of kills now coming in for them. Brook is going to be gone. Obito with a double kill takes down Yanagi. And Shintaro with another shutdown coming in from Full Sense. Remember, they used the shutdown earlier to catch up. And this time, they're using it to extend this lead.
Extending the lead now to 29 to 26. Make that 30 Obito with his beat dot. Just looking for a target. Ghost track and stunning someone. Boogie will be dying by the hands of Jupiter. I think it connected, but not quite enough damage to actually eliminate anyone from Blacklist Academy. 45 to 26. Now that is a huge lead.
Definitely huge here. Now we can see it. Two people down at the hands of Blacklist Academy. Shintaro following suit, and now it's going to be only Boogie. So far away, he sees Obito out in the open. There's too many crosshairs that he has to avoid. The movement's going to be very important in this situation. Trying to stay alive, but he gets shut down eventually. Full Sense with the third time this has happened here. And again, the PGRT champions showing why they are a level above everyone else.
This is the momentum that we're waiting for from our PGRT champions here. Brook, he knows he is the target. He keeps it actually using this verticalities as a cover, as an advantage, even going in, going out. He is baiting Blacklist Academy to go after him, to chase him, and now's the perfect time for him to actually turn the tides. But now it's gonna be he's gonna be stunned, but no damage being. Oh, Boogie's gonna be dying there. 82 to 26. This is gonna must be the end of our match if they keep on having this kind of pace.
Another shutdown coming in from Full Sense here, and only 12 points to go. But Blacklist Academy, only Yanagi here alive, taken down as well. It's getting desperate. It's starting to get worse and worse for them. 3 points to go here for Full Sense, and counting. Blacklist Academy denied their own map earlier, and it looks like the adaptations have finally come in for Full Sense.
So regardless if it's an open area or a close confined area, Full Sense will still have full control of that map, showing us their complete dominance, whatever map that is. Unfortunately enough for Blacklist, 2-0. Drawing closer to the best of 5 series, they need to score our next map, which is going to be Neo City.
Oh man, this is gonna be a pretty grim one. You gotta admit, and I mean, we gotta talk about as well. There's some sort of misplays that happen in Blacklist
lot.
Academy here. There was a
Uh-huh.
lot of mistakes here. And I think Full Sense have kind of taken a leaf out of the book of Blacklist Academy here, where
True.
they're able to essentially just separate them, make sure that they
Yes.
cannot create those formations that they are
Combinations.
used
Yes.
to. It's the same way that Blacklist Academy took down Full Sense, they take that strategy and use it against them.
Yes, exactly. And that's how they tend to adopt and adjust in every crucial situation. And that's how Full Sense is. One more thing is every time there's a shutdown, it's just so hard for Blacklist Academy to regroup and to recover from that kind of shutdown. It's so hard for them to do so. And they need to actually do that in the quickest manner as they can. So more, adjustment on every shutdown. But now, as we can see, they keep on targeting Brook. Honestly, they keep on targeting Brook. But since Brook has a Juno, it's just so easy for Juno to blast it off. Brook, it's so easy for him to blast it off with his Juno. That is indeed a remarkable play coming from our PGRT Grand Champions, and they're just one more map away in sealing the deal. But yeah, hopefully for Blacklist, they need to adjust and get one map at least to, contest our games. Best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't want a full 5 map? I mean, we've only gotten, I think, one full best of 3 this entire day.
Same
And
and
this
same
is
team.
the same matchup. I
Yes.
wouldn't be surprised. But of course, now that Blacklist Academy have kind of lost their win condition. Right? In my head, I think Quantum Junction is that necessary
Same,
map that they needed to
same,
get
same.
to be able to even have a chance of this victory. So we'll see if they can kind of pick up from where they left off here in the third map, Neo City. Remember, you did see quite a good plan out of them when they were playing against Alter Ego here, right? They
Yes,
brought out the
yes.
Bonrat,
Mhm.
denied the Vision over onto Mev. So now it's a question of whether or not we see that Scotchy on Brook.
And yes, and that's what happened during a while ago. And later on, we'll be showing you guys the highlights. Amazing gameplays between these two teams, remarkable teams. They deserve to be here in our grand finals, especially for, Full Sense, undefeated. One map. Let's give it to
One
Blacklist.
map?
But for Blacklist, their story, Blacklist Academy, from below, already here at our grand finals, representing us together with Full Sense, our PGRT Grand Champions. It's very crucial here, heading now to game number 3, but we will be showing you guys first the highlights of game number 2.
And here we are, possibly the last map here in the grand final. Full Sense only having lost on that last map, right? Quantum Junction. Now that they've adapted to the playstyle, to the strategy that was cooked up here by Blacklist Academy, I think things are starting to look grim for them. Unless, and I say this again, unless their same strat that they used against Alter Ego works here on Neo City.
Bonrat.
Monrat.
Let's see if that's gonna work, or if they're gonna stick with the meta or go for unorthodox pickings. Now we're gonna show you the brand pick, and that's going to be no Bonrat, but there's Brooks and his sketchy. One thing's for sure.
I have a little oopsie here, actually. This is the same that we saw earlier, or wait, no.
No. But I think it's still going to be. Is it Quantum Junction? Or
We're
Neo
supposed to be
Ci-
on Neo City,
yeah,
if I'm not
supposed to be.
mistaken. But we'll get some clarification later. But of course, with these brands being brought out, Brook is going to be on his old reliable again. So
I
it's
mean,
going to be pretty scary.
I mean, I think what Brook wants here is to actually just seal it 3-0. Honestly, if Brook is on his sketchy and you don't have the
You don't have the smokes.
the eclipse smoke. I mean, to actually block his visibility. Though you have the Kelsey, though you have the Juno, you really have to engage in really close battles
Yes, you
right
do.
now. Especially Brook needs to have like a huge range here. But Brook is also aggressive when it comes to having the Scotchy. So yeah, no Bonrat, no smokes. One thing's for sure, Brook, if given a good position, good angle, and huge space, might probably just seal the deal here with 3-0. Let's find out.
Yeah, I'm a little scared here for Blacklist Academy. With that being said, of course, whether or not we're scared, we're going to be going all in now. El Clasico here on Neo City. Blacklist Academy have their work cut out for them. Now here, Spectrum Wall being set up already. Full Sense ready, set up.
Already?
Look at Brook. He's already up in the air.
Already? And he knows that people are outside. He's gonna kill Yanagi there. Brook is on a ham here. Obito will be killing Boogie when after another kills after kills after kills. And that is a shutdown early in the game without
It hasn't even been a minute.
Yeah, 1 minute? No. It hasn't even been a minute, but we're already witnessing here a shutdown. And when Brook has his signature brand, when he has the Scotchy, for sure, even though he's low on health, like that is just so easy for him to come back. And even be killing Shintaro. Jupiter also stepping up.
Yeah, and you can see it now. Jupiter, Brook, one more combo. You can see it here. Boogie, last man standing for Blacklist Academy, and Full Sense taking control. Even as soon as one respawns, the other will fall again. And the second shutdown coming in for Full Sense here. PGRT champions. They can smell blood in the air, and they're chasing it down.
They can smell blood. They want one. They will get it if they want to. Jupiter with the Kelsey, even going aggressive right now. No more controlling with the map. Oh, but he will be stunned and will be comboed by Boogie.
Obito. Oh, he's chasing them down. Now the low health coming in for both members of Blacklist Academy.
Oh,
Takes down Yanagi here from a short distance, and Brook gets got to that kill.
At least.
Now we finally find some trades coming in for Blacklist Academy, and they finally have control of the strike point. But it might be a little bit too far away. 24 points still is the deficit between Blacklist Academy and Full Sense here. And with Boogie actively trying to chase him down, he's just not fast enough. He might be trying to play an Obito, but it's not working out for them just yet.
Not just yet, but Jupiter will be eliminated. At least Yanagi is actually causing huge impact into the game with that Kelsey, but critically low, needs to sustain and patch himself up. Now let's move on to Shintaro, trying to access that box zone A, but still not gonna be enough. Brook, remarkable with that shutdown.
A single-handed shutdown coming in from the Scotchy player of Full Sense here. And now again, punishing Blacklist Academy for their mistakes every step of the way. And now 44 points and counting, looking towards half already of their main goal here on Neo City. Looking at closing out 3-0 in Blacklist Academy. They need to find a way to fight back.
Oh no, they really have to fight back, bite back against the aggressiveness and punishment come from Full
Obito.
Sense, but Boogie will be one of the casualty. Obito here while reloading, looking for more target, more HP to patch himself up, and even going in, adding more points here to Vox Zone A. And I think 11 more seconds before we actually change to another Vox Zone B.
And it's getting desperate here. Brook and Jupiter, they do take down one each. Boogie is still alive, but there's so little time here left on strike point A. Might as well go the other way. Now 55 and 26, it's really, really far away. Fulsense essentially has double the points that Blacklist Academy have already at
Of
this point.
course.
Even here with the Spectrum wall being brought up as well, further denying space, further denying the
Brook.
freedom that Blacklist Academy needs to be able to stay alive in this series. They do take down one, but Opito is going to be traded out here. Now, Fulsense so close, taking one step at a time, making sure that
True.
they don't make any mistakes along the way. Blacklist Academy are not being given the chance to punish any mistakes because
2v1.
none have happened.
Brook will be eliminated, but that's a 2v1 situation out there. And, you know, they could really win that one. And now Opito with the Ghost Track. No combination coming from Opito here, 66 to 29. No elimination just right now. No casualties, but there's always a cat and mouse chase on this map. And everyone knows the verticalities. They know how to maneuver well, but there are spectral wall there. Boogie will be going down, but Chitra will be eliminating Jupiter. One kills after another, answering back from
man.
the punishment and aggression coming from the full sense here. And now we're quite stuck at 68 to 35.
It is getting a little bit more interesting. Again, we talked about Blacklist Academy. No, as soon as we talk about it, the shutdown happens coming in from Full Sense and looking like they are going to continue
True.
to move forward. It's 73 to 38 right now. Blacklist Academy only half the HP here.
They need to catch up. They need to, I mean, at least shut down. If not Opito, then Brook. If not Brook, then Opito. But never forget that still we have Jupiter. Brook here with the Scotchy, looking for target with his Scotchy. Oh, look at that jump shot kill and even deploying his healing pod. That is a really quick reflexes from this
Man.
kid. What
Brook.
game sense is that?
This guy knows
Ultra
exactly how to
Instinct?
play, man. Ultra Instinct, Full Sense, one would say. But now, a couple of kills coming in for them. Full Sense closing in on their ultimate goal here, getting the first seed out of Southeast Asia. But now with Boogie down
Brook.
again, Jupiter will be taken down as well.
Super
Here
scary.
we're going to be seeing that rate of kills. Blacklist Academy actually taking control of the strike point for the first time in a
Shintaro.
while. They are at 50 right now,
Uh-huh.
but they look to continue to lower down the lead that Full Sense has. The
And-
problem is they're back.
You have to watch your back, indeed. 84 to 53, but Boogie, look at how he keeps on jump shot, killing one, eliminating one, while deploying the healing pod. That's how Opita rolls. I mean, that's how Brook rolls. Jupiter killing one, two, contributing more kills. 96 and then a bit. I think we're about to conclude our match
It
winner.
might just be over here. Blacklist Academy falling, tripping every step of the way. Only 3 points now for the PGRT champions, continuing to get first seed out of Southeast Asia.
I am so delighted. Congratulations to Full Sense. You are our region's grand champion. And of course, good game well played for Blacklist Academy. You
Yep.
guys did super, super well going up against the Goliath of our region, none other than Full Sense, our PGRT grand champions. Amazing gameplays. Amazing matches. We will be showing you guys what happened with the post-match result.
And I think there was a really big difference in how Full Sense were playing this time around. Of course, Brook,
Aggressive.
now again on the Scotchy, he was so aggressive, right? I mean, usually you would see him kind of back away.
Yeah.
From a short distance. But whenever it came down to it, right, when Opito's down, when Jupiter's down, Brook is willing to take that space, is willing to do that damage. And look at the damage done by each of the Full Sense members. Everything about 1,000 points of damage here.
Opito's hit rate is 103.75, meaning to say every time he lands his shots, his ammos, super a good rate that it will actually hit and connect. Unfortunately for Blacklist Academy, they tried their best, but it has always been Yanagi and Shintaro being the target here by Opito, Jupiter, and Brook. Most likely Brook and Opito combination. Opito would be really sneaky going up behind. You mentioned no one's watching your back. No one's having a sniper rifle behind your back. So yeah, I think that's one thing to consider here. But one thing's for sure, Blacklist Academy, they're here, they made it, they climbed up from below up here in our grand finals. They deserve to actually represent us in the grand finals.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I'm
Uh-huh.
pretty happy.
Same.
I mean, Blacklist Academy may not have won. We might not have a Filipino champion here
course, of
in
course.
our local playoffs, but we have a representative. So what a grind coming out from them. Of course, when we talk about Blacklist Academy, when we were talking about PGRT last time, they didn't really get too far.
Yeah.
And this is a hop, step, and a leap away from
Yeah.
what they were looking like last time. So there's there's definitely some development going on
Super
in the
huge.
background. And considering the amount of time that we have before going into Tokyo in December, right? That's a couple of months away. There's definitely a lot of time for all these teams, both these teams, to further develop.
All right, so this is what happened in our game number 3 a while ago. Huge lead coming from Full Sense, and we can see how Jupiter also transitioned from being aggressive and shutdown after another, and that's the first shutdown that we were able to witness even under a minute.
Under a minute,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, Full Sense, they went out swinging, already getting the kills. And here,
Uh-huh.
Obito, he did exactly what Blacklist Academy wanted to
Uh-huh.
do, right? We saw it happen in Waterfront, where they were trying to chase down the members of Full
Uh-huh.
Sense, but they weren't really able to catch up.
True.
And it was
Wasted-
insanity. Like, wasted so
wasted
much time, so many wasted points that they could have
Yes,
collected in those
points.
situations. And not to mention, I
Resources.
think Brook was doing so well here. There was a one shutdown where he
True.
single-handedly got all 3 kills there. It's Full Sense in their full form. Ultra
God
Instinct
form.
activated.
Yeah, Ultra
right now, man.
Instinct indeed. And also, I have to commend Brooke. You know, when Brooke gets scotchy, he's going to
he's
be
a different beast.
exactly. He's going to be really serious. That's why they already have 2 points right in our series, and now he secured to have a scotchy. Then they really want to end this immediately. They want to have a 3-0 sweep. No more giving away any points to Blacklist Academy. That's for sure.
Yeah, definitely didn't want to give them any kind of momentum here. The first best of 5, again, we talked about
Uh-huh.
it. The only best of 5 of the day did not even last 5 games. So again, like, Full Sense are on a whole other level when you talk about it. It's like you got Full Sense here, and then
Uh-huh.
everyone else essentially equal in a
Mhm.
tier below.
Yeah, but what we love about these kids, or Voxers rather, is that they are very humble.
Yeah.
No air of bragging, no air of, they're really humble. And that's what, the essence of this tournament, to actually promote camaraderie and sportsmanship. But hold a thought, we'll be showing you the updated bracket of what happened in our tournament for this evening. We started off with 10 teams.
And
then
now we're down to the top
yes,
2.
Yes.
And what a long fight it was for all these teams. I think
Uh-huh.
Full Sense not having lost a single series the
Mhm.
entire day. And on the other
Wow.
side of this,
Uh-huh.
right, Blacklist Academy dropped down into the lowers a little bit earlier. And they had to go through the entire gauntlet down here, going up against insane teams like Intro
Insane.
Boys, like Bleed Esports, where we said earlier today, Bleed Esports have the potential of beating Full Sense.
Uh-huh.
They fell to Blacklist Academy. The same could be said for Alter Ego
Mhm.
and Blacklist Academy
Alter
after that
Ego.
long grind.
Mhm.
Right? Even when Alter Ego were so dominant
Mhm.
in our upper bracket, Blacklist Academy still took them down with a 2-0 sweep as well.
Yes, and that's a team that you want to look out for here at PARAVOX. Every weekly tournaments, probably monthly tournaments, and other tournaments. And yeah, we'll be showing you guys a banner here. So
Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
Congratulations to Blacklist Academy and Full Sense, our top 2 seeds out of Southeast Asia and the representatives of our region in Tokyo for later this year.
Congratulations, everyone. Congratulations also to the supporters and also to the other teams who participated. You guys, your efforts, they're not wasted. We will always be acknowledging your presence here. So congratulations as well, and good game well played.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to that. I mean, it might be over for some of these teams for
Uh-huh.
the year. The season has ended, and it's for our region in particular. Blacklist Academy and Full Sense will be the only teams going to Tokyo. So
Mhm.
as we move forward, of course, I'm going to be looking forward to 2025,
Yes.
where the development of our teams continues to happen. When we talked about Alter Ego, talked about Bleed, further developing within that 2-month window between PGRT and today.
Mhm.
And yes, it might be over for the year, but what does 2025 bring? What new teams, what new players, what new organizations will be there to prove themselves worthy of making it in the 2025 season of PGRT, and not to mention as well leading into the PARAVOX Championship International for next year. But with that being said, man, what a day it has been. A long battle for all the teams. Again,
Woo!
congratulations to the top 2, Blacklist Academy and Full Sense, booking their ticket all the way to Tokyo. I'm just Suave. I'm here with Nikki. We had fun in the Vox Zone today, but we're going to be calling it a day. See you guys next time here on the PARAVOX channel, and we are looking forward to that representation in Tokyo. See you guys next time.
Bye. Bye for now.